for that. And it is another thing too, right? They're playing on home turf. They've had a rough go at it for a little while now. They've got some changes coming down the pipe. And for VP, well, we'll save that one for another day.
Yeah, I don't really know what to say. You could take the, I guess I was going to say something about the GM out of VP, but you can't take the, yeah, whatever. It doesn't matter. VP, they haven't been themselves in many, many months, maybe even years at this point.
Years. It's a long way from being the plow.
Yeah.
But that's neither here nor there. That is actually over on the B stream. So if you are curious, if you are wanting to stay locked in like we are down here in Melbourne, then that's exactly what you need to do. We got just a few more minutes here. We're going to be jumping into that last game of the day, looking at a little bit of Falcons taking on Na'Vi. That's right, m0NESY in the server. You're watching the Intel Extreme Masters. We'll BRB.
Listen, obviously I felt we could have nailed that cast, to be fair. But a lot of circumstances we didn't, and normally I'm not focusing on individual performances because we can all have a shit cast. But I also think a lot of it started before the cast, and I have to point my finger at you. Changing accent when you had a tournament where you cast really well. It's a risky move in my opinion. I don't know if it's an old accent or if it's a new accent. Forgetting your player pronunciations. You were, for me, totally gone though. You're just sitting on fucking Twitter and checking in the middle of the game. It's fine to have a bad cast, but there's just so many circumstances that fucks it up before the broadcast. The reason I'm getting angry is because I know you're fucking better than that. You've always shown such reliability, but we fucking need you. I don't want all this overcompensating. If we're boring because of BP or Spirit. We don't need stupid fucking accents. I don't know when to take it up because we also have 3 weeks of broadcast, but I feel it's fucking necessary. We need to fucking show up and be there. And if there's issues, talk to us. If there's issues with your audio setup, people can help you set it up. But it's a fucking risky, changing your accent. There's no way.
The point is, my weakness is my analysis. Your weakness, your strength, is your analysis. At the fucking Katowice, you had the most insane color commentary.
So good.
Some of the most insane storytelling I have ever seen. It's enough. Don't change an accent before the cast and waffle because of it.
The thing with changing accent, it also tilts me. Like I watch you, bro. I'm off shift green room. Harry spotted you take the attack and you're waffling 20 lines in a row. Waffling around. I've never seen you waffling. And this is probably because of your changing accent and mic settings and watching chat settings. And it just makes you feel uncomfortable. Stick with your accent. You're casting insane, bro. I know Mo would never miss those narratives. 20 lines in attack. I think there are too many disturbances. And it just doesn't make sense. This is EPL, and we need 100% commitment. I don't want to be going on fucking Reddit and talking about a fucking accent. Are you gonna say anything?
Why are you all fucking yelling at me, blood? Why can't I fake a fucking accent if he fakes one every day?
Because people don't want to hear a Australian accent, you
Bucharest, PGL Bucharest. Bro, you were dead on. The tournament started pretty horrifically for you guys. Like, the vibes didn't look 10 out of 10. You were raging in some of the camera shots, bro. We all saw it, you know? And then suddenly, you go on this insane redemption arc journey across that tournament. You were 0-2 down, right? Like 1 BO3 away from elimination. Turn it around, run into the playoffs. Bro, I mean, I know there was the whole change happening and whatnot regardless, but does that do a lot for, like, you guys individually to know that you can bounce back from such a rough start and go on to lift a trophy in a tournament you didn't feel like the favorites to win anything in, bro, and then you end up walking away with first place?
Yeah, I mean, this, as I said, the way we won the event, the way we came back, it's just super important for this team. Like, we are still a young team, and to have this mentality and the fighting spirit we had is just super important for going forward with this team. So, I mean, it took a lot of effort from everyone on the team. It was a truly team effort that we managed to come back, and everyone was... Like, we kept fighting no matter what we tried to, even though when we were like down, we were losing, like we still tried to find a solution. You know, we were like down 0-2, but we lost the first map as well in that last best of 3 that before the elimination. So like we kept fighting, we kept addressing the mistakes. Like we were hoping we were gonna click at one point. You know, it would be very embarrassing to go out of the event 0-3. So it was a really team effort, and then he also helped us a lot with his experience and putting us on the same page. So yeah, it was just a crazy event. It's just unfortunate that it wasn't in front of the crowd in the playoffs, but yeah, to top it all off, just winning against G2 in the final as well is just like...
Now m0NESY, the boy wonder, Your former teammate from the G2 days, the guy that everyone wanted to see you playing alongside. Now you're back in this team together. How are you feeling, bro? Was this nice when you met up coming to this event? Did it feel good meeting up with Ilya again?
Yeah, I mean, it's super nice seeing him again, especially on the same team. Obviously, like when I was seeing him before, and we're not on the same team, it was a bit awkward. But now that like again we're on the same team, it's super nice to have him. Not just because he's the best player or one of the best players in the world, but also as a human being, as my friend. It's just super nice to have him on the team again. So there he is. I'm gonna let you talk to him now.
Oh,
and I'm gonna go get some makeup.
Yeah. Go. How you doing, Ilya, man? You guys are on the same team again. You and Nico, bro. We spoke back at EPL. You were talking about how it felt weird in a way. Like, you guys were still mates, seeing each other in different jerseys. Now you're back on the same team, bro. Is it a good feeling?
Of course, I'm so happy.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course. Nothing much to say. Братан, пиздец, jet lag from in Australia.
When did you get in?
Yesterday, I arrived yesterday, and I didn't sleep the whole day yesterday. I mean, we had some practice as well, and I fell asleep in the evening. I don't even remember how.
Dude, the Falcons jersey looks good on you, man. It suits you. This is kind of a vibe. I'm starting to think you should have joined before him. Dude, I don't know. It's super cool to see you guys back on the same team, obviously. But how's it been gelling with everyone else, Because you knew Nico coming in. But what's it been like getting to grips with the rest of the gang?
Everyone's so nice. I like it. Yeah, I'm so excited, to be honest.
What's the atmosphere like in Falcons now that you're here? I can assume it's pretty good, because I don't know this for a fact, but there was probably a time where the vibe wasn't fantastic in Falcons. Things were a bit more alarm bells, whereas now it's a bit more celebratory with you coming in. You guys feeling quite fired up coming into Melbourne? Is it like a playoffs type tournament?
I don't know how it was before for them, but right now I feel everything is fine, Yeah, so, I mean, the vibe is good, atmosphere is good as well, and ready to rumble.
Tell me a little bit, people be talking a lot, Navi season this year, so and so, just what's your take on it so far?
I mean, so far, obviously, reached the playoffs, but didn't do too good or where our goals were. Start of the year was a bit tough against Spirit, but now it's been different. Obviously lost against Mongols one time, then took revenge on them, but now lost again, and I just feel like it's not too much we're missing, but what we're missing is the fact that when we lack that 5% or even 10%, you're just gonna lose on quarters, or you're gonna lose on semis, and you're not gonna make those grand final appearances. And for us, we kind of need that, to be honest. Like, we want to show ourselves and the work we've been doing this year that we're capable of doing it again. And I think we have what it takes. We just need to, peak together as a team again and just, fire up on all cylinders when it comes down to everyone being there.
Where do you think those 5-10 extra percent comes from?
I think just honestly, like, trusting each other, the teamwork and everything, because like the thing is, we have a very deep playbook. We have more than we had last year, and yet we are still falling short, right? Like, I just think that sometimes when you're a team for so long, sometimes your headspace are in different place. Sometimes you go off the script or something else, and I just think that we need to take a step back. We need to be united, play good together, and I think we are capable of doing it if we're playing good as a team again.
Tell me a little bit about the grind. You guys had some time off since Lisbon. What was the main focus between that and Melbourne?
I mean, believe we had like a 4-week trip when we had Lisbon. Like, we had four weeks off out on the road, I mean. And then after that we had a couple days off, just practice till now, and now we're here to play this tournament. We don't have anything after, so after this is gonna be like a small trip to home again to practice, go to Astana, and then like a bigger boot camp. So now just online practice and trying to improve on our weaknesses.
Yeah, everyone's talking about, Vitality has been the team of the year so far. They're one ESL tournament away from winning the Grand Slam too. But tell me why Navi could be the team that's going to get the first deny ever in the Grand Slam if you go up against them in the final?
I mean, just the fact that I feel like we've been doing the work this year to try to be in that scenario where we could reach the grand finals, and if we make it, you know, I think that the whole team will feel the atmosphere being that we can win again, and you know, like show our strengths from last year. And I think that obviously Vitality is playing super good, but every team is throughout history. Sometimes you're gonna lose, like eventually, right? So, yeah, the thing is that we just gotta keep believing.
I feel like I'm not the only one who says we wouldn't mind a replay of that Cologne Grand Final. That was a pretty sick one. Although for you with a different outcome, I'm sure.
That's true.
All right, thanks, Alexi. Always a pleasure.
Guys, don't be late for Prague.
Late?
Oh, don't get me started.
He told me 10:30 theory the other day.
Without me?
Secondary IGF things. Anyway, he joined us at 11:15.
No way.
I literally went over to him, took his headset off, and I just said, "Little bro, remember, you're just the coach."
To Blade?
Boys!
Anyway, he takes a timeout, gets on comms, turns to me and says, "Any suggestions?" And I'm like, "Little bro, you're the coach."
Blade? Fair enough.
And I'm like, "Go B? No. Go B but then go A? No. Brother, I named 7 other variations. Finally I say, Fnatic into Game Religion fake, ending with Astralis.
Typical.
Which I know he wanted to do in the first place.
And what does he say?
If that's what you want to do. Bro, I literally stood up, took his little strat book, and boom!
Boys, what are you doing?
Discussing Stras.
Brainstorming.
What have I told you? You don't need to do that.
You're the boss. My little brother. If you're gonna make a call, make a call. Say it with your chest.
Only us two taking responsibility. Leading.
Secondary leading.
Boy!
He's a coach. A manager, man.
So he's like, why you order Mackies? That's not in line with our nutritional guidelines.
He's obsessed with greens.
But his CTV page is full red. Anyway, I just told him, little boy, take their fries out of the bag.
Bro, I've literally got him like that.
Wait, like that?
Like that, like my newborn sibling.
Fucking Dorothy.
All little bitches.
Hey, welcome.
Hey, good to see you. Sorry. Oh yes, Mr. Dinkles. Lovely.
Dinkler?
Well, as you know, the guy's been working with Valve on the community servers, which is a topic very close to Mohan's heart.
So we heard you had some ideas on streamlining the in-game browser. What are you trying to reinvent the wheel?
Look, we know it's hard because community servers aren't really revolutionary content, even though they are the original content.
Well, huge patch notes are a glittering lure. But there is a rare occasion when the public can be engaged on a level beyond, if they have a sentimental bond with the feature. My first server, I was a regular in this, casual community. KZ, Op India, some surf. See, you'd think the most important idea to players is new. Creates an itch. You simply put out the gameplay as a kind of battle royale. The next big thing. But there's also a deeper bond with the content. Nostalgia. It's delicate, but potent. Mr. Dinkles, would you mind? In Greek, nostalgia literally means the pain from an old wound.
Pick up the phone.
It's a twinge in your heart, far more powerful than memory alone.
Bye.
Who's that like?
Because technology, it isn't a spaceship.
Pants, bro.
It's a time machine.
They're coming.
Goes backwards, forwards.
No! What? Watch me!
Takes us to a place that we ache to go again.
Oh,
It's not a browser. It's a library. It lets us play the way a child plays. Explore the way a new player explores. Round and around. Back home again. To a place we know we love. So, gentlemen, we don't need to reinvent the wheel.
See there now.
Just need to keep it moving.
I managed to get away. You will never find me.
I love this guy. I could watch him all day. He's so funny.
Ugh, not this guy. Casting.
Wait, why are you taking two? One for me and one for Seal.
yeah. You're gonna send it all the way back to Canada.
No, I'm just gonna go take it to him now, actually.
Okay. Weirdo.
Why is that weird?
She just said she was gonna give it to him right now.
Yeah, she's probably going to. They're on the desk together.
Yeah, they used to be.
Steele works here again.
Oh, can you imagine? We don't need that kind of talent in CS.
Oh no. You don't know. You should probably go out there, see if he's back.
Dare I? Perhaps I will, for old time's sake. Okay. Great practical joke, guys. You got me.
Hi, Alex.
No, God! No! Please, no! 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 No!
Hey, yo, relax. I'm getting you out of here, okay? Okay, just keep your voice down. I'll take this off.
Let's get the hell out of here.
Yeah, let's do that. Okay, first things first, I need to make something clear. We're getting out of here. Not all of the hostages are getting out of here. Yeah, I know. I'm sure we've all been through an awful lot, but budget just isn't there. We only need to save one, okay? And I think it's going to be you today. You up for that?
Let's get the hell out of here.
Let's get the hell out of it. Hey, hop on, come on. Let's go.
Hostages are being rescued.
And it feels like just not all that long ago, it was Falcons talking about, oh my goodness, what are they ever going to do with themselves? Well, Navi would like to have an answer for that today, as it does look like the Falcons are trying to heat up at a very minimum. Natus Vincera finding their way into the server after, don't want to call it a hiatus, but I will definitely say they have not as been on the radar.
Well, I like that slow motion from them. It's like watching a train wreck in slow-mo. On the other side, we got the Falcons soaring higher than ever, you know, hot off of a win, hot off of a new pickup, getting that chemistry back. m0NESY back with NiKo, and they're looking good right now, so we'll see what goes on.
Yeah, well, let's see what goes on, but first, we're going to check with
Falcons
Kixen.
are going to be taking on Na'Vi over on the A stream, and Kixen for a few words ahead of this series. Obviously, big news for Falcons is signing m0NESY, and it's very clear the relationship, the synergy that m0NESY and NiKo have together. What's that been like to experience as their teammates now?
Well, we haven't had too much time to practice with m0NESY, but from the first day I could see what kind of player he is. I mean, I already knew even before, but it's nice to have him in the team. I think he's going to help us a lot. Our confidence is even better now, I would say. So yeah, I'm just excited to be part of this team.
What's their relationship like outside of the server as well? Because obviously, from what we observe through the cameras, seems like they've got quite a kind of a brotherly relationship, right? How is that manifesting in the team?
Yeah, I think the relationship is good between everyone. Like he's kind of young player and he's already very mature, and I think he's getting along with everyone, not only with Nico. So yeah, I think I'm a bit surprised how mature he is, even though he's only 19 years old or something like that. So yeah, I think everything is going good so far.
Still, obviously, very early days in terms of his integration. But for you as an in-game leader, how do you envision utilizing him as a piece? Are you giving him a little bit more freedom than maybe you would have done with previous AWPers, or is there a bit more control there? Tell me about that balance.
Well, I still don't know him too well because we've played with him for a week only. So I think players like him should have a bit more freedom because that's when they shine the most. So, but of course, there is still some structure in the team that needs to be respected, let's say. So I think it's kind of balance between these two. But yeah, as I said, I think players like him deserve a bit more freedom than just a normal AWPer.
Now, obviously, this iteration of Falcons haven't faced this Na'Vi. The last time you played them was at Shanghai Major, where you eliminated them. You stopped them from making it to the playoffs and defending their major title. Do you have any kind of standout memories of playing them, obviously, back in the Heroic days there?
Yeah, I think I played them a lot in Heroic. We played them, I think, 3 times, and also previously in Apex. I feel like the games against them were always close. I think it's like 50-50. Sometimes they won, sometimes we won. Obviously, the latest one was maybe the most important, and we took it. So yeah, I think it's always fun and close games against them, and I hope we get the win again today.
Very excited to see how it goes down. Thank you so much for your time, Kixin. Good luck.
Yeah, you know what? Kixin might be onto something there. Yeah, it is a very, very new look over here, at least for the side of Dexter going out. We got m0NESY coming in for the side of Falcons. Stock prices are rising. A lot of question marks, though, but I think the first one we can start with is, where's the floor for the lineup? We can see what they're capable of, but where does the buck stop?
That is the important golden question right now, because we obviously can see how high and what potential they can play up to. But it's where is the consistency at, is Magisk going to be able to keep up with the rest of the team, especially now that m0NESY's in the team and you're going to have these set expectations. You saw what Nico and m0NESY, the two of them, could do with G2, basically carrying that team to the top 5 team. So you would expect the same thing to come for Falcons here, but what about the rest of the pieces around them? Is that good enough to keep up?
Dare I say, m0NESY and Nico won Dallas with a stand-in man down.
Yeah, that's actually true.
Dare I go down that path? We don't need to, obviously. m0NESY needs no real introduction at this point if you've been living under a rock. Or perhaps you are just joining us for the first time. It is the m0NESY show. And he's not the only one, but he is definitely one of the front runners.
So you have TeSeS and Kixin. Are they going to be good enough to keep up with Stewie and Nexa?
Well, when you draw such a starch comparison,
you brought it up first, okay?
Well,
I'm just following along.
No, I get it, and I get that too. But yeah, seeing m0NESY over here in the Falcons jersey, it does feel like something's gone right here. Obviously for the Falcons side of the team, but really, I guess when we talk about the buck stopping, yes, we're in Melbourne. Yes, we're watching them for the first couple of times. The major is on the horizon. So what is it that these guys can hope to lock in and accomplish prior to that?
Right now, I mean, the biggest thing is it would be awesome if they could make another deep run here at the playoffs. I don't know if they're going to be able to win this with vitality in the arena. So right now, I mean, looking at even a quarterfinal or a semifinal finish for them is probably going to be a decent starting point. Obviously, you'd want to go for more, especially hot off of a win. But, we look at that floor, and we were talking about it just a minute ago. And when I see them play the grand finals against G2, they were gifted a lot of opportunities to be able to run away with a few rounds and close it out. And I think a different team would probably not give up those same mistakes that G2 did, and it would be much more difficult to break through that. So I think Falcons with a higher degree of competition isn't going to be able to go as far.
Well, it feels like the sort of cracks are kind of healing, if you will, over there for Falcons. Like any sort of, dare I say, not degradation. There's some sort of wordplay to be there with Dexter, but dare I say that some of the cracks that were shining prior are starting to sort of meld together. Does it look like that from an outside perspective, and are there any left?
Look, I think right now getting m0NESY in is obviously going to be like a pretty big upgrade. Not saying that Dexter wasn't doing a good job, because obviously he even got MVP at that event. But when we look at, a team like Falcons, first they got Nico, now they get m0NESY. They're obviously trying to buy their way to a championship team. So what happens if Magisk isn't able to keep up? Are they looking at post-major? Are they going to look to replace him? What's that going to do for his confidence if you think is that looming on the table? This guy can't even jump up on Xbox on Dust 2. So, you know, when you see moments like that, what's going on with him, and is he going to be able to rebound and find even a glimmer of his former self? Because right now he's not even a shell of his former self.
Yeah, and it's strange. You think about how many majors he's got under his belt, but you also think about sometimes the lifespan of a career or some of the turbulence that they've had over there on the side of Falcons over the iterations of change after change, and then maybe, and then change, and then here they are now with what they seemingly want to stick the landing on.
Look, it's sink or swim, so he's got to be able to swim and swim soon. Otherwise, it's going to be over for him. That's all I got to say about that.
Yeah, and that's not even a threat. That's just Josh calling it how he sees it. Hey, speaking of calling it how we see it, Navi. Everybody was talking about Navi. They all say, Navi, where is Navi?
Yeah, it was like 6 events in a row last year where they got top 2. We saw them win a major, and this year it's kind of been not the same Navi, so everyone's been wondering what happened to them. Did they fall off? It's not been the worst thing. Like, obviously, they're not as dominant as they were last year. We haven't seen them win an event yet, but I mean, they lost, they got 2 semifinal exits, a quarterfinal exit. The teams they lost to this year, Spirit twice, a hot streak Mongols, and a hot streak Eternal Fire. And when we look at these teams, you know, Vitality is a team that can lose to these teams. So it's not like Navi is just falling off the face of the earth.
True.
It's just they need to refine the same sort of dominance that they had last year.
Would you say that there's a discussion to be had around expectation and perhaps the bar being set a little higher over there on the side of Navi? You look at how they've approached the game, what they've got into the game so far, a lot of skin in it, a lot of trophies, but is the expectation, is it too much?
I don't know if the expectation's too much. I just think that we look at them and it kind of feels like a fight between the identity of the team and that system and structure and the individual identities of the players. So you see that struggle, like, are we going to buy into the team system, or am I going to be able to have that individual freedom? And a player like JL, for example, who can single-handedly take a game into his own hands, open up rounds, close them out with clutches, and really be that X-Factor player? Or is he going to be kind of shackled down and everyone's got to play to the system that plays, you got to do this, you got to play it like this, and then everyone's just stuck there thinking to themselves in the moment, do I do this play that is my instinct, or do I do this other play, which is what Blade would want me to do? And that just conscious thought and slowing you down from making that instinctive decision, I think that's where their issues are right now.
That's like a half millisecond sort of thing that can cost you a game.
Yeah, I mean, the game is all about milliseconds,
because they say, well, I might just say this for the first time even, errors cause eras.
God.
You like that? I mean, it makes sense though, right? I mean, not in this fashion for either of these two teams, so to say, but yeah, there's definitely...
Yeah. Let's run with that.
Yeah, okay, we will. How about that? Let's take a look a little bit at these Navi's results a little bit more. But for the side of Navi, I think there's a couple more question marks I'm going to have to throw around at least the utilization of Wonderful in this lineup. And where does the AWP line up when it comes for Navi?
Look, you look at these other teams, we're talking about Monazi on the other side, even Dexter on Falcons just a week ago, and you look at how they go for all these aggressive picks. They kind of have their own flair and identity and go for aggressive picks. Wonderful. I don't know if it's, is it a chicken or the egg situation in terms of, is it that they don't utilize him in some of these aggressive openings and utilize his op more to kind of make a big impact in the game because that's the Blade system? Or is it that he's not, you know, elite enough of a player individually to be able to go and make those big man plays by himself? And when I watch their games, like, obviously there's a lot of situations where it's like he's in the wrong spot at the wrong time, but even when the enemies do come to him, he needs to make sure he lands all the shots. And in a lot of situations, he will get the first or the second if there's 4 people running at him, but I see him just hide in the smoke or hide behind a wall, let his teammates take the next thing. You're not going to see Monazi or Dexter hiding from those situations. They're going to repeat and get a third and get a fourth. But you see Wonderful, as soon as, you know, people are running at him, he gets one, he just tucks and hides and waits like 10 seconds for his teammates to come out. It's like, what's going on, bro?
That is probably not the best approach at every given turn of the game. Like, I would agree. Like, obviously you want product out of your op. You want your op to be fruitful in the server, especially when them Dust 2 games, when you're trying to take long or hold long or whatnot.
Be fruitful and multiply those kills. Like, get those multi-kills, bro. It's not just about that one or two. It's you got a whole team running at you.
Yeah, one or two, whole team running at you, Boogaloo. Hey, speaking of one or two, let's talk about perhaps the 3 maps. And when I say that, I want to talk about where the comparison might be drawn between these two teams.
I mean, I think you see their permabans that are going to come out into play here. So it's what's going to go on here. Right now, we're looking at Na'Vi, kind of how they went from being a team that had 4 really strong maps, and where that kind of that win-loss percentage has gone to. Dust 2, it's kind of 62.5% loss rate. Their Ancients falling off. Their Infernos falling off. Like, where do they go to if they want to pick? So you're obviously going to see them be really comfortable on Mirage, and I think a lot of teams have stolen what they do on that T side specifically on how to play it, but that doesn't really leave you with a lot of options. You know, you have that permaban coming out, and so where do you go? And especially against a team like Falcons, because I feel like that is going to play into their favor right now. So Na'Vi needs to turn this around. Right now, from the outside looking in, they just look weak on so many maps, but maybe they're feeling more confident in practice, and maybe they can regain something. But I think that we need to see a system change for any meaningful results to be different.
But you got to wonder in terms of a lineup's evolution right there, right? And in terms of just breaking it down to the micro level you're talking about, where it's what do I need to do to excel in this moment to project my team to success versus what is probably what they want me to do, say the coach, et cetera, et cetera. That's a very interesting sort of cataclysm that you've identified there.
Well, I could be completely wrong, but I guess we'll see in the server, because anytime they come out and say something publicly, it's like, oh no, everything's good, vibes are good. But you know, we've heard the clips, and you know, they're not happy that those clips are out there. But it's like, you know, there's arguments. There's the coach and the in-game leader kind of going and having a back and forth. There's the IGL and players in the middle of a round. Please listen to me. What are you doing? So, you know, there's something going on where something's not clicking, and I don't know if that's something that's just as simple as in the moment, in the heat of the moment, they're just kind of tempers flaring, or is that something that is a longer-term issue, which is bubbling to the surface over time, and how are they going to kind of navigate that? Or how are they going to get around it and fix it?
Navigate it.
Navigate it.
That one was...
That was a layup.
Yeah, it was a layup. It was kind of even an accident at this point. Now, we did look at the map statistics. How about the actual veto itself?
Yeah, permaban coming out for Falcons, and actually, we're seeing Nuke going out for the side of Na'Vi, probably thinking that Falcons is pretty strong on that and is going to go for it, and Falcons going for Inferno, which isn't normally one of the picks that they would go for, and when we look at kind of how Na'Vi's been doing on it recently, it's not been great here. And then obviously Na'Vi, we were talking about it, it's the only map that they have a positive win rate on at the moment, so going for that makes sense, and that means that Falcons is going to know exactly what's up. But I think it also plays into Falcons a little bit in the sense that they're bringing in a new Whopper, and it's probably one of the easier maps in the pool, that and Dust 2, to be able to slot in a new player, and you know, set plays are going to be really simple for these two maps specifically.
Dude, it's not simple. It's Na'Vi. He hasn't played it. It's not Falcons. It's not simple. Yeah, it is actually the Falcons. It is actually Na'Vi, and it is actually a game that qualifies one of these teams off into the playoffs. Now, Josh, in the hot seat, who wins the series overall?
You know, right now looking at the maps, I'm probably thinking Falcons, but it's going to be like a 2-1, I would say. I think we're going to see some glimpses of Na'Vi. I'd love to see them win it and go against Vitality earlier in the groups, but I still think Falcons is running on just a high right now.
They're primed, you might say.
They are.
Yeah, well, thank you very much, Josh. We're going to jump right into this one. Falcons versus Na'Vi, winner to the playoffs here in Melbourne.
That's right, playoffs on the line. Guaranteed spot in it for the winner of this, and it's Falcons versus Na'Vi. This was a Falcons that have made the mammoth roster move of having m0NESY now slip into the ranks. They showed up on day one, and they handled business cleanly. For Na'Vi, it was a bit more of a struggle in their matchup versus MIBR. That one went the distance, ended pretty close as well. They have a point to prove. They want to try and get in to those playoffs, be in front of the crowd, get some more arena time for a roster that's had some swings and misses as of late.
Yeah, I think this is a good match for Na'Vi to find out if the worries are reasonable right now, because at the end of the day, the teams that are losing to are, yeah, they're getting first rounded in playoffs this year, but they've lost to Spirit 3 times. They lost to Mongols at Pro League, and they did lose to Eternal Fire Lisbon as well. But for the most part, I think we're kind of have lower expectations for Na'Vi than maybe we should. Can they prove today they're the better team versus a new roster? Even though there's a lot of firepower, Na'Vi are going to have that.
是，Velocity 也是。
things in place. And when
还是
you
看那个。
with all 3 maps with some overtimes in there as well, we often say experience reigns true.
对。
So it's individuals for Falcons, it's team for Na'Vi, and they're going to clash head to head in this best of 3 for Glory for playoffs.
This is an interesting look in the pistol, right? Seeing Nico and Kixan getting aggressive over towards B is no strange sight if you've watched the Falcons game on Inferno. It's the presence of that little guy tucked in the corner over there, Moneshi. Waiting with the dual Berettas in a bit of a bait and switch here in at top banana.
But surely Na'Vi don't just walk around this corner willy-nilly with no grenades. Surely they have a plan here. They're waiting for Nico to force that kill. Goes for a jiggle. They're closer. Nico's ready. Awareness. Hits his shot. Backs up. JL does finish that kill. And here's m0NESY at the corner. He's got to do it all. They see those Julies. They pull back. Don't want anything to do with this. Still, all the grenades available for Na'Vi.
I just started running away, so did Tessez, but they both recommitted here. Na'Vi still going into a double setup. Ima's backstab will get stopped by that Moto Smoke. Oh no! Na'Vi shut down in the pistol. Repelled from that B play by the presence of m0NESY and those dual Berettas. Ima had all that space. You thought he was about to get the kill to send them in, but that Moto Smoke denied him vision.
I don't think you can look at it like, oh, the Motor Smoke was a mistake for Na'Vi, because I think the play is he just walks through the smoke, right? He walks through smoke, no one looks there, they're both holding short, he probably gets 2 kills. But because he sees a player, of course he takes the shot, he just doesn't get the insta-kill, and then the smoke ruins his round. If anything, if he was a second later and never saw that player, I think he wins it. Both backs were turned, but he took the shot and he missed. Oh, otherwise, I think that was really reserved for Na'Vi in a good way. They didn't overplay it. They didn't run into the Julies. It's a shame Ima can't hit the back of the head. I'm going to need him today. He played great yesterday against Pain in a series that Na'Vi lost a map in. On the flip side, Falcons made pretty quick work of Saw. And Kixan was the top-rated player in that series as well. He was an absolute monster on Dust 2. A lot of multi-kills, a lot of entries. Na'Vi letting the util dry up here for the Falcons before they commit to a move. And it is out middle, the Deagles look. Clocks jumping corners.
m0NESY's been real tidy on the rifles at this tournament as well. Lights out with him yesterday. Keeping up appearances here with some clean taps down through mid. Just these pistols. Don't want to let it get any more expensive than it has to. You're already a little miffed that Tessez fell, so 4 alive, it's nice for the Falcons. Zonic agrees. I like it. He has his staple kind of statements. Nice.
Nice call.
Good call.
Nice
that
call,
one will
yeah.
come out a lot. It kind of sounds like Let's Go, which is another one of his.
I like
you might blur them together sometimes, but I'll let you know. Na'Vi, here are the guns. They go lax on the banana control instead. They really want to be involved in top mid. m0NESY upset the pace of Wonderful there. Good timing on the nade pull, but you need the follow through out of Magisk. One won't cut it as now Tessez, lone defender, trying to buy time. How many more can Tessez find? Fresh mag put in the MP9. Tessez, one-man army, still offering up resistance. Won't stop, don't stop. Tessez does all he can and then some. And now it's just Alexi.
Right in the face, that stick is ballsy, but the double nade lands right on top. Alexi lucky to be living, 4 health, barely living. How does he pick a position to win this round? They should surely get the trade. Nico and Kixan
waiting for the smokes to expire. Gives Alexi time advantage, but that kick cuts it down. Can they find the clean kill? Nico pre-fires this corner angle. Alexi gets back on it. They climb up and over. That's the kick. Can he drop it out of position? Kixon coming in.
我就是要待在舒适圈。活贝多益生菌，益生值为好菌提供养分，后生源打造好菌生长舒适圈，轻松告别坏菌，
好菌留得住，
健康罩得住，全方位保健应援。全系列第2件5折。
Keen swing for Bit could end m0NESY's round. He makes a step. He backs up. Banana control instead. Rarely see players committed this late in the round, but Kixon is all the way down at logs. Nico tries to keep him there. It's the final bit of util on this B site expired. Nico wants to commit so he can fight alongside his captain.
It's a little awkward, but still Kixan good to deliver. Wanted to get a bit more out of that. Nico going back in to lend a helping hand. Has opened up a route into this B site now. A hole that Falcons weren't prepared for either, with all that control down towards B. These rotates are slow to arrive. Na'Vi get themselves a bomb plant. Gun retrieved for Ema, a resmoke available as well, just to waste even more time in this retake. This is a powerful position for Na'Vi, not a round that Falcons want to give over. This was pistols and a hero gun, and that hero gun's barely at a part to play. Ema adds one more to the Na'Vi tally. Magisk dead. It's all eyes on m0NESY. 1v2 goes looking, and now they know that Bit was back in the spawn. He's committing to this. He's staying on it. Bit swings wide. m0NESY will find him. This is a nail biter of a defuse. m0NESY with just enough time to make that happen. Clutch found. Ilya the Kid in the server. 4-0 for Falcons, and that round is saved.
No way he wins that. Milliseconds the difference. m0NESY gets off that bomb. One step made by Bit, and that's enough to just spray him on a swing. That's what he's here for. That's what he does. And he makes it look easy every step of the way. I like the spacing for Na'Vi on that banana take, though. It let them trade out Kixon really easily. Going 2 for 2 on a setup like that for Falcons is really not good. I gave Na'Vi the way in, but m0NESY gave Falcons the way out. 4-0 still. Na'Vi get on their timeouts early. If anything, just to break the momentum of Falcons, because that is a feel-good round to win, because I think the whole time you're thinking you've lost that. 3v3 retake of B. That 1v2 for m0NESY, there's no way you think he's going to win that round. Yet he does. All power here for Wonderful. m0NESY will meet him.
Falcons, one of the few teams that are still willing to really live and die on banana fights. It is a fixture of their Inferno. The Nico Kixan combo over towards B. And it is a potent mix. You know, Nico's a menace here, and you know that about him.
Ooh, what?
I don't think you can sleep on Kixan either, and what he brings to the table. It's clear he shares the Nico vision for how to go about approaching this side of the map. And right now, he's even got Wonderful locked in this kind of stalemate over on Banana with the bomb on his back. So even as Bit gains some ground and has Ema alongside him, that bomb still has to survive the journey out of there. Nico and Tessez clamp down on the A play in the downtime, and Wonderful dead to that late swing out of Kixan, the one that he was waiting for all round long.
Hit the Firewalker. But Falcons win every step of the way, and yeah, head in hands moment here. This is not going well for Na'Vi. Getting iced out in both positions, on both sides of the map. NiKo getting a spam kill through the smoke. He'll take 1-for-1 against m0NESY, but they can't do anything with it. The rest of Na'Vi were committed up short already. And yeah, Yanko mentioned this yesterday on the Falcons game. Kixon, an in-game leader, not a guy who's going to throw away his life for the trade, which I actually think is a really good point, because a lot of in-game leaders, not even necessarily just the ones that are individually weaker, but even players like Brolin, who are a really strong fragger, knowing when to die for his team. Kixon doesn't like to do that. He has a lot of confidence. He has a really good aim. And he's happy to set himself up to, you know, bait his team at times and win rounds. Just got faith in his ability. And when you're playing a site with NiKo as well, two very aggressive players, already seeing that pose a bit of a problem to Na'Vi, who can't get this. They haven't had a chance to be executed in this game, right? And not getting a car for free. This is a round they're really fighting for it, but so is NiKo. Unrelenting with a double. He's sitting in the Molotov. Doesn't even mind. Down to 1 health. NiKo gets both kills. And that's Na'Vi putting a lot of pressure in that position. It would have been so easy for NiKo to just back up, go to the bomb site. But an oppressive hold has ended Na'Vi's round before it began.
He even edges forward and gets that smoke. There's an interesting detail. Alexi was looking for the exact same PCU till, but couldn't quite find it. Having an extra smoke now just lets you waste even more time over here towards B. You've got that as kind of the ultimate fail-safe, right? You know that as Na'Vi are posturing, if they are going to end on this B side of the map, you can really take the wind out of their sails. Now, Bit does still have this nade, but it just gets lobbed out now to clear the sandbag. So there's no world to blow this open for Na'Vi. They're left as the
dunked on!
Alexi with the lineup!
Smoke that!
NiKo just died to a smoke, and that could cost them everything here!
They're in the site, they've got full control. Might have to be another m0NESY retake. Not every day you see that util find a kill. Na'Vi have been given an opportunity, they have to seize it. Falcons are going for this. Last second.
They're going to try a wild call of their own. Leaving this really down to the wire, but nothing getting presented. Tessez, first kill found, but there just isn't time to win this. Falcons decided they don't want the smoke. m0NESY might find all the kills on the exit, but Alexi B.
Unreal.
With the lineup.
The cool part about that is if they just throw a standard CT smoke, it's not going to kill NiKo, but they throw the one that bounces to land on the boost, which is where NiKo's playing. You couldn't write it. Save that lineup. Look at the bounce. Perfect. Oh, he ran into it. He ran into it.
It was NiKo realizing, oh God, the smoke's going to kill me, that got him killed. He ran.
You have to laugh that off, yeah. That's like the most feel-good round loss you've ever had. Yeah, if he didn't move, I think he would be fine. Oh, that's good. Bring in that G2 content game to Falcons. All right, can Na'Vi make something of this first round on the T side? Because even they don't get out pretty, right? They lost every player in pursuit of that round. They're buying Galils on 4.
I think as well, like, if Falcons can get back to finding success here, I think they're going to be able to rebound very easy off of that last round. For Na'Vi, a lot had to go right. You know, they had a certain stroke of luck, let's say, to bring them back into that one.
Okay, I like this. Quick.
Contact, yeah. Util getting lobbed out on the fly. They hope that that element of surprise can bring them in, but Nico looking to send them packing. He'll have his revenge. No nades will find him here. Nico locking down this B side of the map, puts a stop to Na'Vi's offensive. Spam's even close. Has support as well, right? Tesses was here from the start of the round as a third player over towards B. He's now tucked himself in, stealing himself away. Nico has missed the timing on these spots, but it's something he should be aware of here. Still caught off guard. Tesses now has to win this, and he will manage it cleanly. 2 quick kills from Tesses, concealed at the back of the site. Puts Falcons back in a winning position.
Yeah, dude, and that's actually a nice pop for Na'Vi, because Falcons get no warning, right? But they pre-rotate B. They were ready for the potential. Na'Vi don't want to execute and go for a slow entry. They just storm in with a flash before the smoke has even bloomed, and Nico just does everything right. Multi-kill, backside, and buys time for Tesses to get stuck in. This is going to be a frustrating game for Na'Vi right now, because it feels like individuals are just in great form for Falcons, running on vibes.
Oh, nearly awkward for Tesses. He recommits to that fight. Won't get picked up, but they know about JL over on long. That's open season for m0NESY Zorb.
Here we go.
Up close, the pistols, putting the pressure on. m0NESY pulls one of his own. Magisk also down in the pistol. Falcons, say what you will, they're making it a fair fight at least. And there's the nade to seal the deal.
A little bit funky. 3 for Magisk in the pit. I mean, just like...
I just love the way he sounds, man. I like... Magisk does bring a very good vibe to this team. That's something that I think, you know, you got to give some credit to him for. You'll always hear him trying to either calm down the guys or pump them up.
Make a joke. I mean,
and like, he's rarely having a good game alongside it as well, it feels like, right? Like, some of the best Magisk kind of pick-me-up lines I've heard is when he's sitting bottom of the board.
Just the fact that m0NESY is like jumping up there as well, like going for quick scopes. Falcons feel pretty invincible, I think, at the moment. Na'Vi are not putting that to threat yet.
I mean, I think, you know, this is why the Trophy for Falcons right before m0NESY joined, I think actually came at like a perfect time, right? I think for everyone else in this team, they kind of desperately needed it. I feel like Nico was going to be happy regardless, but I think even operating in that version of Falcons and going on a turnaround, a disastrous tournament start, probably did wonders for his confidence, because for the first time in a long time, you were looking at Nico to be like the real standout, the real star.
40 seconds and still 4A. They were 4A from the start of the round. Kixon doesn't even have a util at B. They just believe this is the A hit. They believe right. Even gets a crucial entry. Stuck in the open. Nico needs to hold this down. m0NESY's missed his shot. Nico's still standing at long, but m0NESY's doing nothing here. 2 missed AWP shots. Nico and Magisk trying to stop this split, but it's only Nico, and he might have to give it up. Na'Vi break in on short. A couple of missed AWP shots goes a long way. Hey, if m0NESY's whiffing, you'll take it.
I mean, Na'Vi desperately need to start a streak here on this T side, right? Thus far, this has been a rough go at it on the T half. The one round they had up until this point came from a bit of serendipity and luck going the way of Na'Vi. And they've been in a few other good positions. Most notably, the m0NESY 1v2 springs to mind.
Nice, let's go.
Blade knows that. That's where, you know, now you have to start leaving your mark on this T half, because you are running out of time in this first half of play, and you can't get by with one and dones anymore. This is where you have to convert this into a bit of a swing of momentum.
Especially considering that it was Na'Vi to pick T side, right? But they wanted a lot more from this half. Still a chance for it, but now or never. Inferno definitely leaning T-sided at the moment. Falcons banana control is putting that to question. And they start 3B this time as well. m0NESY again coming in with the AWP to support. And I think rightly so, Na'Vi not playing banana early because of the util. It's kind of free damage. They rotate 2 out, go back to this quad A, and Na'Vi need to retake banana before they do anything. Grenade is a big problem for m0NESY. Down half health. He's still got a block. He's still not calling for rotate. So Na'Vi have got what they want. Options open up and they have to make a good read here because they're not going to get a single kill before the commitment. This is going to be a 5-on-4 or a 5-on-1. Pick your poison. This is such a dangerous turtle for Falcons. I mean, the shell. I don't know how Na'Vi break through.
Sticking to their guns as they hear all this util as well. Now they know that it is this A play. JL gonna get melted. Magisk falling down in the pit, but it's NiKo. He's the guy that's supposed to win this round for the Falcons, the fourth player. They have no idea that he's here, but an important clear out of a 1 HP Ema. m0NESY arrives now. I mean, he's already picked up a 1v2 for Falcons, but that nade's pretty huge. If he nades sight, Ema should be dead. Right now he wants the element of surprise. Oh, and slow on the AWP. And not looking like this one should come through for m0NESY. Doesn't know the presence of this second player actually in the site with Ema.
Ema's dead to bomb, so he may as well just gun out and run for it. Two AWPs saved. Kind of a disappointing hold for Falcons. The util was really nice. It burned out Na'Vi on short. They couldn't really get through that Molotov. But then everyone gets 1 kill except Kixon. And it's just a really heads-up check for Ema because Alexi wasn't considering NiKo backside. NiKo held the shot for as long as he could, but he got hard cleared. Without that clear, it's going to go very wrong. Sure how Falcons, no one got a couple of kills. Didn't feel like Na'Vi hit any crazy flashbangs either. But they've grabbed themselves an opportunity to get this 5-round T-side. That's enough. Just m0NESY's AWP in this eco round.
Going to be a bit of an exercise in just finding that AWP for Na'Vi. You either want to kill him instantly or learn where he is and get the hell away from him.
It's a good round of BXEC in theory, right? Because Falcons aren't going to have the util to stop it. They can't just cycle smokes and mollies.
They dropped the util over to Magisk alone on that other side of the map. They've learned the AWP's B now, but Na'Vi still look very committed to this. The bomb's now dropped as well. There is a world where they could go back, but they decide to battle forward, and m0NESY will fall. Hell of a set of entries from Bit, a great sequence.
I think m0NESY felt that they were backing up, and he knew Bit was committed, but no one else was re-peeking him. So it looked like, hey, let's just grab the kill on Bit and set up for rotate, but Na'Vi came in. They didn't ever cancel that call. They just waited a little bit longer. Let them sweat. Na'Vi trying to come back in this game late. 7-1 down, looking for a 7-5 half. And Falcons don't have the AWP to speak about either.
This is exactly what Na'Vi wanted, though, right? We were saying they had to start a streak when they finally broke through. There is still hope in this game yet for Na'Vi to hold on to. Look like Falcons are going to swallow them up whole now. Even this 8-4, you know, you give yourself a bit of breathing room in that second half at least.
Wow, Kixan.
I mean, this is Kixan and Nico all over. This is how they love to go about Banana. They were active for that first fight. Now they take space away, but Alexi has opened up that back door. A chance for an A play now. Bit just runs down Magisk in the pit. He's been having a bit of an awkward go at it in this A site. m0NESY found as well, pincered between long, short, and the apartments. Kixan and Nico were last spotted aggressive down through Banana, and so for the time being, Eam has been dispatched to watch this push up through mid.
Good read from Alexi. They do a lot of B pressure early, even though they lose JL. Forces m0NESY's rotate. He takes the gap. Na'Vi have put together a well-done T side, and there is no saving this 2v4. Backstab is there. Nice flick for Kixan, but it's not meant to be, as Na'Vi are here. They've landed in Melbourne, and they're looking to come back against Team Falcons on a new roster.
长时间使用3C，维持精亮的关键你需要达摩本草游离型叶黄素、黑豆精华 C3G 花青素，维持精亮舒适的关键，内含专利游离型叶黄素成分，加上虾红素与花青素。我是谢梦璇医师，我推荐达摩本草游离型叶黄素，每日2粒，守护你的精彩世界。
舒适圈何必突破？应该要安心的扩大。全新米其林 Primacy 5，长期磨耗后，排水依旧出色，刹停依旧安心。谁不想让安全长长久久？从新到旧，安全始终。Michelin Primacy 5。
When I needed you.
playoffs on the line between Team Falcons and Na'Vi. It's Vitality waiting in the wings for that upper semi or quarterfinal matchup. Winner of this game going to face them. Not an easy nor fun match, but one that will have to happen if you really want to lay a legacy in Melbourne. Falcons start strong, and then Na'Vi wake up.
Yeah, that 4-round streak at the end, can't overstate enough. It's huge for Na'Vi to give them a fighting chance here on Inferno. The map picker Falcons. Now they move over onto this CT half. They open things up with a quad A lean, leaving just one man in that B site. It's JL.
JL 3 and 11, but he was the T guy up Banana.
It's interesting though, he has no util, so I'm assuming he's just playing that like pixel angle, looking for one kill. No, he's actually just taking the old-fashioned coffins fight right over the top. Gonna look for one drop back, I guess, if they come B. But Falcons aren't looking interested in this side of the map. Kixan and Magisk lobbing in a fake here. Yeah. 2 sets of util in, but the bomb waiting in the apartments. Now that triggers the rotate. Na'Vi have fallen for this. Hookline and Sinker playing right into the hands of the Falcons. Wonderful, picked up. And JL, that lone defender over at B. Now the last man standing.
And if you're JL, you feel so responsible because you say, the double smoking. You're probably panicking a bit on the comms. Hey, it looks like a B. Maybe you need to rotate here. And Na'Vi just run into the setup. That is the exact reaction that Falcons wanted. If Na'Vi safe rotate, Falcons don't win the round that cleanly. Could not be better. 3 kills for NiKo. Silver platter. Baller's got a butler. And Na'Vi are forcing. This feels like a classic Na'Vi round though, right? Playing the smokes really well, stalling this out. This round is all about util. That's a good grenade. Let's see how much time they can buy. First smoke goes down. Oh god, apps pop.
Wonderful might be in a good position, but flashes leave him blind. Bit alone, doing everything he can. Bomb tumbles away. Bit continues to hold on.
Dude.
Topping the charts right now for Na'Vi. The one guy who is hitting his stride, it's Bit. 3 kills on that 5-7. The rest of the gang now have to finish what Bit started. m0NESY shut down. And they've got Bit to thank for that. Na'Vi.
What a crazy sequence. That 3rd kill, that's a space taker who, if Bit dies there, his first double doesn't matter. They have the sight, they have a moto smoke down, but it's the 3rd kill that lets his team flood in. And a whiff for NiKo is consequential. This flick. Oh! First bullet headshot. Frustrating round to lose, and that is Na'Vi doing it with a force buy, flipping this game on its head. No longer smooth sailing for the Falcons.
There's a lot of pressure put over towards B early. And Falcons did get the reaction they wanted. Na'Vi falling back, passive over towards B. And now this is 2 passive holds on either side of the map for this Na'Vi CT side. So a test of their crossfires here. Tess says with the opener, wonderful, and Bit now have to try and combine to keep this one clean. Bit from the pit lays down the covering fire and buys time for his teammates to move in. Just Magisk, and he does not know where to look. Bit is in great form.
What is this, the last map of a major final? What's Bit doing?
Yeah, another multi-kill round from him, another big 3K. Bit soaring to top of the server.
And super important kills because Falcons throw, like you said, the B util, but then they also throw a long take util, and that keeps 2 players from Na'Vi on long side stuck behind Moto Smoke. Bit has to kill every single one of them here. He's the solo A player. Does his job. Back-to-back triple kills for Bit. Now we have essentially an even game.
Bit can keep this up. He could make Na'Vi a cool 2.5 mil.
He's not for sale, Harry. Although that's what they all say. Blank check might change your mind. Na'Vi cash their chips in for a free round. 5 alive. Very different game now. No longer the 7-1. Remember that? 7-1. 8 all.
Court shuffling the util around. This is going to throw the timing off massively for Na'Vi. It looked like they still wanted to hang around in top mid there, but they don't have the choice in the matter anymore. Madge is teeing up these flashes to try and get his teammates out the long side. Tessez will get caught. They need to deal with this site player, and they will overrun Wonderful. Ema caught in the rotate as well. And so that pace change for Falcons comes at a perfect time.
I love those flashes from Magist, throwing them over pit from Apps. Doesn't matter that he gets smoked. And there's essentially nothing you can do about it if you're Na'Vi, because they just hear 4 players running up long. They have to look that way. Pit player, side player, doesn't matter, you're blind. Go home. So Falcons with a little pocket play, just running it up. Oh my God, no way, no way. They've done it. Oh, denied.
Thank goodness for Kixan.
Yeah, that was scary. JL dead as well. Dude, I thought he was hanging around for like an exit. He wanted an AK. I didn't think he was just going to go in. I respect the attempt.
Nico's thinking, damn, we needed someone like this for a long time. Not afraid to go back and check the bomb. Make sure those defuses don't come through.
Kixan, Nico getting vocal. I like the Falcons are still keen to run those kind of rounds, right? Where they just molly top mid, they run up ult, they smoke it, they go through there and smoke, boom, they're 4 guys long. Something we saw in their Cluj run, they did a lot. Their Bucharest run, rather. And in Cluj, they love those fast long takes. especially when you read that Na'Vi is starting 3B, and this is a round they're doing that. Falcons ready.
Talked about it already, but JL's been having a real rough time here. And up until now, it doesn't feel like it's mattered massively, but this is one of those rounds where Falcons are going to test the waters of this top B control. JL's the guy out as sandbags as well. But it looks like that B control will end in a stalemate. Na'Vi are actually playing for top mid, and so if this is just a bit of posturing, you will have to force them off the angle. They've learned about the wonderful AWP now. So you see that NiKo and Kixan are starting to walk back over towards this B side. That bomb's still waiting in the apartments. This is looking like a bit of a repeat of the pistol round here from the Falcons.
You're gonna fall for it. Bit in the pit though, that's who you're challenging. As this happens, Wonderful moves in on A as well. The fake is coming in. Kixan's full selling it. He's in the bomb site. 20 seconds.
Really late.
Bit checks it. Now they know it's all a ruse. It's all a rumble. Wonderful's in the site. And Falcons aren't getting away with this again. Perfect flash. And m0NESY just swung. Bit. The time to kill is ridiculous. And NiKo just trying to save. Oh, looked for the AWP, but it's a really nice recovery for Na'Vi, who don't make the same mistake twice. You got to give them that. Hilarious if they hit the BXX there with all 5, they probably would have won the round. Like, it was Alexi in spawn and JL full blind, tucked in. He has 5 kills right now. And it didn't really matter as much on the T side, right? It felt like he was in a very hard role. He's getting minimal support on Banana. But now it does matter. Like 9-9, you're 5 and 12. You're going to be tested again, and you have to perform.
It's been a pretty acentric T side for Falcons.
Think that's going to end.
I agree with you, right? It feels like JL's 5 kills should matter way more, and that Falcons should be trying to bully him a little bit more in this game.
I think they're going to start. Bit shut them down multiple times in pit.
I mean, all this is doing the job of kind of showing is that Na'Vi's util over towards Banana, how they actually go about denying this control, is good. Right, Falcons are certainly gaining more ground over towards A at the start of the round, and that's lulling them into going for these takes. But Na'Vi want the A plays. Bit dead after 2. You would like to think that that's enough. Na'Vi fully scramble the rotates as well. They bring everyone over towards this A side of the map. They change their tune on that. Both B players going back. Wonderful now gets the spot. That's the bomb seen deep through short, but it's NiKo's catch that brings them into this round. Double up out of the apartments. Suddenly you're left wondering, that 2K from Bit might not have been enough.
Good molly.
And so it's not in getting tested on this B site that JL's 5 kills will be put under the microscope here. It's in this retake. Him and Alexi have got to combine to find this for Na'Vi. Flash through, Tessez repositions, swinging out now and taking a lot of damage. Tessez will get finished off. And Na'Vi stick the landing on that 4v2.
That's a relief at least. Because you feel like Wonderful, I can't believe he doesn't re-peek and go for the kill. Guess he thought he was spotted, but he got the info. And he just lets NiKo come out of apps and kill him. Never even tried to get that frag onto Tessez. Put into an impossible clutch on a wall-bangable box. Nice sequence from NiKo, but it matters not when he tries to reposition. They need the smoke. Lexi's been very cheeky in this CT side. When will we see Falcons look at this B bomb site? It almost feels like their only option in the next gun round. So I feel like there is a mind game here where it's like, do Na'Vis just start 3B and do Falcons keep going A?
I mean,
because that's what they expect.
There is very much a mind game at play in this game. And that is, you know, in this next gun round, now does it feel too obvious to try and go B, right? That's sort of the situation that Falcons having to come to grips with.
This is great space. Only 2 in the site.
Alexi knows that this is good space taken from the Falcons, so he tries to make a move, and with the no scope coming through from Wonderful, that is a very valuable kill.
Why the panic?
NiKo's heard this, though. He hears them both peel away, tried to take his timing, but there's no getting past Bit, who is just a laser. If it wasn't for Bit playing this good, this game would have been over a long time ago.
Yeah.
Falcons would be the one in the driver's seat, and they'd be laughing all the way to the bank, but instead, Bit is offering up all the resistance. m0NESY now left in this clutch, but no safe place to go. And Alexi leaves no stone unturned.
Dude, this is the worst place to be as a caller as well for Falcons. Like, how do you... you've kind of dug your own grave in a way. You set this up to be predictable, and now you either have to be predictable and hope you get away on merit off individuals, or you have to take the huge risk of, hey, Na'Vi, they're probably going to triple B. Let's go for the quick long take again that we won our first T round with, or our second T round with. And then you're going into Bit nonetheless, who is 23 and 50.
Yeah, dude, so much of this game is coming down to like the hulking individual effort from 2 players on either team, right? It's or 1 player from either team. It's Bit for Na'Vi, NiKo for Falcons. And in this second half, Bit has been hitting harder. And so that head-to-head, whoever gets to have their pop-off moment between NiKo or Bit feels like they shape up massively who wins the round. Let's see who can stick the landing here. It is that triple B start again for Na'Vi.
Bit more aggressive as well. He's in apps this time as Falcons take banana. They attempt to. NiKo eats a grenade. With the goal of pushing Na'Vi back. But again, with 2 in apps, are you convinced? High risk position.
This is a very risky position for JL. Hoping the element of surprise is enough to carry him through for these kills, but if it isn't, he will be that first domino to fall. Just plays on the timing while the smoke's up, making sure that no one pushes through.
Ooh, this is awkward.
And now they give up banana.
Yuma can see way more.
For Falcons, this is the best banana control you've had at this point in the round, and so I feel like this has to be the B play. Tesses and Madges both just posturing over towards A. Tesses flung out a little bit further afield. Madges should be the one going back to get that bomb.
Contact?
NiKo walking in. Smoke hits him. Alexi hears that. And so NiKo draws back. That might change the mind of Falcons. Being re-smoked at 30 seconds, they have to go back.
They're not going to check this. Oh, disastrous. Yuma holds the shot. This is it. This is all for Na'Vi. They're going for the BXEC. 2 CTs in position. Perfect Molotov for Alexi. The Util has been excellent. And JL's teeing up a flash to try and shut this down.
Second flash out from the spawn. It's Yuma just peppering them through. Bomb caught out in no man's land. And JL next to no impact in the game so far, but he gets it now. And it's that 3K that brings them on a map point.
Sure. Even he doesn't know what he just did. How he just got 3. They lined up. And a game that was going so well for Falcons just feels empty by the time it ends. A very strange map. And one where Na'Vi have absolutely earned this. If they can close it now without a blemish on this CT side. JL even finds an opening kill. Entering double digits. NiKo just going to try brute force right now, but the block comes in. Just get the spam kill off. 2 more CTs here. Knowing Emus here is a warning for Falcons to stop. But there's nowhere to go. And you back into the belly of the beast.
You've paid a very heavy price to confirm what you were maybe already suspecting here, right? That it was that triple B start. And now the only space they have is over towards this B site. You don't really have any option here but to follow through with a B play.
JL is low.
No Nico in the picture either, so it's down to the rest of them. And in rounds like this, really, you'd love to say you want m0NESY to find his impact.
Hasn't had a kill in a long time.
JL picks one off through the smoke. It's Magisk and it's Tezes. Have to try and keep Falcons on Inferno for one round longer. This was a game they were 7-1 up. They were storming the board in that first half. But as the game has raged on, a more terrifying figure emerges. Bit with a phenomenal map, keeping Na'Vi afloat and alive long enough for the rest of the roster to wake up. Na'Vi lock in Falcons map pick of Inferno.
You can molly. I'm ready to molly. Molly. Molly now. Wait, don't block.
He's burning, boys.
That should be one target. Pool. In CT. And CT. Left. Nice, Ilya.
Nice, Ilya.
You have it?
I think so.
I
It's
think
my
it
bad.
is. Yeah, I got it.
Nice, Ilya!
Let's fucking go, guys.
Clean.
Yeah, you should leave, Ilya.
If Ilya is coming, I will move to side.
I'm coming B here. I have a flash, guys. Long is open. It's fine.
Molly short.
I'm ready to flash. Should be B.
Flash up of triple. Flash.
Should be B.
Flash
B. Boom.
In B.
Bro, you died against smoke. It's fine.
Bro, I tried to block the smoke at 1 HP. I'm so stupid.
my God.
It's crazy.
He did that. There are two on side, guys. I'm only bike on left.
I'm coming so close.
I'm only bike. I'm coming.
Side.
I'm coming with you.
Low speed.
Nice.
I'm
taking behind.
Nice, guys. Very fucking good.
Fucking nice.
Nice, good. Defusing. XCP. Nico, we learn from mistakes. Man.
Nice, boys. Fucking nice.
You also died.
Nice, boys.
Nice, boys. Good shit.
It's fully burning. Wait, I'm gonna go out. Wait, I'm gonna bring. Aim it. He's planting deep in the corner. Next. In the corner.
I go first. I flash.
Yes, and we go.
I flash or we go? Flashing?
Yes, get on the front left side.
Keep hold.
Low.
I'm low.
Together from left.
Go.
Nice! Kick break, Justy, come on.
Oh, wow. You just joined in. You thought, you know what? Yeah, maybe the Falcons, I'm really buying into the program. Well, y'all were sleeping on Na'Vi, and I think that goes without saying. Yeah, the first half looked pretty good. You thought the Falcons were in the driving seat. But no, that dog ain't going to hunt, is it, Josh?
You're looking at that 7-1 scoreline, you're thinking, wow, it's in the bag, Na'Vi, another just poor performance, and they're not going to be able to crawl back from this one, but they turn it around. And we're looking at a kind of a Na'Vi reborn, and we were talking before the games went live, what is the floor looking like for Falcons? And I think we're seeing it kind of get exposed, caving in, falling through. It's not looking good. That's dangerous. We need to call OSHA or something.
Well, the good news is it looks like they've got pistols unlocked, so they've got that going on for them. At the very minimum, the game is significantly easier when you do win some pistols. Aside from that, yeah, it was a rip-roaring start in the first half. Their CT side, it looked like they were in firm control. You started to wonder, hey, is Na'Vi in the building? At what point do you think that they flipped that around on its head? Is it easy to pinpoint?
There's a couple of rounds. Looking at that first round win that Na'Vi got, they won it with nobody alive, and they lose the very next round. It puts them back to an eco, and that's where that 7-1 scoreline came in from that 5-1 up for the side of Falcons. But then last 4 rounds of the half were the side of Na'Vi to close it out. They lose pistol, but then they win that force buy in that second half. And I think that is where I would pinpoint it. Round 14 of the game is kind of where I'd say this is where Na'Vi really made it work and just kept closing out all the rounds. It's looking like Falcons was doing a good job at the start of the rounds, opening it up, getting into those winning situations, 5-on-3s, 5s-on-4s. But those 2-on-2s, Na'Vi was doing a really good job all throughout that second half of the game.
You talk a little bit about some of those earlier rounds, or rather rounds in particular, maybe perhaps even pinpointing right there that exact crux in time where it did fall apart for the Falcons. However, we'll start with that first gun round in round number 6 and what to look out for here.
Yeah, I mean, we're looking at Nico. They're winning 5-0. He's disrespecting right now this banana take from the side of Na'Vi, stands in fire, gets 2, eventually retreats with his life. 5-on-3, 5-0. They're 11 life. They're thinking everything's great. But then what happens here on the entry is Nico actually dies to a smoke, landing on his face, and you know, the round kind of slips away. This was a 3-on-5 that Na'Vi basically win with an entry from a smoke grenade. And then that's their first round on the board. And then, you know, a couple more rounds go the side of Falcons before Na'Vi finally are like, wait. We actually have a chance.
Well, it begs the question, Josh, has that ever happened before? Who's got the leading stats on smoke grenade entry frags?
You know, I'm not an esports historian by any means, so I don't actually have that on deck. I'm sure it's happened at some point in the history of CS, whether it be Source, Go, 1.6. I don't even know if it's actually 1.6.
Yeah, I don't think so.
But in CSGO, I've definitely probably seen you bounce a smoke off spawn wall and it gets someone. Yeah. This was one of those ones that go over top and it's probably going to land on the ledge, so it gets the boost as well. And Nico's just standing in a spot. Maybe he forgot, oh, I have 1 HP. I'm going to block this. That's like a natural instinct. Maybe he didn't see it coming. It just lands on his head.
Yeah, just a hole in one almost. Something like that. Yeah, speaking of which, let's continue with the rounds. Let's move a little bit further past this first half into that second half, that round 14. We're looking at a Na'Vi force. We talk about buying, we can certainly watch.
Yeah, I mean, it's the scoreline is going to be 8-5, and Nico just gets a really nasty just 4K on pistol round. And so it just goes into basically, okay, what's going to happen? CT side, you're on a force buy on round 2, you have those MP9s and everything. You're just hoping that the T's slip up, walk right into your crosshairs, walk into your crossfire, your stack, and that's pretty much what happens. So Na'Vi being able to pick that up, and then you're always just thinking, okay, CS, it's MR12 now, and what do? Do we force buy and let them have it, you know, more rounds, or do we eco and let them have more rounds? So that's basically the trap that Falcons fell into, and Na'Vi was able to start cleaning up rounds, and then suddenly they flip the score on its head, and you're like, wait, you blink and you miss it.
Really
How is Na'Vi in the head in the lead? Yeah.
Yeah, that round 14 that we were just discussing.
Yeah.
Probably better to watch. I mean, I love the way that you so eloquently describe what's going on here.
Yeah.
So do it again.
Well, here you go. You know, minute 20 left in the round. There's a Halls pop. Ooh. You got 5-7s here. You got MP9s here. And it's just the 5-7s and MP9s come out on top with, you know, against the MAC-10s. You have the supporting roles, Nico and m0NESY, the, you know, 2 best players on the team. You'd probably argue they have the rifles. They're in the back lines, but they're unable to clean it up in a 2 versus 2 at the end there. And I speak of 2v2s. I think there were probably 3 or 4 moments like that where we see Na'Vi coming out on top in those types of situations. And that's one of the things that Falcons need to clean up at the moment.
Yeah, well, for the Falcons, they do get an opportunity to clean themselves up, which is what takes us into the second map of the series, Mirage. Picking your brain here just a little bit, do we get a somewhat strong start perhaps, and then a swift response from the side of Na'Vi?
Well, that's the interesting question, because Falcons probably knows that Na'Vi was going to pick Mirage, but Falcons picked Inferno thinking that Na'Vi was showing weakness, and you would think Falcons would probably, maybe they were going to go for a map like Nuke, but it was banned out, so they don't get that. What do you go to? And they chose Inferno, which Na'Vi's been struggling on. Thought that they could catch them with the pants down, but actually, now you just got hit back in the face. Like, what? You're stunned. So Mirage, Na'Vi, the way they turn that around, the fact that it's their best map at the moment, I'm thinking Na'Vi might actually run away with this.
And I just wanted to correct you. I'm stunna, not stunned. I love when I get the
nerd.
Yeah, I do very much see that Na'Vi look like they are in the driver's seat right now. Looks like that little switch was hit. Perhaps there will be some more question marks around this wonderful side of things. Actually, now might be the perfect time to do that. Let's take a look at round number 19. This is a little bit later in the game, right? Wonderful playing Pit with the AWP. Gets a massive glimpse here, and I try to follow it right after this.
Yeah, I've seen him in this situation before, actually. where, oh man, you love that under porch, just spraying it down. But we've seen this setup from Na'Vi before where Wonderful gets that kill in Hulls, drops a smoke, and then backs up into pit. And, well, it's not looking great for him because he's just going to go down. Again, you'd see other operators maybe being a little bit more confident in their angles and taking those fights. But here, didn't do a good job of it. Comes down to this 2v2 between, you know, the two sides. And Na'Vi, we heard this, and actually the voice coming into this out of the game, and really good coordination from Na'Vi, communicating the whole way through, talking about making that plan before they go in. Okay, we're going to group up. Okay, I'm going to flash. I'm going to go first. We heard all of that. That was great. And this is showcasing kind of why Na'Vi was as powerful and dominant as they were last year.
Yeah, which is something that we're going to keep our eye on. Yeah, the big question marks around where is Na'Vi? Well, you're getting your answer, and you're getting it right now. It is the Intel Extreme Masters. We are live from Melbourne, however you want to say it. We're live from Australia. We've got the Falcons and Na'Vi. We go into map 2, Mirage on the cards. We're going to see if the Falcons can bounce back. Otherwise, let me remind you, you're watching the Intel Extreme Masters.
How are things going, Mr. Cervantes?
Things could be better, Hugo. Things could be a whole lot better.
I sure hope it's nothing serious.
No, nothing serious. Just a little problem with the old keyboard upstairs. Nothing that I can't handle though, Hugo. Thanks for asking.
SnapTap. Can't live with it? Can't live without it.
Words of wisdom, Hugo. Words of wisdom.
太热，睡不着。想睡不难。Tonya Nicole Top Cool 全新凉感系列，独家感动科技，顺良表布，结合天丝极细纤维，给肌肤最温柔的亲密接触。SGS 认证 QMax 0.53科技顺凉降6度，不被热洗的天堂才是你要的凉。多款原创设计 ，Tonya Nicole Top Cool 凉感系列全新上市，怎么动都感动。
3大健康问题：呼吸、体质、排便。台湾01医师调整，荣获全球多项大奖，台湾人的益生菌。
营养师轻食创立10周年，周年庆限时5重送。
A momentary loss of muscular coordination. I mean, just a little help from the keyboard, Hughes. Just a little help.
Trace! Trace! Thank God you're here. Texas used SnapTap at Pro League. ESL overturned their map win.
Texas used SnapTap at ESL Pro League? The fuck was he thinking?
see. I'm scared.
It's just like Mr. Richardson said. It's like Bogdan's Law. It isn't real.
The series continues to heat up with playoffs on the line here, and Na'Vi a map up. Inferno, the pick of Falcons in their back pocket. Well, now we head to a bit of a Na'Vi stomping ground. Mirage, their pick in this series. Is this Na'Vi looking to sprint across the finish line and guarantee themselves a playoff spot right now?
Yeah, it was very easy to be against Na'Vi, to be doubting them in that game, but they have absolutely pulled it back and solidified themselves as clear favorites for this matchup now. It's the map that they dominated on at their peak with this roster, and even now find solid wins on it. So Na'Vi coming in with all the confidence of that first map comeback, and Alexi shoots Tessis through his teammate's head. That's a great shot from Modesty mid-air, but Ima blasts his face off up close. Kixon in the B bomb site, jumping up and over, finds the bomb. It's loose now. It's a recovery mission, and there's no recovery in this round. Bomb dropped, players on the short side. Ima's trying to make it happen with low health. He finds a third headshot, and suddenly script flip back. Turn a new page, it's Magisk in the clutch.
I know where he is now as well. Bomb retrieved. Magisk still looking for that challenge, but Ima keeps up the strong start to his pistol, finishes it off with a fourth.
Both Ima and JL were like single-digit kills till the final 2 rounds of the previous map.
Well,
right? Like neither of them playing well.
This is very reassuring because, you know, it's no secret that Inferno got picked up for Na'Vi in huge part because of Bit's individual effort, right? He had multiple 3Ks over towards that A site. He bailed them out to open up the second half and deny the conversions.
See ya.
And so you want a bit of a supporting cast now to step up around him. If Ima can join the ranks, and it doesn't have to be a bit one-man army, that gets way more comfortable for Na'Vi. They lose him early on in this round. Another kill comes forth from the Monacy scout as Na'Vi will go pressuring into the spawn. They don't like what they see. Another back from Magisk. And spawn control denied. Instead, they go looking for Tesses. It's a lot of damage done to him back in the connector. And they chase that kill down and give themselves a little bit of breathing room here. A far better position now to look back and fight the spawn. It's just Monacy. Both these players tagged up, so that scout is going to hit like an AWP, but round's too far gone, and Wonderful will stop him in his tracks.
Felt like Na'Vi almost threw that away with the spawn control. I don't know if Alexi realized he had the bomb. He's jumping up deep spawn with a MAC-10 with the bomb on his back, and luckily someone bails him out with that deep smoke. Actually, it might have been his, but whew. Nice pullback for Na'Vi. And they use Falcon's own CT smoke against them to chase down that con player. Very fluid rounds for Na'Vi so far in that 2v1 on B and right there in the 3-on-3.
Ooh.
Dude, the Deagles. They're coming back in fashion.
I mean, these rounds always feel awkward when you lose the first kill like that, right? No chance for a trade. You have to play from the back foot now in a 4v5. One upside is that that gun is like fully irretrievable. It's gone. But suddenly, you know, you lack that ability to kind of go and seek info. Instead, you just have to set your sights on a bomb site here. And that gives the gamble that Falcons have pulled in here that much more of a leg to stand on. Na'Vi committing in with 30 seconds left. going into the full force of the Falcons. They'll clip their wings to open, but there's those Deags opening the round back up. Kixan can't wrestle with that Deagle. Bit will find him. And so it's only NiKo left now. Gun retrieved over on short. He gets the spot off, knows where both players are. NiKo's got to be real clean with it though, and Bit holds that line down. Clutch denied for NiKo. A close round there with just the pistols out of the Falcons. Na'Vi still stick the landing though on those conversions, getting off to a good start here on Mirage.
Yeah, this is a really reassuring game for Na'Vi, and I mentioned this last map, I want to bring it up again because I feel like people already do more on this team right now. Sure, the Shanghai Major, it went horribly. They got grouped by Heroic. They didn't make it to the playoffs. No doubt that was a dismal result to end an otherwise great year for Na'Vi. But this year, everyone's like, this team's done for. Man, they've lost to Spirit in 3 different playoffs. And sure, the fashion of those losses aren't always great. But at the same time, Spirit were their kryptonite the whole year. So, with the exception of those Spirit games, Na'Vi have, I think, been fine. Like, a couple of upsets. I think people are really out on this team right now. But the fact that they can win that previous map with JL and Ema playing pretty poorly is credit to this system that we heralded so much in 2024. So I don't know. Hot take, I don't think they're that bad.
No, I know, but when you're in Na'Vi, you don't be in Na'Vi to be not bad or just good. You want to try and be the best, right?
Sure.
JL. And Bit. Oh, that's awkward.
Not an awkward.
That's really awkward. Wonderful now is to clutch up. Kixan's delivered a double from nowhere. Falcons could get on the board right now. This was meant to be a done deal for Na'Vi, and Kixan makes them walk it back. That is a ludicrous round to have picked up.
I take it all back. Not really. Oh, it's awkward as well for Wonderful. He gets trapped on that Rop's position, and he can't leave in the clutch. So he has to force the swing, and Tessa's played it really well, walking close to the bench. Very awkward miss for Bit that has huge ramifications. Oh, Tessa didn't even know he was CT. Okay. Slap on the wrist from Blade in this tack timeout from Na'Vi, but let's see if they can wipe the slate clean.
Last round's going to feel like a kick in the teeth for Na'Vi. Felt like they'd done the hard part. Fell apart on the closer, and what they're trying to do now is just avoid this having, you know, turn into any sort of groundswell for Falcons. You want to keep them on the back foot as much as you can here. Both teams have their money on the edge, you know, riding on this round. For Na'Vi, that would be holding on to a strong lead. For Falcons, that is tying this game up and keeping it very competitive to open. So Na'Vi head into this round far slower. Waiting to see if Falcons make a play early, knowing that there's still going to be limitations on this round. What would that last one coming down to a 1v1? Ema will take a nade to the face. Double nades at that. They are really hurting Ema as he tries to lurk out through lower. He's still waiting back over here towards Palace. Could get the drop on m0NESY, but that was your best chance to find him. Now that AWP is going to be ready. Posted from the spawn.
He's got to
it's
do
the
it
lurk from Ema that lends a real helping hand here, getting out through the jungle and opening up this path for them to cross on in.
Sure, that works. m0NESY bailing? Are they like already leaving? He pulled back from spawn. He never even tried to play this round. I'm very surprised to see him do so. He knew he had a kill in Palace available, a player that was gonna swing, and he never tried to take it. So calling it off really early there, Falcons.
I think, you know, from positioning, I can see why. It's like a really rough round to try and break back into with no jungle, no, you know, kind of CT if m0NESY had hung around, but even then, scary.
At the same time, I think those are the rounds that m0NESY wins you out of nowhere, right? Like that's what he's there for. But, you know,
I don't imagine his confidence is sky high either, though, right?
No,
like, he had a couple of pretty rough misses on Inferno.
Which is weird. He started with the rifle. He got a lot of, you know, ego kills early. He got the anti-ecos, won the pistol. And then, yeah, AWP out, a lot of whiffs. Just ran out of money. So can m0NESY collect himself here? 4-1 up for Na'Vi despite the awkward A-site post-plant. They've recovered fine. And I guess the benefit of that save is Falcons have another full buy that they wouldn't have had otherwise. So they still get to go ban for ban against Na'Vi. Hell, Falcons will go M for M. We know that.
Back of that timeout, Falcons have changed a little their approach to mid. They were a bit more active there with the double swing out through con and window. Clear they didn't like how easy Na'Vi got that mid control in the last round. But Na'Vi want nothing to do with mid here. It's just Ema left to his own devices to lurk out through lower. A little bit later on, Con Smoke dropped in. Double purpose to that, right? It gives Ema a little channel to move through out the connector on a timing, and it also denies vision. JL might get that first, blinded, able to rescue a second, and now Bit strikes out through the apartments. That's a clean sweep of the A site for Na'Vi.
It's a classic Na'Vi A split, right? And it didn't even require Ema to do anything, but his presence is such a nuisance for Falcons. They know what they're up against, and the spacing is so nice, even with good flashes. JL full blind, able to convert his second kill. Na'Vi make it look so easy. And they've got that AWP trapped as well. That's a crazy shot for m0NESY on the jump up, but they're coming for him. They know the value of removing this AWP. You can win around CT side Mirage on your own.
100%, right? Especially when it's m0NESY donning it. Even in a game where he's not had the usual performance you expect from him. m0NESY is very much the type of guy that can win you around on his own with this AWP, so they really want to knock it out. If they do, they have a tremendous degree of freedom in that next round, and so they will knock that AWP out of m0NESY's hands. That frees you up to be pretty direct with the call here. You don't have to approach this next one like it's a gun round. Oh, it is a gun round.
Ooh, it wasn't meant to be a gun round. They're making it a gun round.
Putting in a bit of extra cash, right? Loss bonuses maxing out. This is going to leave them limited in terms of nades on a few players, but this is a fine buy to bring out if you're Falcons.
Okay, yeah, mid-rush, they're making it cheeky. They haven't cleared Alexi. They're acting like he couldn't be here, but he crept behind the smoke and he gets 2 with their backs turned. Alexi reflash, looking for a little bit more out of ammo, but his job feels done, as does the round. Rifle lost in middle. Falcons curiously don't realize Alexi made it out. And Ema in mid is a real nuisance. So Na'Vi 6-1. Clinical T-side. Ema's going for info. I love that. With just a Glock, he's not giving m0NESY a weapon. He just wanted to make sure A was clear or find him, and then the rifles at far will pick him off. That's, I think, a very smart way to go about it. m0NESY just left with the Deagle. And 1 bullet from departing the round. Love that from Na'Vi. And Alexi's right. That was only a half. Got the big guns out, got m0NESY's AWP. I just want to see him get involved now, right? Like, be at the forefront. Screw it, you may die, you may 45 your team, but they're struggling enough holding these sites on these undersplits. So, let's get m0NESY involved.
Yeah, it's felt very passive, hasn't it? And that's not really what you attribute to this m0NESY or been a bit of the women mercy of Na'Vi in their util.
Nico.
Because he's not been playing first, he's rarely got to play into any of these rounds, right? The last 3 of them have just been m0NESY trying to stay alive in saves.
Let's have a look. Nico was talking a lot. m0NESY was nodding, looking at him. So maybe there's a play being set up here. m0NESY solo A supporting mid with flashes. And Nico going for the boost up ladder. So a bit of mid control here for the Falcons being attempted. And Na'Vi just go back to their standard default. Taking mid with 4, 2 under, 2 top.
Falcons aren't fighting for mid, but they are fighting for all the avenues spring off from it. They're really hoping that this play comes in over towards Cap, but Ema has just been a master of threading the needle on these timings.
Oh, it doesn't even take it.
Doesn't take that chance kill on a Nico. Instead, he wants the round win. He wants the surprise B kill. And there it is. Teed up. Oh, Kicksan turned. Good realization from Ema. Good flick back to find him. Magisk was waiting here since the start of the round as their third player over towards short, but Ema just taps him out cleanly.
It's not missing.
And now it's lurks on lurks. Nico survived the crossing of Ema last time, but Bit is not so forgiving. And once more, m0NESY is left saving this AWP.
What a turnaround in the series for Ema. Bottom performer with JL in that previous map. Didn't really have to say his name. He came into this one with a huge 4K on a pistol, disadvantaged. And he's continually found himself in really powerful positions. Kills or not, he's been winning rounds off of them. Very nice to see. 7-1 for Na'Vi.
Well, so this is a threat that Na'Vi have largely been able to dodge in the game up until now because they've done a great job of hunting m0NESY whenever he's tried to save these orbs, right? But in this next round, Falcons won't have a buy. They can put some money in. They can get some SMGs, pistols, you name it. They can get it. But they want to keep enough cash to have a full buy in the next. With m0NESY holding on to that AWP, this kind of puts him in a position now where he has to make a play. It's been decided for him.
Don't know why kicks and turn. But Spidey senses. Oh, that was a kill. Yeah, we saw Magis POV.
Finally, I think we're going to have m0NESY have to be involved there.
Yeah, he's been...
And the money has decided the outcome of this.
I think they've also requested him to be playing CT. He's been solo A, so he's not, he's playing passive. Now he actually gets to force kills, going through the smoke. Magis stops bitten his tracks on that Palace play. He's going to get flashed back out.
Supportive util. m0NESY has to leave. He's smoked off. Magis still up through the Palace control, but he is being lurked on by Ema, who has been able to find every single gap in the Falcons' defense.
Ouch.
Oh, that's awkward for Wonderful. Right as he leaves the line, m0NESY moves in. That AWP finally striking and having impact while the round is live. 2 on 3 now, and it was just that AWP to worry about in this round, but with success from Magis Contessez. Now m0NESY on the board. Deagle's closing in. The net is closing around Na'Vi. They need to alleviate some of this with a kill, and they don't convert on a Nico. It's just Alexi. m0NESY's AWP holds that angle and locks in a surprise win for the Falcons. Second round picked up after a drought of rounds in this first half. 4-round streak for Na'Vi stopped in its tracks.
Yeah, Nico's been quiet as well, but he keeps the pressure on in that round from jungle, getting a tag with a Deagle, living, letting his team come out spawn. And finally Falcons do something.
No, you're dead on, right? Like, Nico only got the one there, but the kill he gets is super important, and most importantly, he just didn't die. Like, if he falls and suddenly they can, play with jungle, the safety of jungle and connector, only worrying about CT, Na'Vi probably win that round.
Oh. Missed window.
Is it? Because
he didn't block it. They missed it.
No, but Ema's walking through lower with JL.
Yeah, you could do it, but it's risky.
He also threw a different lineup to usual.
Okay.
But now it doesn't look
if he walked through it into the con smoke, I'd be buying it, but it just feels like it was missed. Another boost up inside. They know they've been caught by this time and time again. JL's on the lurk this time. It's going to make it in. Just hang out. Another re-smoke. It's going to be a late round here for Na'Vi.
I feel like you kind of want Ema playing first here.
Yeah, so it looks like
JL's they definitely, especially with the third re-smoke in the window, they won't expect JL. If Ema is spotted in that kill feed, Wonderful on the board first. Ema trying to get on the board, and there's JL pouncing in through the back line.
Poor Nico just shot in the back of the head. So many of these rounds. Bit comes flying out of Palace. And one thing I will say about this series, Wonderful has been really reliable. We often say he misses a lot of easy shots, a lot of shots that he's required to hit. And even though he's not often set up to succeed in this team, he's been reliable. He's been consistent. He's been hitting the ones he has to. That's a huge kill to bail out Alexi on the A split. Goes on to finish the round. And yeah, Nico's in window and connector, and he's just getting shot in the back most of this game.
Yeah, the thing that's been
Na'Vi's
nice
got him right where they want him.
On the Wonderful topic is he's not having these crazy sequences, but he is nailing every trade, it feels like. Okay, that's fine. Bit able to deal with it. Even flicking back on a Nico. All a bit wet and wild over towards the A side, but m0NESY slipping and sliding over towards jungle, looking for that route back in. Forced off by the molly. He's burning alive. Too hot to handle for m0NESY.
Scolding.
And okay, last time Na'Vi were in this position, they kind of threw away the 3v2, right? And that was what gave Falcons that first round on the board. This time, they are far safer with it. There's no crazy outlandish angle being held by Bit on an AWP. They tuck in, they play around this bomb. And they never give Falcons the chance to be interested in this 2-on-3. Money decides it for Falcons. They've got to leave. Na'Vi shooting for double digits on the half.
Super tight game from Na'Vi. Maybe a setup here for the sniper in the final round of this T side. Falcons have had no control of middle this entire game. Haven't really attempted to even take it back, with the exception of that one eco where they half-bought and pushed up mid, and even then they bailed. Here we go, here's some proactive play, kicks and pushing B all the way. It's just going to look for a clean headshot. Nico, don't get shot in the back. Jump spot in CT heard. Bit, beautiful kill. Oh, Nico needed that just for confidence, if nothing else. Trying to stay alive in this round towards Connector. JL's hunting him down. This con-split's coming in. Ema finally humbled by Nico. It's taken all game. m0NESY in middle, and one by one, it seems like Falcons might find a third.
Let's not count him out of this just yet. JL in a very powerful position here. Flung out over towards the spawn. He'll continue to go fishing through the back line of the Falcons. He needs this fight. If he gets it, runway is open to a 2v4 for him. And oh my God! Jay Legend, all right. What is that? m0NESY, last one standing. 2 bullets cut through his teammates like a hot knife through butter. Can m0NESY be the one to deliver this? Gets past Wonderful, but is there stopping JL with the hot hands he currently possesses? m0NESY will. Oh my God. m0NESY clutches up to find 3 for the Falcons. But Na'Vi still the ones in pole position as JL, stern look on his face, he means business.
最近哦，真的觉得自己老了，爬山爬没几步哦，好累好喘哦。
新闻活心，美国专利活心配方，含松果菊苷 B1，有助于维持心脏正常功能。
实验证明有效提升2天耐力。
开始吃信辉活心之后吼，现在一次爬4楼都不累不喘哦。
健康从心开始。信辉
母亲节特惠，信辉活心买2送1，请洽信辉专柜药师。
金融市场只有真枪实弹的操作才是王道。我是亚洲投顾曾英杰分析师，即日起股票全面开放世代，不事先收取任何费用，先成功再成交，先成功再成交，心动不如马上行动，速拨报名专线0800370888，0800370888。
Yeah.
Let's go, boys. Come on, we can fucking come back still.
Falcons believing in the comeback. Hope will die last after all, but they're going to have to put down a red-hot Na'Vi to avoid them going 2-0 and into the playoffs. This could give us a Na'Vi Vitality semi-final matchup. We're only a few rounds from that fact. Unbelievable round out of JL at the end, but it is m0NESY finally getting activated to win out a round for the Falcons. They needed that one.
m0NESY finishing off that first half top of the board for all the Falcons shows why, you know, his kind of absence early in the game felt so notable. Fast play out in towards the A site for the Falcons. Na'Vi teed up to play retake here. They're going to have to lend a lot of time to JL on this flank.
Yeah, like too much time for the fact they don't have a kit. It's full spawn setup. Lexi with the flashes. Falcons with the flashes as well. Out they go, and in come Na'Vi with some kills. Last bullet had to hit. m0NESY recovers after a bit of a twirl. Here's the flank. Got to go right in right now and get these kills. JL climbing up, still gets a headshot. They win it! They win it like that!
What?
How did they win that? How did they win that?
Where did this come from?
They got it.
He had a diabolical map one. He looked like a shell of himself.
It was that 3K in the last round.
3K in the last round where like it wasn't even. JL kind of stumbled into a great round on that final round of Inferno. But here on Mirage, this is the JL you came to see.
He got headshot and he still just lands that immediate kill. Bruh. 14 and 9. It's JL time. Na'Vi just trying to walk this one over. And Falcons don't force after a bomb plant and pistol. Sign of the times. Lexi with no support right now. Can't afford to give away this kill, so good bit of util to stall out B. Oh, that's just fucking unreasonable, to be honest. Like, GG.
Good though, innit?
For him.
Look at Tessa's smiley little face in the picture, all grayed out.
Rest in
like
peace.
The in memoriam segment. Always seemed like a nice guy, did that, Rene?
He was so young. JL, triple lineup.
Counter-terrorists win.
5 alive. Two Eagles, two. Doesn't look better. Looks worse actually from his POV. It's like, yeah, I lined that up. Okay, your one chance, Falcons. Or it's Na'Vi to the playoffs.
On the upside, after the BS jump shot, like, it actually can't get any worse.
That's
so,
true.
Hey. There's always that. Let's see what Falcons can do. They've got some control over middle. It's been given to them by Na'Vi. Weren't looking to hang around and fight this. Ema gets the smoke blown open, but NiKo still wins that fight. That's the opening. Kicksand's trying to take the room on the back of it, and that kill comes for free. Big old hole in the Na'Vi defense after the con kill. NiKo will slide right into the gap that he created. Ooh. Jittery, he's spooked. And Wonderful gonna be the one to take the edge there. JL now looking on from the spawn. Offers up one more. This felt like it was a Falcons round all day long after a double kill entry out through the connector, but Wonderful's called all that into question. It's Alexi with this blessed MP9.
Boom.
Nade comes in, he gets it. Oh my god, it's Alexi versus Tessez. The beef from the last round, the 1v1 jump shot. Can Alexi do it to him again? Oh, he's jumping, he's charging up his special move.
Boom.
Another nade, more damage, brings Tessez down to the one-shot headshot realm. Spam connects as well. Tessez is wounded. Deagle pulled for Alexi, but he can't quite get a bearing. Whittled down, finished off. Tessez will get his revenge.
Doesn't feel too consequential right now, but it has given Falcons a chance in this game. A 3-on-5 that gets very, very close, and Alexi trying to do a lot. Maybe too much. Wonderful orb. Na'Vi aren't pinching pennies for this reset round. They can ruin Falcons' day by winning it here. Falcons surviving with one player will have nothing.
Na'Vi, you're going to have to do it from a back foot position though, right? Less util in this round. No kit to work with. Gonna need to cook in some of these early fights. You are a bit at the mercy of Falcons, right? They just out-util you here. They're able to lock off these angles in mid. Don't have the flashes to, recommit, clear this. Nades to blow smokes open, so you are on the whim of the Falcons. Ema plucks one from the Rex. JL aggro out through short, but silenced after one. These are good trades from the Falcons.
Oh, they missed it. Well, that cost them. Good shot for Tessez. He really had to hit that. The bomb was coming in late, low, and middle. Magisk out of Palace. Really should be a save here for Wonderful. Falcons just trying to survive in this series. Find their way to 5, and they do it with 3 up. Makes all the difference at this point. You don't want the game to come down to economy when you've already got such a long comeback in front of you. Gonna get full AKs. And of course, we'll need to see NiKo try and reset, because that first half, it was just all shots in the back. It was all these lurk timings. Ema getting up corner through window behind him. Palace player.
It's not every day you see NiKo like getting out-positioned and out-maneuver as he has done in this game. Na'Vi have certainly done a very, very good job of making his life miserable. But yeah, I think you're dead on. You want to see a NiKo recovery. Even thinking back to that last map on Inferno, right? The best times that Falcons were having was when NiKo was playing really, really well. And as he as the game went on and he found less and less impact, you really felt that. So yeah, he will be a requirement. I think it's great right now that m0NESY's trying to keep the game afloat. Tessez in the last 2 rounds has had some nice impact as well, winning the 1v1 over Alexi. Getting a key kill to open up that last one. But to think that you could launch a comeback like this without NiKo feels like wishful thinking for the Falcons. Let's see if he can get switched back online. They are going into this stack. Oh, JL clean with it.
Don't know how he does that. Yeah, save the orb. I like their bodyguarding this as well.
Since getting jump shot, Tess has had every kill he's wanted.
True. Kill around. Play with the tag. Just trying to get ahead of it because it's not at worry point yet for Na'Vi, but we all know these games can close up really, really quickly. And Falcons playing like they have nothing to lose, being this down in the game.
And you know, it's like comebacks feel so lethal in this, not even just because the MR12 situation, but the economy just closes in so fast around the CTs, and for T's, it feels so easy to keep growing it, right? Like once you have them in this sort of position where every round they're losing leads to an eco in the next, you know, you have a way to pad your money. Meanwhile, the buys still feel very, very limited for Na'Vi. That restricts the playbook. That restricts some of the moves you can do. And then the game closes up, and suddenly, you know, even winning that one round to get up onto 12 doesn't break your opponent's money. Falcons are still very much in the fight. So yeah, I think it's good. Blade trying to get ahead of this comeback. Impart some words of wisdom here on a strong buy for Na'Vi. Only one kit on the round. It's on Alexi, so you will be keeping your eye on number 3 over towards this B site. Bomb left back in spawn, so something a little bit slower here from the Falcons.
Under smoke in the way. Kind of annoying. Nico waiting it out and kicks it out top middle. Na'Vi are fine to respect this, it seems. It's going to be a B hit, but they are making it look like they're going for mid-control. Coming up Con. Kick certainly got this entry last time on short. He's going to look for it once more, and it might be his. But both players tucked, really playing for the apartments play right now. This is a good setup for Na'Vi. As long as they check short, Alexi turns in time, he gets a dink. It's not enough. Ima needs to hold strong. He's going to rock this game, but he's going to get blocked after one. JL's crept out. They might not know about this. Kixon tries to clear. The grenade is good, but JL's got cover from the AWP. He's running into the shot. Can't save him there. Dink is nice, but wonderful in the sight. Bomb naded. This is so weird, and Na'Vi just keep throwing themselves in. Nico too late, looking for lurkers. Maybe arriving just in time. 1v1, headshot machines on either side. Nico v bit, and he's gonna tap him out. That's the confidence-inspiring round that we needed from Nico.
Yeah, that's a huge pickup, especially because he's arriving into that B site late. He's worried he's missed his window, worried he's let the team down by, you know, not being there in the first instance. But able to pick it up in the 1v2. Clean stuff on a wonderful for open, and then yeah, you're dead on. These are two, you know, great aimers squaring off in that 1v1 head-to-head.
Do we have a game?
Another one of these slow mid creeps from the Falcons. Just wants to try and chase this while he's got wonderful boxed in. He does well to convert on that kill after it gets a bit muddy. Falcons don't get caught jumping the gun in a 5-on-3. A tremendous amount of map control right here, right? Apartment, short, mid, holding on to pushes through the spawn. Feels like this is going to end over towards that B site. They could elect to give some time to Nico and just go back and join him. And if he follows through on this A play, might get the better of bit again. There you go, bit of a taste of their own medicine. Nico spent that entire first half getting shot in the back of the head like that.
Oof, that's ugly. But the cover is there. Simple round for Falcons, and 11-3 to 11-8. Na'Vi back on a full buy.
a row for Falcons to tighten this game up. Still more rifle rounds to break through, but that gap well and truly closing. 2 rifle rounds in this between Falcons and a tie game. More mid control. No answers yet for Na'Vi. This time NiKo makes it up into the window. Emo was doing this all throughout the first half for Na'Vi. Let's see how NiKo's odds fare.
Are they going to be aware? Doesn't look like it. No one's even really considering this. NiKo could have both kills. He saw that. He's walking past, looking for both. Alexi jumping at the same time. NiKo going for gold, going for both. Easily done. That's beautiful work. Oh, and of course it lets him down. Classic. Yeah, back to the AK.
That's NiKo's breakthrough moment.
Wow. It's like therapy. Got that 2 beautiful taps. Swap to the AWP, miss a shot. But Falcons win it off of the window lurk.
This is starting to feel really frustrating for Na'Vi. You saw some of that setting in the last round, right? Wonderful. With a bit of a death slam, bit of a mutter under his breath.
Bit as well in the 1v1. Knows he could have just closed the game there.
Yeah,
won that 1v1 v
you've
NiKo.
had a couple of chances if you're Na'Vi. And now, you know, your own recipes to success from that first half are being used against you. The window boost that gave them so many rounds on their T side used just as effectively by NiKo.
So funny how NiKo, like, when he picks the AWP, it's like, oh yeah, I really want the one-shot gun. It's like, bro, you're holding the one-shot gun. Your AK is the most one-shot AK in the world. Here we go, 2-round split. No AWP. Oh, m0NESY opening up. Now we're reaching breaking point for Na'Vi. A 4v5 and there's nothing they can do about it. Feels like a game that could end in 24 rounds. Or maybe have the cooling for more. And instant regroup. This is a nice call for Falcons. NiKo's going to play late on the underlurk. And just a normal AX egg. That smoke block is well timed. And the gamble. Are they trading positions? Trading nades. It's taking the util away. Clearing the lurker, but NiKo is super late on this round because of the ramp smoke. He's not opted to go early. Execute on the A side. Magisk can go through that smoke. Molly on the top of the balcony. Out they come.
Molly gonna go in. But Alexi played over the top of the Palace Molly, so he gets out with 1 for free. Still, time was limited on Alexi. And that plant found for Falcons, a man down in this retake. Na'Vi, if they're not given a reason to go for this, they might never attempt it. Bit goes fishing, looks for that first kill. It's JL to reclaim it. 2 kills from him out towards the spawn. Na'Vi, this is the best position they've been in yet. The best spot they've been in a long time. And m0NESY looking to take it all away.
Default.
In the 1v1, but m0NESY puts on a clinic. You finally get that big m0NESY round and it keeps this comeback alive for the Falcons.
Oh, that's devastating. He could have just gotten on it. He could have just gone straight to the site. At least tap it to force m0NESY into an uncomfortable position, but JL was feeling it and m0NESY 1 step further. 4 kills on the AWP. Found that opening onto Ima. He shuts down the round. And JL got to be kicking himself. He liked his odds on the headshot angle. Can barely blame him, but m0NESY with probably his best round of the series and at the most important time, shutting down that retake for Na'Vi. A retake that felt like it was a throw round for Falcons, right? Those 2 CT players looking nowhere.
I mean, that was the perfect storm to win it if you're Na'Vi. I'm worried that their goose is cooked on this one now. Like, JL is having a phenomenal map. He's looking really, really crisp. I think he's had some insane moments with the taps that he's delivered us. But in a critical clutch moment, in rounds where he's so often been left out of the action and had to save or been put in these unwinnable positions, he finally got to have his impact and was on a roll to pick up the win for Na'Vi right there.
It's just crazy because you know it hurts Na'Vi because we've seen them now lose 3 really awkward clutches and they all look tilted. They all look pissed off. It's head in hands. Like, that gets to you. Falcons, meanwhile, they're winning these moments. They're celebrating. They're full of momentum, full of hype. This is 11-3. So Na'Vi doubting right now. These rounds can get sticky. JL's Deagle at bench, Alexi's MP9. The final block on this B site. Will it stop Falcons? It doesn't look like it. They're going.
Dead on. These can be deceptively hard to put away, though. Your opponent playing far looser, like they have nothing to lose. Let's see if Falcons can contest with that. JL had a kill on a silver platter there, but couldn't get it. Tessez, double kill on the entry. m0NESY now on the angle. Denies that push out through the market. And yeah, this one dominantly falls in favor of the Falcons. 11 all. And that's after a 9-3 first half. That's after Na'Vi win the pistol, stick the landing in that second round. 11-3 was the score, and now we're all tied up.
Very impressive resilience for Falcons. Plenty of reasons to stop believing. Plenty of chances for Na'Vi to close this one out. A silent NiKo. A pretty irrelevant m0NESY on the CT side. Oh, and they find the exit. That's such a huge kill as well. It's not going to stop a full buy, of course, but just having that little bit extra. So there's no question about your investment in the final round of regulation. Na'Vi have to buy now. They have to do it, or Falcons' 11-3 comeback is all but complete.
Yeah, it might not be the final round, but this is the round that means everything to Na'Vi. This is their last buy.
Oh, dude, if he shot at any point.
It felt like any other time other than when he did. That could have been a kill.
Shot
maybe even a collateral. Wonderful's not to know that. As you've seen frustration seeping in for Na'Vi Zorp. Wonderful decides he wants to be involved. He wants to make a play. Active on that AWP. NiKo gets picked up first.
He's trying to force it out with a jiggle, but Wonderful quick today.
And even this is somewhat uncharted territory for the Falcons. They've had a lot of success in these opening fights. They've often been playing from the front in these rounds. Even when they don't get the opener, they'll have hot trades. This time it is an untraded 4v5, and so they move into a set call. Kixan brings everyone back over towards A.
It's a really nice position for Bit.
Wonderful started this with the opener, but now m0NESY is about to face him head on from ramp. If Wonderful hits this, the round is teed up for Na'Vi, but the flash gets him off the line. Now m0NESY owns this angle. Bit is that next point of contact. Tucked in over towards Sandwich, he'll get overran. m0NESY delivers, Ema dead, Falcons break through. JL, he had his moment, he had his chance last time from this exact position. Can he provide anything to Na'Vi here? Flash leaves him blind. JL, this has got to be his moment, because if not, it's over for Na'Vi. They're broken this next round. The comeback would be complete for the Falcons. Alexi 1v2 knows about this player trapped under the palace. Just has Tessez, the man that he jumping one shot earlier on a beat, but he can't get past him. Revenge is sweet for Tessez. Rene with another clutch over Alexi. And Falcons onto map point.
Unbelievable game for Falcons. The fact that they're still here, they're winning these difficult rounds, they're closing clutches, 4v5 off the mid kill, they execute in, and they still close it out. It's a real shame Bit couldn't find his kill in the sandwich. The timing on his peak really off. Unlucky. But this comeback's been all skill for Falcons. Na'Vi sinking into their seats after every missed opportunity. It didn't feel like it mattered at 11-3. Well, now they're compounding. And this is the buy to stop overtime, to start overtime, to stop this map from ending. Dust 2 is the finale. That was the Falcons' go-to. That was their home map. It's one that Na'Vi have struggled on as of late. This was meant to be a swift and easy series straight into the playoffs. Falcons are putting that all to
in this
question.
silence, look at this. Na'Vi feeling some pressure, right? They're working within limitations in this round. They've called a bit of a gamble, lean over towards B that gets hastily dismantled now.
There's no kit. Like, you're not playing an A anchor. You're going to be 5v5 retake. I don't know how Na'Vi win this.
It gets out to a strong position, but he will struggle to get away with much from here past that first contact. Flash comes out. It's got to be a seamless couple of kills here from Bit, but it's just the one. Magisk and m0NESY offer up those trades, and it is the trade work from Falcons that has set them apart here. m0NESY looking to close, 25 kills deep. A comeback that felt impossible. 11-3 down, but they stick the landing. Falcons had no business winning that. They take 10 rounds straight on their way to a comeback. This series rages on. Falcons still in with a shot of the playoffs.
Nico, you can leave.
I lift. I'm pushing.
One is here, guys. One is in the corner underground.
Yeah, but I have on the window, Nico.
Oh,
kitchen, guys. The FB.
One guy must say, guys. Okay.
He's low bench, Emil. That guy's low. One B ups, one bench.
Kitchen's alive, yeah. Oh,
yeah, he went bench. Kitchen guy's bench.
On TV.
Nice, yeah.
Let's go, boys. Come on, we can fucking come back still.
Let's do something together nonetheless. Maybe we can get a lucky bomb plant.
Oh yeah,
well, here, yeah?
Yeah, there's the deal.
I will take it. I hope. I have it. He smoked B-ups. Let's not go to the Magdan, maybe.
Take his up.
One faded.
I have behind it.
Playing fire. CT.
CT and stairs.
Default vent.
Bench. Bench dead.
One more
bench. Dead.
Last CT.
I have right firebox.
Default vent.
Yeah! Let's fucking go, guys. Let's go.
Fucking nice.
Flash.
One jungle.
No flashing.
Bench.
Can we peek? No,
3,
wait,
2,
wait.
1.
I'm playing safe.
I'm on HP.
Nice, man. The
Intel Extreme Masters in Melbourne 2025 is delivering time after time. That's right, because these rounds, well, they're not just finding themselves. It's the Falcons amassing a comeback here to be discussed, talked about, and probably even examined at some points. I've got Josh Nissan with me. And for what is Na'Vi looking good in control to now we have a real series on our hands.
That timeline is something beautiful. I mean, we look at Falcons going into that second half after being down 9-3. They lose pistol. They choose to save. They give Na'Vi the 11th round, and then it's just round after round after round. Falcons, Falcons, Falcons. I think there were 6 clutches involved in that comeback. Overall, I know that there were at least 6 clutches, 1vx's, and it's just absurd because that first game we were talking about how Na'Vi were winning out those 2v2 situations, closing out all those rounds, and you have to think to some of these crucial moments like, oh my god, JL, he comes down into those 1-taps in that round, and then he whiffs a spray, and then I think it started kind of bearing down on him because you saw that clutch that NiKo and m0NESY had on their T side, 2v3, where JL could have just gone to default, started the defuse, m0NESY's ramp, what is he gonna do? Peeks, dies. And it's just clutch after clutch after clutch for Falcons. That timeline is nice.
Yeah, it almost kind of looks in a lot of ways like, yes, m0NESY did perform. Like, obviously that.
Oh yeah, he dragged them across the finish line.
Like, he obviously performed. There were flashes of brilliance in there, but you do love seeing it on both sides. Normally we talk about 1-taps. Well, I guess we're going to have to crown that now for JL, right? We can probably even look at some of these rounds in particular, not rounds per se, but a highlight package, if you will, of what we got going on. There was a lot of moments in there that really stick out in terms of precision, right place, right times, timings that Emma's getting away towards the kitchen.
Yeah.
Getting away with murder, if you will.
Through the murder hole?
Through the murder hole.
Yeah, slipping the net. We saw a lot of 1-taps going on. We saw JL getting some really nasty shots there. I think NiKo also, he had a powerful 1 versus 2 there from short on B, where that last kill just tapping away over that bench long range. A lot of these moments were happening throughout the game. But I mean, we also talked about kind of like the wonderful op, and we contrast it with someone like m0NESY. m0NESY is a player that you want alive in these clutch situations. He's gonna, I mean, we saw it here. Phenomenal game, not only at the openings, but closing out the rounds here. And this is a map where Na'Vi, obviously it's their better map, and they had a strong T side. I've always wondered about their CT sides. It seems like there was a brief moment in time where their T sides were actually struggling really hard. I think that's where their overall struggle was. But I think overall, what their system is that T side works really well. Their CT side, they struggle as like individuals. The way that they play is you kind of have everyone playing for info, and then people will come over and help. And I think when you're not hitting your shots and you're not getting that help in time, everything seems to just fall apart for them.
And that's on Lucko.
Is it real unlucko?
Well, real unlucko. Obviously, you think about winning both pistols in a game, and then it kind of goes sideways for you. And maybe even in some parts, you could look at this moment in particular. You think about what Alexi's doing here versus Tess.
I do wonder exactly what his idea there was. It was a 1 versus 2 for him. He gets the first kill on m0NESY with a nade, and then he spots Tessus multiple times. Loads of time to reload the M4 and just play it out. I think he must have thought he did enough damage with the spam of the nade that he could just get one deagle body shot off to do it, but really felt rushed and uncharacteristic, just giving that away. And constantly we're just seeing, I mean, I'm sure we're going to see more. This is the short B round that NiKo I was talking about. This is 1 versus 2. He takes that first guy out, waits there patiently for another 5 to 10 seconds, and then gets that tap out. And it's just all throughout the game, just really beautiful shots from pretty much everyone on the server, not going to lie. But it was that second half, that string of rounds, that was pure magic.
I mean, speaking of magic, or Magis, really,
yes.
rather, we kind of spoke of his name before this matchup started. What are we thinking now in terms of where he's landing on the page today?
It's tough because, I mean, overall, Falcons had a really rough first half, but I do remember one of the rounds that Falcons were able to pick up was off the back of, I believe they won this round, where Magis just rushed Palace with an MP9 and took someone down, and then I think NiKo had some deagle kills on that round. I think when you look at just stats alone, it might be hard to just paint the picture of what exactly happened. Obviously, m0NESY pulled more than just his weight. He probably pulled the weight of like 3 players on the team. But when you are only winning 3 rounds and a half, you have to look at, okay, even if someone is like 4 and 12 at the end of the half. If from those 4 kills you single-handedly won one of those 3 rounds you got, you kind of have to just ignore just the overall stats and just be like, okay, well, that round kept them in the game long enough for m0NESY to do the rest of the work.
Yeah, and the stats, they don't normally lie. They might be a little deceiving from time to time, right? There might be some real stat stacking going on, I guess you could throw out there. But with regard to Bit, how do you feel like he performed here on Mirage?
I mean, not the greatest. We've seen worse. So we're seeing right now, 11-5 on the T side, and the overall T side was pretty easy for the entire team. But going 3-8 on that CT side, we look at the flip side of things. We've seen like Tessis 3-10, for example, and Nico like 5-11 going into their CT side. So I think both teams really struggling on their CT sides bit, especially for the side of Na'Vi, and that gave a lot of openings for Na'Vi to be able to just get into the rounds in the first place. Yeah. Falcons to get into the round in the first place.
And then to proverbially open the door and then slam it shut again on the other side.
On their fingers, basically.
Yeah, they will have that opportunity to do that. But before they do that, we need to tell you a little bit about our 1xBet clutch of the day. Thus far, it does come from our previous map here, and it's going to be young m0NESY. Now, this happens over in the Inferno Beast site, and that's because it doesn't get much closer than this at the very end of a round. Like, this is truly where he sticks to defuse at that very last second.
Yeah, this is really one of those down-to-the-wire moments. Just that peak, that timing from Bit was actually really good. He counted in his head, okay, I need a swing. This is like the absolute last movement I can do it before m0NESY could potentially defuse that. But then what happens is m0NESY gets off, gets that kill, and gets back on so quickly that I don't even think he could have spared a couple more milliseconds.
Yeah, speaking of milliseconds, we are coming down to a few of those here, but I think turning our attention away from what Mirage was, what Inferno was, now to what you could consider a best of 1, Dust 2, we settled the score here. Now, I don't know about you, but I'm looking at a m0NESY & Co. that might be a little harder to stop going forward.
They're looking really hot right now, and this is one of, I guess, the maps that Falcons has liked to go for. They picked it yesterday, I believe, in their series, so right now, Falcons is probably feeling really good. m0NESY's hot at the moment, and that's the person you want. A map like Dust 2, the offer being hot is going to be really important for you. But Na'Vi, I've seen them on this map. This is one of their staples, so it's going to be interesting. I think we might go the distance again.
So what you're saying and what you're actually guaranteeing here is not a landslide, no pun intended, not a one-way traffic sort of situation. We're going to get the full extent of the game.
The only reason why we wouldn't, I believe, is because Na'Vi is probably in their own heads about how they lost and let that slip.
Well, we'll find out. Perhaps they can answer that question. Mr. Nissan, thank you so very much. Yes, we will cut to a quick commercial break so we come back and settle the score on Dust 2. Falcons v Na'Vi, spot in the playoffs on the other side of this break. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
Hi, it's Bob with FACEIT. The official broadcast is better than ever on FACEIT Watch. Yep, that's right. Switch it up with the POV selector. 4 angles, your choice. From the main broadcast to your favourite player's view. And it's available on the FACEIT app and Chromecast. But wait, there's more. Keep watching, keep winning. That's how we roll. Watch IE and Melbourne while having the chance to get skins and FACEIT points. Look at this beauty. Change the channel and control how you watch.
现在大家每天都在使用3C 产品，补充叶黄素已经成为了全民运动。达摩本草叶黄素有3大特点：第一点，游离型分子量小， 有利于人体的迅速吸收。第二点，虾红素加成，长时间使用3C 族群会更有感。第三点 ，C3G 花青素5000公克的黑豆浓缩萃取，舒适度可以更加的提升。叶黄素要持续吃满3个月以上才会有效哦。
干他那个油包超。
We got a speeder. He's way over the limit. This dude is spinning.
Calm down, little man. We got bigger fish to fry.
What, we're just gonna let him go?
We've got movement.
You are late.
Sorry, I had to get away from the team during prac. You've got the stuff, right?
I have a few snap tabs if you're interested.
Say, you got any more of those jump throw aliases lying around?
You must be joking. Do you have any idea how difficult those are to find these days?
Fuck it, I'll take some null bites. Give me a couple null bites.
Again!
So just get on the ground, sir. Sir, please, just get on the ground. He's got a bind! Look out, he's got a bind! Why didn't he get on the ground?
These people, they have no honor, no code. They do whatever to get ahead in life. They're not ready to face the consequences.
There's that guy again, spinning. Let's go get him.
You've done enough for one day. Let's just let the kid have some fun.
Officer down, I repeat, officer down.
Falcons flying high in this momentum series. A momentous occasion as well. 10 rounds in a row to come back and long this out to a third. Dust 2 is our decider. Very different vibes between these squads heading into this deciding map. For Na'Vi, it was a world of missed opportunities, a chance to close many times over on Mirage, but those clutches came through in spades for Falcons. And it's got them to this point. Was that all for naught, or are Falcons here to play?
Yeah, the game that never should have been on Dust 2, and it's a comfortable place to be for Team Falcons. That's the kicker for Na'Vi. I'd say this map more than favors Falcons at this point in the series, and that's without the context of the 10-round comeback. Na'Vi have had their trouble, have avoided Dust at all cost, and Falcons loved this all the way along. m0NESY, what a map for him as well, right? It felt like he was doing nothing on that first half of Mirage. He was getting a lot of exits, getting saves on the AWP. Never really won any rounds till the last round of CT side. He doubles his kill count in the second half. He has so much impact, wins the crucial round with a 4K clutch on A. And now he's on Dust 2 as well. Whew. We're in for a treat here, folks. Map 3. Winner makes playoffs. Winner plays Vitality. If there were a team, I think, to take down Vitality in their current form, It would be in the server here.
Here we are, Nico in a good position. Will have support as well from Monacy, and he's going to have his work cut out for him, but I feel like these are good angles for Nico. This is all a bit of a ruse anyway. Na'Vi actually intend to break away from short and get out middle. In doing so, they'll play into the hands of Kicksan and Magis. Kicksan's clean with it. Oh, and there's Magis throwing his hat in the ring.
Yeah, sure. Makes it look easy. That was a nice mid to be for Na'Vi. They had good positions. The bait worked well. Kicksan hits a couple of bangers.
You know that Magis as well when he hits the ground running.
Oh, true. Gets a couple of early kills. Bombs some ecos. The second shot as well, peeking in. Yeah. Oh, Magis got scouted mid. All his confidence gone. Please get out of the way with the Glock. I'm trying to scout.
True, though. And fair.
Yeah. Gets blocked. This is a round for reading strategy. See Alexi going over his notes.
Wonderful is as well, but he's also trying to scout mid, so it's a exercise in multitasking.
Your only hope right now, please focus.
This one.
Kicks in. Playing off of Nico.
This is a lot of room to have given up. Oh, wait, Nico. You sly guy.
5 short.
Go. Go, Nico. Deploy. And there he is, farming on that backstab. Clean, well handled. Nice stuff for the Falcons. 2-0. Na'Vi going to come through with the buy now.
Really pressure on Na'Vi right now. This is 12 rounds in a row for Falcons across these maps. It's got to feel like a bit of a mammoth task to win this series now for Na'Vi. Very cold. And so many close rounds on Mirage as well. That's the most painful part. Could have won the game numerous times. All this must be forgotten. Very late long.
Is going to be able to find some space over towards Cat or mid, that would be fantastic. Ideally, the catwalk. But that is where Falcons are going to look to head. Now the long's been taken. Still, they're caught in an awkward period of transition here. Haven't quite made it across the short yet. JL waits and collects his kills on players in middle. Honestly, should already be thinking about saving this M4.
Great cover for Wonderful. We didn't see it, but while a player was on ramp, he got the headshot on the default player, saving Bit's life. Wonderful. Certainly, like I said in Mirage, not feeling like the problem today. It's a good sign on a map like Dust 2 where you are going to be going toe-to-toe against Monacy.
Yeah, it's a hard one to pin, I feel like, with Wonderful, right? Because he doesn't end up in like the same positions as, you know, a Monacy does on Falcons. And so a lot of how you get to judge Wonderful is, you know, by his ability to trade or be that second point of contact. And to that end, I think, you know, he's been serviceable across the entire series.
Nice track.
But in terms of who had the more eye-catching, high-impact multi-kill rounds on the AWP, yeah, it's no contest. m0NESY.
Scout the up now. m0NESY and Tessus take long with no util supporting. Doing it all on the fly. Very meta hinge smoke, new hinge smoke. Call it. The top door. Blocks an AWP peeking lower as well. Just floods middle quite nicely. Falcons playing 3B from the start and still spamming smokes to not let Na'Vi think they're there. And this is a round where Na'Vi are looking to go for a B split. So this setup might just be perfect. NiKo hiding at car. Could be very bad news for Na'Vi. As Ema sells his fake, m0NESY keeps him blocked. And that will send Na'Vi into this death trap.
The fact that Kixan's been down a cool, you know, a read like this and play a gamble over towards B so early in this game is mad. They're not ready for NiKo. Got to get out cleanly with that one. Fresh M4 picked up. NiKo still going, not stopping, not slowing down. Third gun, third weapon switch, and even more. NiKo with all 5. That's a NiKo play right there. Gun game. Oh, that's a thing of beauty.
It's an arms race. NiKo right to the top. Every single weapon and every bullet destined for Na'Vi. What a beautiful bait and switch. Expertly done.
And wow, that is the facial expression. Alexi B, mouth agape. He cannot believe what he just witnessed, what's just been done to him so early in Dust 2. This is after a soul-sucking second map for Na'Vi. And way. Now, it's not just the fact that NiKo aces them like that, in that sort of fashion. It's the fact he's even there in the first place.
Read.
You know, we were 4 rounds into the game. Kixan's just perfectly counter-called Alexi, and it's not like there was a string of tells to lead to that moment either for Na'Vi.
Those are both decisions made in freeze time.
Yeah,
NiKo went B off the top of the round. Alexi called B split in spawn.
Already, if you're Alexi B, you're like, oh my god, they're in our heads. They know before we know what we're doing.
Literally. That's what we like to see from NiKo. After a pretty dismal start to last map, it is the opposite here. 8-1, 9-1, decapitation. Stalled out by the util. About to pounce. Magisk up close. It's good off angle. Still needs to be clinical. There's the first. Magisk swings out. Good trade for JL. NiKo goes through the smoke. He didn't need to. Kixan had it on lock. Gonna swing with the HE, and the flashbang caught in the open is bit. Bit by bit, Na'Vi drip dry in this round. 1v3 for JL. And m0NESY won't let it begin. Kixan is a rock at this B-bomb site right now. Sure, NiKo's taken the cake, but he's held it as well both times he's been asked to.
Didn't even notice it in the moment. NiKo didn't even have armor in that. in that ace.
Really?
Yeah.
He like didn't buy it.
No.
Did he forget to buy it? Or what?
Yeah.
He forgot to buy armor.
He forgot to buy armor.
And he got an ace.
And he aced.
With 3 guns. That's just insane.
It's like retroactively getting better and better.
Yeah.
Probably going to find out after this game he's like really ill or something.
Yeah. He did that off his teammate's monitor because he crashed.
Oh, okay.
Dude, that's crazy. No armor. Felt like he got shot. That's, yeah. Oh, awkward timing. Before Scout finds a tag, but winning this round is a very different beast here for Na'Vi. Oh, Monacy's coming in.
I think it's just so hard for Falcons to not feel like they're going to win this series.
Yeah.
Right? Like they're riding all the momentum in the world. In the last 16 rounds of play, Na'Vi have won 1 round. Right? Like, and the only victory they felt was super short-lived, and they got aced in the follow-up round.
Is the cross. With Tessa's low, there is a world for it to get weird.
Especially because he is like very much on his own here. There's something that like resembles support from Cat, but there's not really support from Cat. Tess says, thanks to this smoke, we'll stay alive. Na'Vi get farmed, 5 alive round for the Falcons.
Good time for a timeout just to slow everything down here for Na'Vi, if nothing else, because played straight on the mic, reminding them of their homework. He said coming in, this was the go-to map for Falcons. This is the one they tried to make their mainstay. For Na'Vi, it's just been about avoiding it. Staring them in the face.
Just in case there were any doubts, Falcons are in full control over this game. I'll be very cautious off the rip here with the return to rifles. Walk it out through mid. The Falcons have felt fine giving away this space. Oftentimes they've had solutions. Monacy looking to be the solution to this catwalk problem right now. Forced back by the Util, and now they do pick up the pace. This is a bit of a switch up, but Monacy's quick with it. Util primed, he's trying to give himself a fighting chance here. One man's closed the distance. Alexi is in the sight. Monacy might have to hit a flick if he wants to stay alive. Plant now found. Monacy knows a player is there. Flick back to Ime, he's aware about Alexi! Monacy doesn't miss a beat! Doesn't give them time to catch their breath. Never get comfortable. And the score just continues to swell out of control for the Falcons.
Just the definition of give an inch, take a mile, right? The whole time locking that player in the cubby. The second you get a glimmer of a peek, Monacy hits it. You have no time to react. He gets 1 shot in the round. In 3 fights.
With Falcons in this series so far, you've been getting it in stages. It's like map 1, you had NiKo looking really good, and then, you know, sure, went a little quiet towards the end, but it was still like his map. Map 2 was all about Monacy. Here for the 3rd, we're seeing, you know, this duo come together. They're both in good form. NiKo top in the charts, Monacy in there right behind him, also 7-0 on the AWP.
Okay. Getting a bit hairy out here. Pitcher solo through the long smoke. It's an ugly spray, but it's a kill nonetheless, and not the Falcons needed any help. They're 5-on-4 again. Ema yet to kill. Bit wonderful 1 each. Not a hope in sight for Na'Vi.
I mean, if losing if kind of choking that 11-3 was what incapacitated Na'Vi, the sequences you've had from m0NESY and NiKo to open up Dust 2, that's what's, you know, snuck in and suffocated them in the night just to really make sure they're done. This is Na'Vi feeling like a shell of themselves right as Falcons are peaking.
Tessus takes the AWP on low health. Hey, he closed last map with it. It's his tag. Just going to play retake here.
Gotta watch his timing. m0NESY over a long. Bested by Alexi. Gap starting to close on Tess as he's getting pincered. They're in the site. They're out the long doors. Goes back. Goes looking for Alexi. Leaves it to Chance and will come up short. Speaking of coming up short, Falcons are here. Wonderful. Full blind. Knocked off the perch. JL falls as well. Alexi is to finish what he started. 2 kills deep already. Now you need a 1v2 from the captain of Na'Vi. This reroute is mad. All the way around in a spawn. Alexi's been allowed to reposition. There's so little time left. They're going quietly here, but Alexi,
they've got it.
Golden opportunity for him still. NiKo got that kill so quickly. This is close. It's down to the wire, but it's still a Falcons round.
Dude, what? I can't believe they reroute and they walk there. Alexi thinks he's already won the round. He checks sight. He's like, they're not up. Okay, I guess I'll just go save my gun. Boom. Kill through the smoke in CT. And the shifting, the walking there actually helps. I think if they run the whole way, he probably doesn't swing them. But he doesn't know they're there. He thinks it's over. That's unreal. Hey, they do it together and they do it decisively. As soon as a molly comes down, they back out. But that's just, you'll never see a round like that. Crazy reposition for Falcons to shut down a 2v1 with no room for error.
No, if NiKo, if that kill is even, you know, half a second more labored, that's the round.
Yeah, like a bit just laughed it off. So,
I mean, this is one of those series where if you don't laugh, you will cry if you're Na'Vi, knowing that you were not even rounds, like just kills away from having this series over and done with.
Multiple times as well. It's not like. They were in it. They were in so many rounds in that 11-3 comeback. Is there any hope? Fast B smokes.
Oh, that's awkward timing on the napalm for Magisk. Still gets back in time. Needs to have a Magisk moment.
It worked.
Oh, a lot of bullets for him at least, and there's the support from his team. And what he does have is faith in his teammates right now. Alexi does what he can again, but Alexi can't be the one-man army for Na'Vi, not when he's up against the full force of the Falcons.
And they
pack-rolling Na'Vi right now.
And what happened as well, they missed the window smoke. So, and what happens? m0NESY comes through window and gets 2 kills with the AWP. Like, little details. Sure, they're throwing difficult lineups, running lineups from spawn, but look at m0NESY's POV here. The smoke is behind him out of the map. Just gets 2 kills, supports Magisk easily. Yeah, this one's cooked, folks.
And you know, when we're coming back to Na'Vi and you're seeing them all sit there, red in the face, head in their hands.
All game.
I think as far as they're concerned, they have lost this series. You know, and it's rough to see, but it feels like they've shut down.
What a capitulation. Because we saw all those rounds in the previous map where every time one player lost a clutch, they looked that way, right? Their head and hands, looking upset, looking emo. And
the thing that really stood out
lost
to
a clutch.
me from the comms of Mirage was that Falcons were talking about a comeback, like when they won their second round.
9-3, they won the
That was when Magisk
round.
said it, but like even before that, when NiKo got the second round for them, he was also saying like, guys, 2-3 rounds, we come back. The difference is so stark between these squads in that regard. Na'Vi looks so out of this game.
Shocking. m0NESY and NiKo, both 11-1.
Yeah, that's fair. 22 and 2 between the dynamic duo of Falcons.
All right.
Here's him coming. Good pace on this at least, right? They get past Kicksan. He wasn't ready for that.
No. Did he jump over? JL, I think, jumped over him. I don't know what happened to him.
Unknown got it. And so now, 3v4.
Shooting ghosts. I mean, play, you might not win it, but let's see what Falcons can do.
Nico and m0NESY are still alive, bro. You're believing you're going to win this.
Go on.
And Na'Vi is simultaneously believing they might lose this.
Good molly.
Desperate for anything on this T side, but that molly is going to force a reaction out of Alexi. Is going to bring him into the crosshair of Nico. Now they've got util to kickstart this. A lot of time ticked off the bomb already, but you've seen that Falcons feel fine playing to the extremities. Down to this, and Ema finally arrives. 2 key kills to find something for Na'Vi on this T side.
His first 2 kills of the whole game, and they do shut down a last-second retake for Falcons. So, hey, Na'Vi will take it. We've seen a 9-3 comeback. We can absolutely see an 8-4, but Na'Vi have got to believe in it. Nice double for Ema to close. That's getting a little bit hairy. They had time if they got that kill. Alexi trying to inspire something here in this game. Eco win deep in the first half.
I think that's felt so weird for Na'Vi is they're getting all this control over Cap, but they've struggled to convert this to round wins. This time, though, m0NESY's a little slower getting back. And so they find him on the openers. Wonderful, and Alexi will follow through. And so finally, Na'Vi get to show us what they've been wanting to do with this cat control.
Yeah,
so often, Falcons have given this up. Very rarely have Na'Vi been able to find success on the back of it.
Killing m0NESY for free certainly helps. You just double down after that. You send it. Nice entries for Na'Vi. Don't think m0NESY expected to get hunted that quick. Also, he's on that like fallen angle, the risky headshot angle of the orb. And the first player crouch peeked. So he didn't actually see the first player get out. So they actually had better timing than he was ready for. It's a nice angle, right? You don't have to play up close where you can get pre-fired and get mollied out, but that is the risk. Player can sneak under it. Falcons timeout. Their money's skew it for this last round. They've got an orb. Nico's not got nades. Magisk on 9. Make use of it. Try and keep this one as one-sided as you can.
I mean, Alexi deserves credit for his individual efforts here. On this T side thus far, he's been the only guy really accomplishing anything for Na'Vi. Even there, getting that opener onto m0NESY, chasing him down, taking it one step further with the kill on Long as well. You want Alexi, you're happy he's doing this, but this has to just be, a bandage fix for now. You hope that someone else moves up through the ranks to help him. It won't be bit to close out this T-half. He falls first. Alexi B continuing to try and give Na'Vi hope. That is a big trade for him to have picked up. Now he's even closing the gap, looking to play on the back of it. I mean, he's the one guy with a bit of confidence behind him right now for Na'Vi. Let's see if Alexi can lead by example here. He's taking all that space. Much like how he found that opener on a m0NESY in the last, he just keeps pressing these advantages. This time it's a role reversal. m0NESY AWPing from short, Alexi entrenched. Plant now found. 4v4 retake on this A side of the map to close out this half. JL tagged crossing into Goose. Very late lurk on the cards for Ema. He'll be playing in a little bit later, but his teammates have to buy him time.
JL a wonderful strike while the iron's hot, and now this lurk from Ime was meant to get that much more impactful. m0NESY's holding for it, but a lot of time ticked off this bomb already, and Wonderful nailing his shots on the long cross. m0NESY just simply doesn't have the time to do anything here, and so Na'Vi saves some face. 3 rounds straight down the stretch, they'll get out with 4.
你要干嘛？
加油啊！
妈妈，你吃过了。你乖，你乖，给我。照顾思绪老化的长辈需要耐心。
你是啥？
我爸爸是，我妈妈也是。我很担心自己也会变成这样。
延缓思绪老化要趁早。幸亏溶液剂独家 AIE2 专利成分，取得延缓衰老国家健康食品认证。
非常风险这个。只要他现在讲话加到我，要讲话要大声。哈哈哈哈哈！有像出来，看，哇，高音都不出来，好冷，很冷。感觉你啊，我对男的讲有什么问题吗？好了，他去饿死了。你现在烧一个不就？干你！啊。
He can be out, I'm blind. 2 door, out. Tunnel. Tunnels. Out
I didn't clear mid,
Tunnel's dead. 1 mid. Window. Tunnel. Last. Nice, Nico! You don't need Kevlar then!
I missed you, Bratan! I fucking believed in you without Kevlar!
That's just one of the wild moments this series has provided. The best one, sure, Nico's ace took all the attention on this third and final map of Dust 2. But, slowly but surely, a cool breeze from the north has rolled in. Alexi B doing all he can to keep Na'Vi afloat, and he has. 3 rounds consecutively found for Na'Vi, save a lot of face and give them some breathing room here in this second half. Na'Vi have got Alexi to thank for this game still being winnable, but it's going to come down to the rest of the gang now. In this second half, you need an activation. Wonderful. Opens on the dualies. Alexi and him both fall in tandem. Falcons trying to brute force their way through this stack. And they will get that bomb across. Bit still fighting, but out on an island. And 3v2 now dawns on the A side of the map. m0NESY faking the plant, hoping this draws a reaction out from Na'Vi. There is a kill available right now on JL. Ema with a big pickup. Low on health, one shot from death. JL finds one more. 1v1 for this pistol round. If Na'Vi can pick this up, this could be their second win, but it relies on Ema hitting an instantaneous headshot. He can't long this fight out at 5 HP. And the reposition from TeSeS is perfect. So much rifle.
This one before, but this isn't big you're up against, JL. Revolver. Shoot a gap so you can see something. Oh, wonderful. Here's the jump. AL. Oh, that was close. He hit the tag. I believed for a moment. Out lower, careful. It's pistols only. They're prodding, they're poking. And they're still not winning. Falcons able to get that bomb up on the A site. To 4. We've seen wilder things, but really nothing points at this one. Stars silent here for Na'Vi. Do want to watch this new Falcons team take on Vitality. It works.
It's my headshot player.
Draw.
Heard them say they're going to walk short 5 people.
Keep it basic. First go round, it's nice. Get control, pop A. Wonderful on the AWP. Where's he going? Go for the mid pick. He's going to miss it. Smoked out as they go up short.
I mean, because we know where this is ending up, we're going to watch Wonderful very keenly, and he will rotate back over towards his A side, posting himself up with the AWP. So open season on this AWP. Wonderful, right place, right time, deleted first bullet.
That's insane from TeSeS.
Now they're going to look to explode in on the back of this. Ema's taking the wind out their sails, but only for a moment. He'll get spammed trying to cross in. Better luck for Alexi. Cross does not survive long, neither do the rest of Na'Vi. And that was the all-important rifle round. That was where the comeback lived or died. Na'Vi falling down there leaves them with nothing. Next to no investment to stop Falcons taking this one onto series point.
I mean, everything lined up. This one, wonderful hits like Counter-Strike, still gets his shot out, but TeSeS just deletes him. And they spam Ema on the cross through the smoke. Na'Vi can't catch a break in that round. And it's Falcons who smash them 11-4 with an eco. Made it top mid. We're straight to the grave here for Na'Vi. Oh no. JL missed that entirely. Ow.
I'm worried he starts running.
At this point in the game, you go for the knife. You go for the knife. Just to still have something. TeSeS, he won't shake your hand after, but it's okay. Nice catch. TeSeS
gonna go to Alexi.
Needed that. Needed that. Finds it, but not enough.
它上面写的哦，不一定啊，每个人都不一样。反正你只有一个症状而已，其他症状你一个都没有。他说要我以上3个，然后你就是没有。
And this is Just a wash.
他说你喉咙过敏的话，你是这点那个一点声音都发不出来。
Playing an incredible 90 minutes of Counter Strike.
对吧？然后你喉咙痒，对不对？你还差一下。
22 to 4.
其他没中了。他说嘴巴会感觉没办法张开来。
And I think that's kind of what that Bucharest one I think instilled in Falcons a little bit is the idea that they can do this, that they do have resilience. I think the timing matched up perfectly with m0NESY coming into the team as well because, if m0NESY joined this squad and everyone, not everyone, like most of the Falcons players are all a bit, emo with some of the results that the squads have struggled to produce, that would have been one thing. Instead, he comes into a team that were 0-2 down back in Bucharest, had to go on this wild comeback. They go on to lift the trophy. Suddenly, it's a great vibe. And Falcons have showcased their resilience across this series. 11-3 down on Mirage, turn that one around, and then go on to dominate on Dust 2.
The fact that they do it in the reverse as well. They were 7-1 up on Inferno. They choked that game gargantually.
Victory.
Then they're 11-3 down. It feels like, the series is lost. We just threw it after the first half of Inferno. And then now look at them, just destroying. I also love how m0NESY and NiKo are near identical scores this entire game, going tit for tat, side by side. The boys are back in town.
明天说现实哦，谢谢。
Streets get off of Na'Vi. Final blow here. And Falcons knock the house. Ready to pop. Good block for Na'Vi, but the smoke's a bit weird. They can maybe get a kill over it. Ultimately, it's not going to stop Falcons regardless.
That block does not stop you. That's an invitation to go. EMA deleted, and it all starts to come unraveled now. No hope for Na'Vi, surely. Alexi doing what he can. That's been the story on Dust 2 all game long. But Alexi's efforts haven't been enough. Dead now as NiKo finds it. m0NESY up there as well, and it is that duo. That GG twosome linking back up in the Falcons squad. You had m0NESY with a lights-out second map. The reason the comeback existed, NiKo started the day strong, but they both end in fantastic form. And this is how it does look when that duo is delivering. They demolish Na'Vi on Dust 2. It is not even close.
Na'Vi 输了。我觉得那个是 A 不是很强，就是这个右边这个是很强啊。
第3名的最强者。
超强啊，超强。
但是NiKo在他之上。
NiKo在他之上。
NiKo在跟Dunk抢位置。
全部都俄罗斯人。不列。
这种。
No, I think, as far as assessing the kind of Falcons lineup now, this is a perfect game, perfect spirit level to judge it against, right? Vitality, very proven, you know what to expect. They are the top dogs. They're up against Falcons with wind in their sails, and now
哇，防守全爆掉，那进攻很痛苦哎。
你自己看。
That is a game that will be sure to entertain.
还是他们在进攻方的时候打不
decides whether you go to semis or quarterfinals, but for Falcons,
哇，Na'Vi 打人弱智哎，好没。
Yeah, reassuring if nothing less. But Na'Vi, lots of questions. Great start to the series, a comeback of their own on Inferno, but we need to see what this team are going to do in the lower bracket if they can run through FlyQuest.
你知道999后面有一个替身的一直超好笑的，他会提高，就是一个女生，她会提高自己后脚跟的长度。
大概第几步？那个999land 的第8步。
他就说他把后脚跟伸长。
Yeah, well, that's what happens when you guys pick up and you
高
play
跟鞋，
hard
你要乔斯打，对不对？
他就变高，他就高跟鞋，会硬直化哦，他是硬直化高跟鞋。
啊，小了，感觉是巨人。
I don't know who was crushing Blade. My team was crushing.
Ugh.
My team was crushing, but
听起来蛮强。
yeah, we played good. We had very good mentality, I think, during this best of 3. We just bounced back.
感觉不如红村异态的轰炸空间。
那是最强的。
扎汉斗。
那只是他脑子不好使，他脑子很好使的话，那很强。
脑子好使就贼强了。
啊，这也可以翻。啊，这也可以翻。
什么东西？
还可以翻。
3-10。
绿龙翻盘哦。
没有，这不是绿龙，就是那个猎鹰打哪？
哦，猎鹰翻盘，猎鹰翻盘。
这个可以翻盘。
我操，牛逼
！3-10翻盘。你看这个
3-10翻盘
你看这个12-11。你看前面多少？
我操！6。
3-11可以翻，连追9分。
哎，连追9分，这蛮猛的。
真的假的？
哇，连追9分呢，傻小。
我操！而且他们是防守方式，哎，是防守方吗？
防守方被扣，防守方爆掉了。
哦，哪边有防守方爆掉？
啊，哪边都防守方。
哇，这个背，打背身没打死。
我看他前面的对液体跟小蜜蜂。小蜜，第2梯队他妈的，真是没忘了。
还是几乎防守都爆掉了。
哪一边都防守，防守都不行。他们进攻还算可以。他们手感都不见了。 Simple 要转队一样。
Simple 转了。
他好像要转队。好像有人要以更高的价格去他。
太强了 ，Simple。
没有 Simple， 他现在被说就是
Simple 老了啦。
前10名都没有，他连前10名。
Simple 老了，他的全盛时期是在6年前。 6年前跟3年前，他有一个就是在米拉基吗？是米拉基的 B 点，那个跳狙，
大开杀戒，
他被打碎，
对啊，跳 GS 哎，
啊，不是
Simple 哦，4杀。
他不是 Simple 是上面那个其中一个人。
哦啊。
Simple 就是其中之一被传的。
还有一个
Simple 哎，是米拉基哎。
对啊，米拉基啊。
那个 B 点那个呢 ？B 洞
他是巴西人打出来的。
Would have to be, you know,
Nico's
little
会
thing
跳
he did there is like a 1v5 sort of situation. You guys remember this?
Yeah, of course.
Of course.
Yes.
I think we even get the opportunity to watch it.
This one was so important. 1v1 from
这个。
I mean, a lot of moments were very
important.
From Tezes.
这是 CS jump 米拉基 jump snipe 啊。
我看。
Jump snipe JUMP。米拉基。 Mirage， 然后 Jumper Snipe， Jumper JUMP 啊 Jumper， JUMP 赶 JUP 是那样 Jumper Snipe。
So what were you guys saying after the round where he died to the smoke grenade?
这个。
巴西人啊，是吧？
不是Simple打的吗？
不是啊 ，Simple 是其中一个头。
其中一个被穿的。
对啊，他是其中一个被穿的。
哦，我操！
他是其中一个被穿，是巴西人，巴西人。你看 ，Simple，
哎呦
，Simple， 你看这一个头就被穿。
是杀。
但是 Simple，
这个是名场面哎，这个是超神的，
太屌了。
而且现在的米拉基那个高台下方有一个狙跟翅膀的那个图案，
现在都有啊，现在都还在。那身牌就是其中一个头啊，那身牌连人都没看到就死了。
he ran into fire. He ran through a molly to get the 2 kills at the half
太扯了，这
and
个
then somehow he was able to make it out of it alive. So yeah,
真
maybe
的
if
太
his
扯
time
了，
would
希望林
gone
嘉
by,
欣也能做
he
到
just completely forgot.
共勉之。
听说
7/22刚出来之后还没有跳狙的那个图示，
都还没有，他是到大概2-3个月才出来。
对，2-3个月那些穿烟那些才出来。
没有穿烟还是有，
穿烟有吗？
有。
CS 原本 CS 是没有穿烟提示的。
他有加那个
是吧？
穿烟还是有。因为穿烟跟穿墙来的。
腰射啦，腰射后面才有的。CS
都有。
CS:GO 有吗？
他有那个穿墙，穿墙跟穿烟穿烟穿那个盲狙那个我不知道。
我记得腰射的时候，我一开始玩 CS2 都是没有的。
腰射我是不知道。
腰射图是一开始玩的时候是没有的，我
跟那个穿烟
然后跳狙是后面新增的，都知道。
他们还在抢，现在是小蜜蜂跟猎鹰可以。
We have to close all the rounds that we didn't close today.
哦，接下来是败者组，哪币？哦，液体跟哪币？
I think there's going to be a little bit of nuke being played tomorrow between the 2 of you guys, and I'm looking forward to that one.
你知道莫尼斯花多少钱？
have to answer that, but
300多万吧。
他小啦，
美金哦，300多万美金。
300多万，我操，9000万，9000万台币耶。
没有，现在那是保底价格。
Nuke.
Okay.
我后面好像有在加，但是我不知道加。
I don't have this one. I like all the maps. All the maps are special, you know. You just need to know how to.
莫尼斯就是。
Why was Nuke your favorite map on G2?
世界上的第二
Was it anything like someone in particular did, or just game plan overall?
When I joined G2, I never played Nuke before in my life. It was weird, but academy team was playing Vertigo, Navi, but main team they were not playing Vertigo, they were playing Nuke. When I joined G2, I mean I just got and I mean, I just watched back then Simple how he was playing a nuke, and I got
a really good
motivation, you know, just to learn how to play this map and become better player as well on this map. Nuke is very good map for Opera, in my opinion. Just need to talk more.
Do you have a lot of that freedom to be able to kind of choose where you want to go, and how's that changed between like different teams and in-game leaders that you've had about your individual autonomy of I start here, I don't care what you call
Nuke.
On Nuke specifically, yeah.
I mean on T side, I mean let's say CT side, yeah. I played with Nico and we were trying just to balance up because Nico was going on CT. And we
fucking bring it back. 4 rounds only what we need here, okay? Guys, they really fucking lost this game. You understand? Guys, I want to do.
在2024 IM 里约大赛的决赛舞台上，图四来到了遗迹，但
You build a plan around whoever says I'm going for this. Okay, I'll help you in some way.
哪里
却以2比10。
They're getting fucking lucky, guys, but we can fucking bring it back. 4 rounds only what we need here, okay? Guys, they really fucking lost this game. You understand?
Are you keeping that same sort of dynamic on this team right now as well with Kicks and Calling and whatever system you guys are running with Sonic? Like you have the same freedom right now?
防守一团糟。
没办法，他们一直被打。
Together with Nico outside, so I think Nico is the only one who can cancel him.
他们就是
防
守就是没办法做到，就 Nico 直接压
to come up with some peaks that I think could be good, and then it's really his own responsibility to pick and choose what he likes.
就难受了，他们就难受了。
I like Nuke. Nuke's my favorite map, so based.
based. Gents, thank you very much for your time. I very much appreciate you guys coming out here and chatting with us, and you're more than welcome to join us again. Is there anything you want to say to the Falcons fans? I'm sure there's a bunch of them at home.
Cheer for Team Falcons.
He's good. He's a troll, but he's good.
I'm not trolling.
Man, sometimes we'll be up here and I swear, like, you'll cut a smile and I'll see you smile.
这算Major吗？还是 Major 的那个预选赛？
他们就是预选啊，被刷下来。
I get it. I love it.
Major 预选。
No, you're good, man. You're the boss.
哦，所以没讲没开。
还没开，5月。
哦。
That we are getting, I think it's
5月底
last year was not nice to be a Falcons.
所以5月底就那个有预测，然后可以拿那个会长。
Some good cheers on TV.
他们那个箱子要是送出红色的话，写专业。
Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Thank you.
是看直播掉落吧，对不对？
不是看直播。看直播不会掉落。
哦是猜测是不是？
猜测对，猜测才会有。你要猜中3个。3个就是他有总共9个任务，你要中。
他箱子，他箱子是会有什么？
就是随机啦，就是他那个贴纸是津贴，你懂吗？那个津贴是不会有，我怎么讲？就是很独特的贴纸，你懂吗？
哦。
就绝版贴纸。
我想了 CS2哪时候出古堡？
啊？
古堡？
不会，
不会了吗？
不会，因为现在那个地图创作者好像在沟通吧。
因为火车都出了，古堡不出。
不是啊，就作者要同意才能出。
哦。
作者不同意，你还是没办法。就人家做的地图，你要。
假如那个古堡出的话，就会有古堡掉落。
激发了。
这就会有龙居了。
不会，龙居就每个 major 枪都不一样，所以说它才会更贵。
哦。
就是价格
不复刻了，为什么不复刻龙居？
就是没办法复刻才贵啊。不然的话，现在人是高低给得整这样。
看有人拿到那个全新出厂，然后在计时器的纪念品龙居，干那超扯。
纪念品好像不会有，不龙居是那个不会有计时器一样。
会有计时器吗？
好像不会。
还是就好像是全新出厂加纪念品。
对，纪念品真的没办法，纪念品是完全不能练级的。对。最后你有一把真的是纪念品龙居哦，那你就会爽死。
但你拿到你可以买移动法。
我觉得应该是不止。直接买一栋别墅，直接买黑。
买一栋别墅，然后租给别人，哇，血烂。
他们战术确实很牛。他们会用那个，他们会让狙击手站后面，就是 Monis 站后，然后4个人直接直冲 A 小，干超级猛。他们就是蝗虫入侵，你知道吗？干你俩超。
4个人，那如果是大杀2吗？
杀2，对 A 进 A。
假如 A 大冲进来野牛冲出来操那个 Monis
他就是 Monis 的架狙啊，就直接架 A 大啊，中路会留一个人在看。
哦，如果是从 B 出来，然后绕背，有人绕背吗？没绕背。
B1还是怎样？
从 B 通直接绕出来，绕到北家。
那是 Monis 啊 ，Monis 要架的。
哦，
还有一个人会架，就是一个人会看屁股，然后 Monis 就是架 A 大跟那个中。
然后架2边呢，我操。
反正他死掉之后就是那个会变2个人在看后面。
哦。
Monis 呀，现在超级猛。你知道 Monis 其实比我们小吗？
没有吧？他大我们1岁。
大我们1岁。
蛋壳比我们小。
对，是蛋壳
小我们1岁，没有小1岁啦，就跟我们同年龄。
小1岁，真的小1岁。我记得
他是5月的。06年。
巨他妈牛！
我比他小
就算比你小，还是比我们那个，他还是一样打上major，超。
Monis是04年的。
干，我真的很好奇蒙古队到底怎么。蒙古打赢第一队，太小。蒙古队，南崩了。
我操，被烟打死。
莫念谁真的好快了。
该学了吧？我们需要你的局。
关我屁事啊！不是林家
需要来练局，他算了吧，他局超炮的。
鸡巴，他等下回来说，哦，陈二有不想跟你玩了。
啊，老大是可以玩局，他偏偏玩鸟局，啊，难怪都打不到。
算了，
多练鸟局也不如练大局。
最年轻的Major冠军，
当科啊！
现在Simple好像没，Simple好像跟他对过，他们打那个你传那个第三方平台的时候对打过。
东可是他Faceit 的那个平台也打到满等，然后被抓过去的，被抓到当战队的。
不是他青训的。
啊？
他青训，青年就是啊，他们有那个训练营，然后 Modesty 跟 Dunk 都是从里面出来的。
哦。
他们不是打排位出的，他是。
可是他 Faceit， 他不是 Faceit 打到10等。
不是，
单排。
他是后面才打到的，他是前面就是在青训营啊。我记得有人有写，反正Dunk就是。青训出来的，然后被绿龙牵走。就他原本练的那些队伍，对不对？啊，就感觉没人看得上他，所以说他就被那个没有那么出现，还没出现。
他是去年还是前年？
前年，高中的。
前年超扯，
直接杀出来。
前年那个帕克打穿了，我操，打穿了，用压枪压3个。
被干超了。
Hi, it's Bob with Faceit. The official broadcast is better than ever
on
Faceit Watch. Yep, that's right.
那一段我接他是你想想看啊，世界第2前10的战队被他压了，因為他那時候沒有資料，他那時候是剛出來哦，剛出來直接 AK 壓一個，然後那個隊伍結盟，哦，你想想看，
他就是壓 AK 壓到要知名啊，
不是壓 AK， 他是那個。
精准定位，
他直接被稱為 AK 專武的男人。我查一下那個 CS 的 hero 給你看。好电话怎么？
有点久，你看它热门，直接看热门，最上面热门，热门。
那一段真的好笑。
应该是有档课。
算了，再看就最差。上海没久啊，3个月吧。所以。反正他们现在那个。
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah, they're baiting each other. I'm gonna push through the B.
Shut up! You're gonna stay. You're gonna stay in the B side and don't move.
But I'm pushing B every round.
良好沟通，他妈的，他打8个。感觉你好像听个什么歌。他们指挥好屌啊！那打8个累一岁。
Dead banana. One heaven.
I go back.
Banana dead.
这个。对。
Out.
你看，他们在沟通。你看到了。
都看过。IG 一堆
这弹真的超。你看讲位置哦。out， 2个拉出来，他还活着。3、2、1，双拉。好。你就知道了是多扯。我觉得他直接上手。邓可之，干他是液体新训队的，然后他被牵走了。
哇，都是1耶！
这边输掉，这个小绿狗。伤害没绝。2007年的
啊
？Sorry， 2007年。
什么蛋壳？
他小我们1岁，他小我们1岁。
哦，小我们1岁。
对，他才小我们1岁。
哦，你说蛋壳是
刚满18。
哎，别人18岁拿AK 压爆 Major。
然后他从那个。2022年，哦，这是青训队。
然后我的12岁，
然后他就被加入2022年的青训。3年前，3年前3月在青训。
3年前我们还在那个。
他15岁的时候就已经加入了职业队。
因此在孤儿院长大，直到他不。
哎，结束了。
3年前就是我们那还在高中那个画丙检，我们在画丙检，他在那个新训。
然后我们高2的时候11月他加入到绿龙，然后一路打到现在，太他妈牛逼！
他现在不是休息？
啊，他知道他休息了。Sample 是他的人生梦想。哇 ，Sample 感觉就是他妈一堆人的梦想。
啊，那个以前的 CS 职业赛的传奇人物啊，以前。
输给那个小蜜蜂的时候，我真的很沮丧。
我们应该回到2014年，然后买一堆泰坦贴纸。
哇！当时我打败我的，然后他们都在嘲笑你怎么输给一个小学生？我操！他的第一场比赛，你怎么输给小学生的？太狠！哇，蛋可说绿龙的队伍喜欢 Duster 2，但我不喜欢，这是我最不喜欢的例子。我操！他赢得冠军就像梦想成真。哇，我不觉得我是前3名的选手，我可以更好。好可怕啊！
干娘那谁啦？谁的麦嘛漏音啊？
啊！
眼神在漏音，妈吵死了！
哎，好啦，现在就是败者赛了。
啊，我不是有进麦吗？
漏音，你他妈音都还那个漏音的那个影片声都还在。
哎，我的 fuck！这样子有声音？
哎， 有啊。Simple 在爬。
这样的声音？嗯。
Simple 在爬天梯才有。
哦，好吧。
我操。Simple 怎么才1.6万点阅啊？
就跟蛋壳一样啊，蛋壳也不是1万多而已。
蛋壳，我查一下。
对啊，蛋壳也有啊。要蛋壳直播啊！之前我就有看到蛋壳直播，妈的6万人观看，然后就1万订阅。应该打蛋壳 channel 啊 ，CHANNEL。是 cancel， 这是取消这是取消 channel CHANNEL。CHANNEL 第一个。没有蛋壳吗？啊，之前不是有，我有看到蛋壳啊，我看到蛋壳的直播呢。
太不有名。啊，等我查一下蛋壳 AK。哎，他有当时操作哎，大家看吗？
他小了，他重点是他的滑鼠啊，靠背。他的滑鼠，他的压箱的滑鼠根本没差，你知道吗？最主要还是他右手的滑鼠定位啊，按键根本没屁用。
很想看什么梦丽斯加蛋壳吗？
Гений.
Все, вы будете слышать теперь TeamSpeak?
Команда.
Все четко, да.
Так, у нас где-то находится уже килл, пока я сапался.
Не,不知名。
Третий раз запись делаю.
О, меня вылетело с сервера.
Выпустишь его? Голову, да?
Так, а стоп, у нас TeamSpeak спалили или что?
Не знаю.
Подожди, а Кира забанили, если что.
На ящике
Почему-то.
О,操.
Кого забанили?
А Кира вот этот, который был, я думал, это админ.
Голову, ищет тебя очень сильно. Упал между. Гострифнем,
Сейчас, релакс пишу. Вот давай техническую ставь.
你知道蛋壳那个手套超贵吗？
他每件都很贵哦。
他蛋壳那手套贵到靠背。
他每个字都贵要。
эмоции, которые мы заработали. Ты чё, почему не
他的那个，他爪刀还是低磨损的。
低磨损的杜普勒。
妈有粉丝给他的。中国人哦，先跟你讲他是中国，他的爪刀是中国的。
Что 5 на 5 бы их увидели?
见蛋壳不是有拿那个吗？比利网的0.00007的一个
AK 啊
？AK 吗？不是 AE 吗？我记得是 AE 啊。
我记得是 AK。
AE 啦。
我来查。
那个比利网的。
是啊，我记得是 AK。
比利网给蛋壳一把枪啊。
是啊 AK 啊，我真的记得。
是 AK 吗 ？AE 吧，它是0.00007的 AE 呢。
我查一下是哪一个。哼，这敲桌子，哦这个。
嗨，大家好，我是比利王。第20季 ESL 职业联赛正式20名的是过往的名额级 A 组，我们的还好慢 Face 不同的是，看他们这个是动可在开幕战中
有回应我操，有漏音。
AK 在对上 Wildcard 时创下，
我操，这怎么搞的？我查一下。
会漏音。
这样子。
连延伸都会漏音。
喂。
MR12赛制上最高单场击杀38杀的记录，虽然是对上2线队伍啦，还是 念的是，这代真的是很有冲击冠军的机会啊！接着我们换到 B 组，有一件值得纪念的是，Donk在开幕战中拿着我之前借给他的黄金 AK， 在对上 Wildcard 时创下。
不是我不记得是这个，是一个 AE 啊。
击杀38杀的记录，自然
不是 AK 啊 ，AK 还有一个 AE 啊，打比利王0007那个。他的有一把 AE，
有吗？
我找一下，我记得是有的。
因为我只记得真的就那把黄金 AK 啊。哇，太牛逼！
ブロックしたら。あ、こうなるよね。
私と奪い合いをする気？
嗯。请选择你的室友。
天使降临人间，如往常一样，你坐在沙发上看着电视，可节目突然被掐。
为什么一直都一样？看一下。喂。
断，当局发布紧急通知，你所在的地区检测到了异常现象。为了你的安全和人身健康，所有人必须紧闭门窗，保持室内明亮。切记，在任何情况下都不能看向屋外，避免和天使的一切接触。Hello， 大家好呀，这里是早早。我们今天一起来玩的游戏名为 Shut the Windows and Don't Look Outside。这是款融合了模拟恐怖和规则怪谈类型的恐怖游戏。我们需要在自家的空间里阻止天使的入侵。游玩流程超级刺激，所以一定要穿好纸尿裤哦。闲话少叙，让我们直接进入游戏吧。天气预报：今早8点多云，到下午4点。This is a message from the Bureau of Liberty and Individual Safeguarding. Recent disturbance has been detected within your area. BIS is hard at work to identify and contain the anomalous. Your cooperation is not only required, it is essential. It is required by all citizens to keep their windows shut and locked at all times. It is required by all citizens to avoid looking outside. It is required by all citizens to be afraid. The angel will come. It looks like this.你跟我说这玩意儿是天使啊？哦，这会儿的话应该算是正式进入游戏了。根据电视上所报道的内容，外面似乎是出现了天使。当然，咱们做恶魔是当然不需要惧怕的啦。不过咱们还是要根据游戏的要求。 时刻注意外面的情况。我们这会儿应该是已经反锁好了大门，也紧闭了咱们的窗户啊。但我为什么一直能听到有什么东西往下掉落的声音呢？这是咱家的书架，门好像可以互动，是不是能出去啊？开了，但这依旧是咱家的范围内啊。右下角可以看到咱们的手电电量一直在往下掉，哎，是不是需要关闭过后才能够？
我记吧。
这一把。
啊，这把。
比利王那个战士，那骑士。
不一样的。
主要这一把。
不像啊。
世界上最优秀的 AK 使用者。反正他是一个你拿AK你也打不过他的。
复活了，完全复活。来，老六，我们来下棋。
怎么突然就要下棋？
也好无聊啊！
你可以跟车云打过。
车云不想跟我打。
哎，这个下棋怎么玩？
啊，他就西洋棋而已啊。
蓝那怎么用啊？
我在等你进来。
我要怎么进来？
我要你等我一下。
闲聊上面有一个可以点的。
可以点？
闲聊上面啊，点闲聊啊，它会有一个可以加入。
对啊，加入。
哦，看到了。干，等一下。就授权。我按哪个啊？看不懂英文。
来，我传给你，你直接点自由啊。
你要上一次玩西洋棋还是在什么时候吗？
多少？
跟我妹玩的那个时候，大概几个月前。我加入进来了吗？
我看你还没有啊。
啊，我还没有。就。我是要按哪个吗？第一个还是第二个这样子？
我不知道你画面长怎样，开个直播吧。
好，等一下。
突然发现这个西洋棋也太小了吧？这他妈真的是西洋棋吧？你的第一个。
第一个。
对。
好嘞。
然后你按左上角那个。没有，不是。
这个。
中间。这
个。有加号。
不是。有加号那个了。有加号那边左上角那个了。对了，对。然后你按摆。然后你要我。
我看大声，上去。不用摇啊，你直接在大厅可以找到他。你在大厅可以找到他。
看到了。好了。这他妈真的是西洋棋吗？
不知道哎。这个红点是怎样？那个红色方块是什么？
禁止。
你先走啊。
禁止行动的地方是吧？
嗯，
原来还有这个部分。
没有错。
他想要怎么做不关你的事。
因为你不想在这里。
曹领杰不见了，找着。
别好好的跟我讲话，先画画。
然后我也说你要先单排，找着。
没有单排。
我都知道，你可以先单排。
拿着笔，要写点东西。哎，你动了吗？
动了。
想一下。
真的。呀，这是西洋棋吗？
这不是西洋棋吗？应该不是。
这是啊。
缩
小版。缩小版的。
缩小版的。所以它有3个，那个这是什么车？然后2个教皇。啊，国王去哪里了？
对啊，国王跟王后呢？
对啊。
就说缩小版的哦。
超怪，
超诡异的。
拿着笔，要写点东西，自以为能寻找正义。至少我还有你。
大声，怎么还思考大声？
啊，
也是我。
没有换大动了啦。
对。
我后面有。
你说你。
我后面。
我的马怎么变成冰了？有这个规则吗？
我不知道。
你吃掉它，就会变成它。
这是假的，马会这样？
没有，
马是这个规则吗？
所有的都是一样，所有的一样。
哇，所有的规则，这就是缩小版的规则是吧？
对啊，我刚好玩一下。
哦，好妙哦！
妙啊！
所以把那个对面的全部吃掉就可以了是吗？
对啊。所以说才没有那个国王的规则。
哦。
这边抽插，你动了？
动了。
你说你不想在这里，我也不想在这里。
对，
那天黑得太快，想走早就来不及。哦，我爱你。
他怎么变国王了？我的爸！
因为你吃了国王，你就会变国王。
我刚刚吃的是车哎。
是车吗？
对啊。很妙哎。
妙啊！
原来是皇后吧？
妙啊！
缪斯，缪尔塞斯。
好像我班上有一个方舟厨，看到那个 Hello Kitty 就直接说哦我要厨了，现场直接喷了1000块。他把全部的那个就是联动的造型都买下来。
对呀。他很有钱，
说花就花，怎么说？我接着说，干你妈的，这个钱随便花是吧？我当时直接跟他讲，妈的，有钱就可以为所欲为。
有钱就可以为所欲为啊！啊，抱歉啊，有钱真的是可以为所欲为啊。对啊，这个是皇后吧？
对啊，这是皇后。
对，我看一下。
哇，阿生好吃吗？
好吃。
为什么不跟小你吃呢？
是这样。
啊，他过来我就给他煮啊。
皇后有点强了，太强了皇后。
他到时候说不行会死掉。
至少我还有你。 至少我还有你。你说你不想在这里。哎，你从哪？
我从哪呀？
看到了，看到了。
妙啊！
哦，我爱你。根本是认真的吗？
不太认真，因为我已经不知道怎么玩了。我已经好像动不了，你知道吗？
我还正在思考。
没有，你稳赢啊，靠呀！
不会啊，我那个要变车了，你看。
喂，变黄裤了。
然后
皇后就死掉了，然后他就死掉了，好耶！
啊？
完了，好烂哦！我不喜欢玩这种的。
没有正常版的吗？
没有，没看到，我还是去打派派好了。等林嘉欣回来。
我听到有人砸碗的声音。
哎，谁进来了？我操！这个人是你进来吗？
啊？
哦，你没进来，我又开一局了。
然
后有人进来，有人自己进来。
哎，
为什么你看不到头像？
那是不认识的吧？还是电脑啊？
不是啊，
有人看你太可怜跑进来。
那我原本要社会人，啊，结果有人自己加进来了。
拿着笔，想写点东西。
好热。
人生长正义。你说你不想在这里，我也不想在这里。那天黑得太快，想走早就来不及。哦，我爱你。骗人的是小狗。小翔，你今晚想要到房间跟我一起睡一晚吗？我只会握你的手而已。丑色。
几两几？
也有几两。
我班上真的有个人像这样经营。
啊？有人像
我去租屋处看房子的时候，那个房东跟我说这个是大四的学姐的房间，然后我就看了进去第一眼，你知道我看到什么吗？
啊，超起来了。
没有，我看到几样基因。
傻笑。
我进去看到第一个东西是几样基因，我就知道我这学姐能出。
他的东西是什么？
他的东西有一个九九的那个 那种你去抽一般场会有那种
靠腰
杀
手皇后在那边是不是？
对，这杀手皇后，他妈杀手皇后跟吉祥经理就他妈站在那边。
好，牛逼！我原本也想买的，但是资金不足。
现金摔炸了。
我现在唯一能看的只有那个东海帝王。
东海帝王是什么？那个
真的，我发现我之前有拍照，但是我很久了。真的只有东海帝王能看，2000块，2500块的东海帝王。
我是有一只那个大名大放啊，一番赏抽的。
我原本想要用99，但99系列真的超级贵。
确实，99超贵，这些99比较精致，不知道为什么。
99的你还可以买那个，
而且99每一个都做很帅，每一个都帅炸了，真的。
对吧？
好想要陈太郎啊，好想要迪奥啊，
迪奥，
一起啊，要一起。那个愚者，一击2击。
我觉得一起的那个技能蛮屌的，他要是知道直升机这个东西啊，我操，全部
沙子做的直升机，他不是做成那个吗？做成那叫啥来着？风扇的那个战斗机，用那个路线，用那个。
它是滑翔翼不是？我记得是
滑翔机之类的。但它那个不是只有滑翔作用？
对啊，它就是一直好像变成鸟吧，还是什么的，反正它是变滑翔的。
滑翔翼啊，然后直接滑到那个水神那边，那个瞎子。
我知道。
对，跑到哪里去了？到底在哪里？然后天上。帅炸了！
哎，
真是帅炸了！
我真的很想要买一个杀手皇后放在家里。
我想买一个那个还没有变成那个川考号做的吉祥经，然后旁边站一个杀手皇后，帅炸了！
喂，你刚刚说你想要挂一个蒙娜丽莎在你家的墙壁？
然后我买一个蒙娜丽莎的那个仿画，然后挂在我家墙壁，然后像吉祥经，然后跪在地板勃起那一个，跪在地板喊 Boki， 帅炸了！还是买一个那个等那个乔尼出啊，等乔尼乔斯的啊。
干，你要乔尼哦，我不要想要截录。
老子他妈那个还有那个吗？那个杰诺在骂的那个，老子他妈一个骑士一个部落贵族，花费大把时间教你4堂课，结果结尾我好不容易找到弱点，已经一个攻击就把我干没了，好不容易觉醒提升了。
那其实不算提升，主要还是回血。
主要还是回血力，确实。好不容易可以打，终于可以跟你们这些替身使者战斗了，结果突然给我来一个爱之列车。
干，你总比那个警长好吧？那个警长的替身能力是一个神子。
哪个警长？
就金发那个，然后什么为了伸张正义，对。然后他的能力是可以在身子上解体，我的 fuck！
哇，还有那个替身叫什么？11月雨嘛，后面那个是舅Land的主角的替身，忘记那个叫什么了。
你说哪一个？
有一个他的替身可以在雨上面走路。
哦，那个算了，舅店我不想看，我看到一半我不想看。
不是舅Land的，是那个也是彪马野狼的。
哦，彪马野狼。
那个什么彩虹？
好了，男人时间是我觉得最猛的一个。
这种彩虹的，你说那个满弹，然后直接回溯3秒
，6秒回溯
6秒，
对。感觉他那个设计真的超级猛，他只要平移就可以时间倒退，但是他给自己的对手一个公平的时间，就是他让他看到我可以调时钟，
太帅了！欢迎来到男子汉的世界，
感觉真的超烂的。
这
句话我超想跟燕神讲的，什么时候变男子汉？
这个叫什么来着？哇，第4课
啊？
巧克力迪斯科啊，
什么男子汉？
就有个替身啊，然
我都
后他在教别人那个
暗黑
成为男子汉，从男孩变成
教会乔尼暗黑意志。
这正所谓男子汉是，即使面对深渊，还是可以毫不犹豫的面对着他。这就是所谓的男子汉。
在内心坚信着要开枪的时候，
我忘记他叫杰洛什么了，好像什么。
他叫杰洛暗黑意志啊。
没有，他叫杰洛对应的。他说，就像他这种小男孩，只会想着如何脱困而已。
他叫你变成男子汉。
不会跟你这种只想着逃跑的人打。
战斗的，请回吧。要是想穿过这里，必须打败我。但是我是不会跟你这种小男孩打的。
感觉超级 man，
帅炸了！
我觉得总统的那个替身就算了，我觉得这个替身是真的猛。
那个替身叫做那个巧克力迪斯科。
哎，整部剧我觉得最有看点就那里，因为我觉得那个回旋真的看到我头里面。
完璧のゴールデン回転エネルギー。
尤其到最后，我就觉得，干，为什么是骑兵回旋？我操，我以为是后面有什么加很奇怪的，干，真的是很奇怪。
要加速啊，黄金回旋啊，那个黄金比例回旋。
原来是连马也变成。我想过任何的矩形的东西，就是没想过马也是黄金比例。
确实。还有那个杰诺在那个，你有看到那个3点那个小明建模版本那个杰诺吗？他妈老子这一把连头拔下来当成黄金回旋在打。
那个我没看过。
那个等下传给你，那个很好笑。那个乔尼骂大总统啊，然后杰洛骂乔尼啊，然后大总统骂杰洛跟乔尼。
毕竟你想看那个大总统的理想真的超屌哦。我认为就是让国家的幸福就是我的幸福。
我的幸福就是国家的幸福。
没有，他说国家的幸福就是我的幸福。他说他为了国家，我就算舍弃自己的生命，我也愿意。
他这个也是包装啊。
其实不太像，我觉得蛮屌的。这也是我某个意义上也蛮帅。
我本人已经拿出最初的纸巾了。
无心。
深入民境，所作所为皆为正义。
我之前国文课的时候，我真的写这段进去，你知道吗？老师说写一段诗句，无心。
老师就说你有中二病。
没有，大学。
啊。
我大学这样写，然后老师说，哎，这个诗句有点猛。
然后我跟你讲，我高中我就不敢这样写。
为什么？
因为我们老师会说写这种东西啊，太中二了吧。
哇，你知道我那个老师直接讲说，他把内心的觉悟都写出来了。我完全不知道老师怎么看的，干超级猛，
巨好笑。
哇，他就说从这个字面上看起来好有觉悟哦，
好有觉悟，
看得出他的决心非常的强大。
不要再想我下一个动漫要看什么。
这个替身名字叫做彩虹捕手
啊。
然后我刚睡起来，我就想，我要不要去补一下那个
总统的替身？
没有，我说那个有一个在雨中可以那个踩着雨的那个，然后雨停了就会死。对。
我觉得里面还是有个替身，我觉得也蛮智障的。好像是什么？对啊，我想一下，那个替身。思考一下，也想不起来。我记得是蛮费的。
那个
里面有一个我爱罗，我记得有一个我爱罗。
玩沙子。
他妈玩
把他们全部沉到沙子里面那个。
没有，他可以把那个什么，可以使用什么人家就是铁粪的，妈有个智障。
忘记他那个是被沉到里面吗？然后起不来。有一个不会死的，你知道吗？就是只要我在这个装甲里面，我就不会被攻击，我就是无敌的，然后直接被丢在水里面起不来。
你说杀人？
对，应该是杀人，应该就是杀人。只要我在这个沙做的盔甲里面，我就是无敌的，然后直接被丢在水里面出不来。 跟那个一样，跟那个卡兹一样，被放逐到外太空回不来了。
对，我还觉得第2部还是觉得蛮冷的，到现在看还是觉得蛮屌的。后面剧情打
确实第2部很屌，
没有那么
你的下一句肯定就是你也自己在你的计算当中吗，九九？自己在你的计算当中吗？
我觉得最
没有错。
那个瓦姆屋那段，瓦姆屋那段真的是我觉得最好看的。
真的。对啊，我觉得结尾不错啊，结尾不错。那个我喜欢日本的随身听，然后直接播 OP。
干，那段也是蛮
摔跤了。
我最讨厌日本人，然后催人家。
我最讨厌的，等一下。不好意思。老头，你会不会看路啊？不好意思，没有看到路是我的问题。真的，你是日本人吗？是啊，怎么了？我最讨厌日本人了。
直接
踹一脚，直接踹人家，超好笑。
把我宝贝女儿骗来这里。
什么地方不好，居然来日本？还有那个啊，德国的科技是世界第1。
靠腰，他妈的！
我就不懂了，他妈只剩一个头的改造人是怎么在2弹死掉的？
这个我也不知道，这个真的很抽象。
你有想到吗？他那个改造身体，直接从背后拿出了好几把热武器。
他说德国一直追世界第1那段真的很好笑。
この個性は世界一。
我还记得那个，他是后面那段写什么？哦，他秉持着德国的意志死去了。
没有错，然后我满脑子上，你是说那个吗？阿西吗？你是说阿西吗？
重点是他每次要放招式的时候，还会举起他的右手，确实。
他的确蛮强的，我觉得他那个科技真的很屌啊，悄悄的手，好像也帮找他做的，
对吧？德国的科技世界第1啊！
我们德国的科技世界第1。哦，这样是 Catch the Rainbow， 这个彩虹捕手。
那我现在在干嘛吗？
还有那个费城枪击案呢，超级烧脑。
哦，费城
在看我，
哎，那个我看懂，那个我有看懂，好猛。
我翻2次才看懂啊。
我是那个，我第一遍我也是翻2次啊，因为我觉得第一段的时候，我就觉得，哎，为什么大总统可以这样？
为什么大总统突然就耍这个？
介绍他的能力的时候，哦，原来是三个不同的平行空间哦，真的假的？
直接疯狂折叠，超屌。
啊，他把3个，重点是3个人哦，同时把3个人塞进去，我操！
然后头是枪击啊，3个都中。
那我问你，你啾啾看到哪里啊？
那个？
啾啾啊，
啾啾，我看到那个 Wonder for You。Wonder
for You， 干你是超智障，干他妈我打死我不会再看。
那个太强，那个太概念了。
哇，他把杀手划破跟他的那个什么尸还是什么的，忘记了。
尸还把它叠在一起。
尸还碾，然后就。
那边那边的世界也有吉良金啊，只不过吉良金是那个
已经被融合掉了，他跟他的兄弟
被融合掉了。
干，我就觉得他那个 BOSS 到底是啥小，你只要对他有敌意，他就可以干死你。
对啊 ，Wonder for you。
I wonder of you.
I wonder of you.
Wonder of you.
啊，复活了。
那一段真的是我最不喜欢的，干你娘！
太概念。
我现在在看我舅舅到底看到哪里了？
不是，
你可以看，
只要对人家有敌意，你要打个鸡巴呀。
确实。
哇，我看一眼，想要是，哎，这是什么人啊？跟他问话，哦，我就撞到膝盖了啊！
好痛啊！我这个人是谁啊？我去找一下他的资料好了啊！我被车撞了，天空怎么有车来撞我啊？
没有啊，他
天上有一台车被
撞。天哦！
天灾系列的，跟那个。不是有人说那个彪马野狼冠军的背后那个替身提线木，有人说那个也是因果好运啊，对，也是一样因果系的替身。
感觉好运真的到最后还是不知道他的替身到底用来干嘛的。
有人说一样是概念系的。
那重点是他到最后也没打架。
他也没打架，他就只是好运。
啊！
他妈杰
我要赚钱，我要赚钱。
杰诺还在跟大总统 battle， 他妈还在赶快骑马到终点，我要当第1名。超好笑。认真在比赛只有他，剩下都在打架。
哎，那个999，哎，我记得，乔尼在最后面的时候，我觉得那个我觉得蛮好笑的是那个迪奥的头会飞过去的。
迪奥的头丢到迪奥身上，然后迪奥直接分解。
对啊，那直接
就平行时空不可以互相触碰。哎，你知道那个有一个舅有一个游戏叫啥来着？里面有那个天堂制造那个。
哦，那个。
天堂迪奥那个。
我知道啊，对啊。
然后里面有那个原本旧的第3部的地友跟第7部的地友遇到了。
我操！
然后他就说，哇，只要有时间暂停能力，我一定可以赢下这场比赛的。就有另外一个平行时空的自己就有的世界，虽然他的世界比较瘦，就是感觉不如原本迪奥的世界强。
我觉得迪奥还是真的蛮屌的，就是
他丢的。
他是怎么做到在第6部的时候还是第7部的时候？第6部的时候到底怎么穿越的？我的 fuck！
因为那个就算平行时空，他是算平行时空。
他怎么从美国他妈到那个到埃及？妈的！
没有，他是被捞起来啊。他是不是哇？好像太平洋被捞起来吧，然后自己跑到埃及，然后全身上下装备直接变成埃及装备。
重点是他还有时间跑去跟那个神父。
还有时间？
你是想上天堂吗？他妈的！
然后直接跟神父躺在一起，然后那画面超假。
对啊，超假。
然后那个神父回忆录就是地球是我这一生的挚友。
哇，确定是挚友。
这是我的挚友，只有他理解我。
我还觉得他们还有一段就是那个，哇，这是乔斯达家的那个新型标志，他到底怎么知道的？
你怎么会有乔斯达家历代的新型标志？
就那个小婴儿，他看到那个小婴儿那个背后的那个符号。
对啊。
哦，这竟然他到底怎么知道的？好假！
迪奥不是还有3个儿子吗？有个波西米亚狂下去。
干一点，迪奥的儿子干一点，这个超级丑。
主要儿子除了乔诺以外都超丑，每个都跟畸形儿一样。
妈，基因不符。
除了乔诺以外，除了乔诺以外，其他都超丑。
他妈，然后他们要么就龅牙嘛，干。第
8
部的时候我觉得角色都蛮
脸凹进去，要不是哪一个那个花龙那部吗？还是那个999链的？
就999链。
999链的开局就在吸毒啊，超好笑。
到底谁会开场直接说，哎，干他有4颗蛋？
这就是999链的不同的地方啊。
他妈的，到底
因为999链的对应的是那个黄金之风啊。然后他的那个黄金之风，
开场直接给我一个网站，因为看着他妈早上前10页嘛，我干，他有4颗蛋，
他有4颗蛋，还可以分，还有双蛋黄。
我看到那段的时候，脑袋直接宕机，为什么你要看人家的蛋？
为什么你要跟我讲他有蛋蛋？我不想知道啊。
重点是他的造型真的，我就觉得我也蛮不能接受的。
我觉得还行啊。
就我能理解水手，但是。你不要画那么幼稚的脸呐！
为什么没有？哎呀，
他们画超级幼体耶！
他们就一群小孩啊，他们的确是一群小孩啊。
什么？然后还有一些节奏画崩掉，那个我会笑死。
我还觉得那个很好笑，一进场就在吸毒，吃冰毒。
对，我觉得整个画面都是感觉在吸毒，操你妈的！
那个有人就说，如果对应的是第5部黄金之风，第4部黄金之风，然后布加拉迪看到这一对，他们全部都在吸毒，然后加贩毒，还有犯罪，直接就我的发，
直接毁灭，
毁灭。
哎，我记得他们在渡王艇，对不对？新版渡王艇。
渡王艇不是那个吗？花龙吗？
没有，对啊，花龙啊，新版渡王艇。
我说的是那个999链的对应的。
999链啊，他说他是渡王艇，
也是渡王艇，
新版的渡王艇。然后
还有
你想想看哦，陈太阳他妈跟吉良吉影他爸结婚。
现在他爸不是那个秃头吗？
对。
那个。
然后生下来吉阳基影之后，吉阳基影又去跟那个东方家的那个融合，我不知道到底怎么融合的，那段我看得很懵，你知道吗？
啊，因为那个果实可以让人融合。
不是，他只讲他之前那段真的很抽象，你知道吗？其他给我个很正常的理由嘛，然后像那个爱莲那种的我还可以接受，但他妈的给我写那个只是吃了一个东西，我操你妈！
吃那个果实啊，它就可以融合
啊，就很抽象。
替身会。因为我还没看完，我只看开头而已，我只看那个。
我是觉得我是真的看不下去，你知道吗？我想要直接看第9部了。我真的觉得那个乔尼因为就那个孩子，然后是感觉他已经变整智障，我觉得看不下去。
对啊，的确，乔尼在那个花龙那部还有登场，什么传奇，什么传奇。
我记得他好像什么啊，这个诅咒只能一定要在一个人身上，是不是？然后他就把那个诅咒移到自己身上，我操！哇，
你说乔尼吗？
对啊，乔尼啊，超级猛，
强大的一。我还是没记起来那个阮佑师的替身主角叫啥来着？我只记得他的替身名。
哎，我也忘记了。
我就叫他阮佑师。
我都叫他自大的。
他就丢泡泡啊。然后丢泡泡打死那个汪大鹏，
不是，我觉得最后的 BOSS 战真的很抽象，就他妈一颗超越时空的一个泡泡球。
没有错。不是啊，那个谁，那个花龙都挂了，然后替身他妈还有自主意识，操！
很多人都说他是那个跟第3部的那个会操控别人意识的那把刀是同个类型。
有阿努比斯啊。
对，阿努比斯。
那个。就是有自主意识的替身，有很多啊，乔诺也是啊。
他们说的是因为人家是自主型替身，所以说花龙死掉其实没差。
那个谁来的？那个回音 X Free Beach
Shit
Shit
超级有
Let's kill 大后 Beach。
我还是觉得那个后面的陈太郎真的。
力不从心了。
后面我觉得，干陈太郎，哎，
那老了。然后那时候那个徐伦那时候已经50级了吧，还是40级？
啊，
没
有到50级。
徐伦
推测是40级。
因为那个白城是30几岁啊，我记得。然后徐伦不是18才19。
哎，讲到这个就累了。
为什么救女儿？你这一拳打爆神父的头，就不用加速了。
他只是战胜了一个爸爸。
为什么不带奶妈？
其实那时候，
哎呦，他没有奶妈。
那时候藏柱好像还在杜王庭吧，应该吧，我不知道。
没有啊，那个第5部有奶妈，只有第2部没有，只有陈太那部没有奶妈，剩下都有奶妈。
有吗？
有啊，那个浮游生物啊，忘记那浮游
生物不是已经死掉了吗？那石头已经死掉了。
对啊，那时候挂了，奶妈没了，奶妈没就炸了。
对啊。
他们的团是有奶妈的，但是奶妈已经没了。
这没办法。
你看其他的那个黄金之风跟不灭钻石，奶妈是主角就不会死。
他妈你总比陈太郎好吧？陈太郎他妈硬刚哎。
确实，那个第3部真的是硬刚，没有奶妈在玩，直接他妈上去就 A， 老子直接手戳心脏，操！
然后就把心脏
这也是第一阵，
我真的看懵逼哦。
哇，人类是可以这样玩的吗？
啊，你跟我讲说心脏暂停快1分钟，你跟我讲是可以。
1分钟确实不太行，太扯了那个。我那时候看的时候就是，哇操，帝王会补刀哎。
对啊，他是唯一一个没有进城反派正常的逻辑，你知道吗？
我操，会补刀哎！
他会废话是没错，但是他一边废话一边干你。
确实，然后他妈直接断头台，把路边那个高斯梅干下来，超好笑。
直接掏出那个警察的那把枪出来，我操！
直接拿枪哎，确实。
我觉得那段也是，我觉得印象蛮深刻的，操！
我跟你说，那时候如果第2不是飞刀，他妈直接那个拿枪扫射，侦探就已经挂了。
我是觉得一定是比那个之前那个说我手上这把匕首可是有剧毒那个好。
你说那个勇者斗恶龙吗？
对吧？
那个大一的大冒险，勇者大一大冒险，勇者斗恶龙，然后那个
勇者随身携带匕首不是很正常吗？下面一大，
然后下面直接补起那个弯的那个超大补起，然后接着下一幕就是我这个匕首可是涂有剧毒的呢啊！我不知道那个勇者看起来比游戏里面的勇者还要老很多，这看起来是超老的。
我觉得JoJo这个系列，我觉得第9部我可能可以再去看一下。反正我觉得第8部，我是真的觉得人生中已经不行了。
他不是月更吗？甚至叫以后后代要烧东西给我，拜托不要烧第8部。
我要是看到那个广大开音出现的话，我会很开心。
直接他妈从坟墓爬起来，直接从坟墓爬起来，不要烧这个。
对，好像到现在我都没看到那个东方藏柱，好像真的后面真的完全不见了。
藏柱不是对应那个吗？软幼师吗？
对吧？就4弹呢。
对啊，那个 It's soft and wait, you are soft and wait。
我还是觉得那个 Wonder All You 真的是很猛。
Wonder All You。
真的是感觉他每次动起来，我就觉得感觉他突然跳舞，你知道吗？
确实，他那个装扮。
哇，拿一个
大黑帽子，戴一个拐杖，然后豹皮围巾，然后穿着那个穿着老西装。
重点是他是真的是整个系列中最变态的一个，他比迪奥还变态。
他是院长啊！
啊，到底为什么要写那么恶心啊？干！然后后面只能用一个超级奇怪的方式打倒他，干这个那更奇葩。妈的，好比就是他妈我也是拿那个辅导还有缩写过来样子。
啊？
没有，我在讲比喻而已。
什么东西？
我在说你很帅啊。
靠腰。
确实。你知道如果给天气预报配的那个
天气预报吗？干天气预报也是很屌，干给一个他妈的那个个位数年纪的小男孩他妈用哇，这种纯养会让你战胜的。
直接把用死。我只能跟你说你但凡把天气预报丢给一个什么天气博士，再把你玩出花来。
但是天气预报也很屌啊。哎，
为什么会下那个箭毒蛙语啊？
干那个很猛
箭毒蛙语太强了。
还有那个
他妈真的是
我记得他后面不是还有一招什么瓜牛？
对啊，那个瓜牛
碰
到之后
你看到一眼就变瓜牛。
对，你就会跟着就变瓜牛，它是反转来的。
干那段我也觉得很猛，干怎么？
啊，强大的一！
我还是觉得人变瓜牛那段，我觉得好恶心。哇，那个谁，安娜苏干直接腿直接那个，哇，超恶！从来没看过那么恶的东西。
啊，星月直接星月。
哦，星月我也觉得蛮恶的。我想说白蛇的形象好帅哦。
白蛇帅炸了，白蛇还会讲话，白蛇还会跟你聊天呢。
还有，我还是觉得。
为什么听莫提斯的声音？等一下，我的发，谁他妈在玩？谁在玩荒野乱斗？
我操的！这样，你要玩是吧？
我不要玩，我已经不想玩了，太破了。
他说他现在已经没游戏玩了，他就把荒野载回来。
你他妈就要打 iPad 啊？你就不想玩游戏？
他会打 iPad 啊。
上线。
鸡巴。他现在没载。
好吧。啊！星月重地反转。
星月我也。
飞上去又飞下来。
哎，我就觉得神父的那个压迫感真是也是蛮大的。
确实。White Snake。
讲实在，我还是觉得那个什么，老板那段也是蛮好笑的。老板是真的是最多表情包的一个 boss， 你知道吗？
我的心，你们死的来！不要靠近我啊！
每一帧都感觉都是可以跟迪奥媲美的存在，你知道吗？
确实。迪奥的口都迪亚波罗的。
怎么这是一场试炼，然后他妈从下往上开，干超帅！
确实，然后直接那个衣服直接脱掉，然后直接变身，我干帅炸了！これは試練か。覚悟の未来超試練。直接これが試練。
你想想看，但凡换成王元生把衣服脱了，我都觉得好像。
你这个啊，怎么把我衣服脱了？那么刺激的。
我说要是换成你的话，应该不会有这种效果。
天哪！
反正，哦，这种帅用完真。
你像个燕生脱衣服，然后变超级壮，然后直接头发
我跟你讲哦，我真的觉得那个第8部的 BOSS 他妈跟就是东方藏柱啊，然后他妈就是很丑，干超级丑。那个替身是蛮帅的，就是替身我承认很帅。那是什么声音啊？我操！我好久没有玩荒野乱斗了，听起来觉得蛮值得的。
Wonderful you。
哎，猴子在你头上跳。
有人在我脸上复活，太扯了吧！
哎，第9部要是出完的话，我就会去看了。我觉得连载的时候那边慢慢等很心累，然后就像那个什么咒术啊，自从咒术要出成那样子的话，我再也不想追连载了，越看越头痛。我相信就算林嘉欣看了都会觉得哇牛逼。好了，我都知道了，李安信最喜欢看《咒术回战》。
哎我操，没跳好啊！妈的，那个小手一样。应该是在吃晚餐。哎，我跑去买那个爱真实，然后丢在我房间，然后还没微波。我想说，等他那个，等我他打 CS 不是啊，手放在底在吃，你妈的就没微波，他饭就不是熟的。
啊，饭是
那个啥来着？它不是熟的，它不会是熟的。
它是熟的。
你有吃过那个吗？你有吃过生的吗？就直接吃，它真的不是熟的。
我会直接吃。我
它中间是
我会直接啃下去。
它中间是生的，还是我吃的不一样？我之前吃一个餐盒，也是全家卖，然后我没有微波，
你说餐盒，我想说可能是
它中间是生的。
哦，我说是饭团之类的。
饭团会是熟的是啊，我说的是餐盒啊，它中间是生的，米中间。
餐盒只是会就令哎。
不，它的米心是生的。
我不知道哎，我从来不吃 7的便当。
你知道为什么我知道吗？因为他妈我那天我不知道那个要微波，他也没有给我说要微波，然后我就直接说带回去生啃，因为他的外餐盒写说这个是沙拉什么餐盒，然后下面有饭，我没有看到下面有饭，我以为它是纯菜，就我啃2口，不对劲，怎么有饭？然后再啃1口，不对劲，饭怎么是生的？
计划有变，
我就把它啃完了，你知道吗？
是啊。想过抽象，但没那么抽象。
这是什么欧论级？兜罗为了你跑去打工，给你买你最喜欢的欧论级。
我都会传给李爱心看，超好笑。
超好笑，欧论级。
李爱心，你说对不对？哎，李爱心不见了，哎。
要装死啊！
对。 你是不是都没看 Orange？ 哇，我就知道，太爽。
哇，玩邦邦的都不跳伞的。
傻小。
你知道我队友叫什么吗？他叫臭有其大，他是邦邦，也是邦邦的。
我操。
哇，我右上角有个名字叫做无形无形大总统。
大总统。我觉得叫男子汉的那个比较屌。
男人时间完蛋。ようこそ男の世界。
什么？难道林嘉欣也想要？
林嘉欣你也想当男子汉？你童年要先被你的父亲强奸，赶紧的。
看。
快点去找你爸，叫他当你的皮燕子。
他童年不是被那个一个抢劫犯那个？
对，直接被那个钢皮眼啊。
没有被钢的。
我不知道有没有被钢，
他掏出了他的手枪出来。
那个是后面才掏手枪啊。
就掏出他的手枪来，然后直接对着他。然后他发动了
那个是后面才掏手枪，因为他一开始是没有掏手枪的。
因为他发动了男子汉时间，他就有时间去掏人家的枪。
确实。我怎么记得他是好几次之后，然后才会那个？
没有，他就是就觉得啊完蛋了，要死掉了，然后男子汉的时间突然就发动了。
男的我都哭了谁？然后拿枪直接射那个。
对吧？然后他就那天就成为男子汉，干超猛，这段真的写超级狠。
ようこそ男の世界。
他这段直接完全呈现出的是男子汉要勇于面对，超屌。
确实。
这所谓的男子汉是他妈的正面硬刚的男人，在公平的对决中胜出的才是真正的男子汉。
没有错，为了以表示公平。我只有按上这个牌表的时候，时间才会回溯。
你知道他原本是意念型的替身吗？超级。
原本是只要想按就按啊。
没有，他只要想就可以往回溯一样。他
只要按，其实不用按也是行。
对，他不用按也是行。他只要想就可以。
啊，他要是没有这样玩的话，他也不是男子汉。
他根本不会说破。直接拉到这个刚见面那一刻，直接把枪对着他脑袋射一发。
对，刚见面就先往你的头来一发了，然后再跟你喊一个，先给你来一发之后，再跟你说我有口手，我都口都谁开。
我会觉得第一代是我觉得最不想，跟第8代我都觉得不好看，没有到很好。
你说那个乔纳森打迪奥吗？
对啊，乔纳森啊。
没有就乔纳森那一代我看完了，人气战法、冷冻战法超屌的。
我是觉得就单纯的热血，你知道吗？
确实只有单纯的热血，因为那时候还没有方向啊，后面才出现替身啊。
我觉得第2部就是写的蛮好的。
确实，噔痞子，乔家人独特传统。
我们乔家一向都是绅士的。
没有。这是没有错，请问你们会做什么？看妈妈洗澡，殴打路边的人，殴打看不顺眼的人，把所有头发很好笑的人全部打成智障，成为黑帮老大。
我觉得黑帮老大那个其实还好，因为他是那个
黑帮老大在这种
他是正义的老大，你知道吗？
乔鲁诺真的是正常人，就是他们全部都最正常的，不会随便乱扁人那一个。
对啊，
其他就是看你不爽就扁你。还有偷自己爸爸钱包。
我觉得第7部我就觉得啊，哇，嫖妓哦，腿断了哦，地狱开局哦，
腿断了，地狱开局，我操，他妈骑马的人是瘸子，我操，难怪要骑马。
你知道我想说那个赛马有什么好看的？哦，看完之后，
身上，完美回旋。
干。第一次看到他妈的想说骑马打仗哦，真的假的？不对，写太他妈好了哦。其实他们有一个奶妈他们是那个第7部的奶妈是什么那个喷雾的样子。我还觉得那个女生到底是啥小？ 那女生就过来讲几句话，然后就到后面就直接死掉了。啊？
那什么那个爱之列车吗？
不是，就是有一个女生就是会帮忙补血的。我听到什么怪怪的声音？那件事又是。
好了，他已经在玩绝区里，好像有2天没玩了。我2天没玩绝区里了都。
2天啊。
哇皮！
我看怎么那么大声呢？
嘉欣动的噪音也都很严重啊。
嘉欣。
啊！哦，他在干嘛？为什么不来打？这家伙为什么在后面看戏啊？妈贱种！
嘉欣，
干你贱种！
嘉欣，
吵什么吵？真的是。
嘉欣，
你他妈有问题是不是啊？你先下去。那你嘞？那你叫我干嘛？
那怎么就下去？
哎，
那就好好说话哦。
那怎么就？
那明明就是为了先开始的。
那就下去，那水淋淋的就下去。
啊，明明就是你先开始的，为什么丢我？
就好笑。乌鱼子。我现在满脑子都只有来财。
我你要说，你要说林嘉欣，狂野啥？
啊，我们底下有要打过吗？还是没有？
有啊。
有吗？
有啊。哇，
是真没有，是真的有还是真没有？
不知道啊，超听不见了。
那应该就是没有了。他放生我们，他排挤我们。
对啊，我班上有个梅亚说要打我，
怎么？你有兴趣哦？
没有啊。那女生就跟张雨贤差不多同个概念，挺疯的。
那你怎么突然要讲出来呢？
没有啊，我突然想到有人跟我讲说要打我、啊。
你说西恩吗？西恩也是那种。
你想跟他打吗？真的假的？
没有啊，你可以叫你说那个想要打我那个人，就跟西恩接触。啊，没认识一个女生，然后就那个拿去给西恩。
那他跟西恩单挑的。
然后用西恩来当那个评判标准。嗯。
我操。
哦，你很像很强哦。
你这样子的话，随便叫李安心他去酒店抓一个人都可以打赢他，好不好？
原来这是当那个考试标准。
考你妈的试啊！只要像西恩一样比肌肉了。啊，不然就李亚欣说的那个谁，吴敏伦样子。他们班上有一个击败的。
那是我们班。
没有啊，就李亚欣高中同学。
那就跟高中一样啊，都是同班的。
哦，李亚欣不讲话哦。
干嘛、啊？
踢出去。
你是有病是不是？你才欠踢，你这个王八蛋，真的是叫什么叫？
我刚刚讲的那个，你们班上不是有
又消失？
你们班上不是有个
超有病他怎么又消失了？
对啊，
对啊，就那个家伙不是吗？
你说那个雅斯伯格吗？
什么雅斯伯格？学习雅斯伯格。
大小。他有是不会叫？
我还是那个啊。
然后他不是妥瑞好吗？他是我讲他是智障，不是妥瑞。 真智障。
我跟你说啊，雅斯伯格他们就是自闭症了，我操，
完全不同好不好？认识雅斯伯格的他妈起码不是他妈的，他只是会讲的事情要重复多一点而已啊。只是单纯智障的话，那是另当别论啊。像阿生这种，那就是单纯智障而已。
不是，他也不是讲的事情要多讲一点，他会自己卡 bug， 他不是他会卡 bug， 他是会自己自动卡 bug。
这个不是很常见吗？精神有异常的人都这样子。
就是他不会表达啦，他没有表达能力啊。
就整天只会叫啊。
那个他们是妥瑞啦，操！叫几次都是妥瑞。妈的，妥瑞到雅斯在这妈超好笑。
但是雅斯伯格，我之前那个高中真的有一个会叫的，是雅斯伯格真的叫。阿生说对不对？他妈车
他会叫吗？
车伟跟那个我家乱教他。
好没有。
叫，
但是那件事哦，刚才不是雅斯伯格吧？
那是雅斯伯格啊。
哦，那是雅斯伯格，只是他没有叫而已。
罗玉轩啊，罗院士啊。
然后只是他原本不会叫，然后后来被别人叫，
对啊，被别人叫啊。啊，对，我叫他们两个。哎，罗，你可以对我这样子吗？
不是，等一下，他妈妥瑞是后天的。
他真的这样子跟那个我班上那个人讲，干。罗，你可以这样子学我吗？
要学我吗？
然后人家就照做啊，因为人家不懂了，好吧？他只知道哇，他笑出来了哦，这个一定好
开心啊！
大家都一起笑。
天哪！
等下你真的现在才知道？
啊？
你真的现在才知道？
没有，我忘记他是哪一个症状啊？没有，应该说他的症状名字叫什么了？
就真的雅斯伯格。
他有什么样？他会怎样？讲一下。
他就是你说的，他会重复讲很多次，
对啊。
他妈那个班导的游戏最靠北，每次都叫我去教，他妈的我讲同一件事情，他就说哦不要，我觉得这样的话比较好啊。
有啊，很有实力。
干你娘！他妈，你们这些畜生，他妈每一个男生可以他妈扛起责任的，干你娘！除了沈世廷以外，那老师每次要抓人的时候，他妈的，谁要过去教一下他，然后每个人跟狗一样熟。
没有，这也是教什么啊？你如果说那种教画画，那我不行
啊。那个什么
教图学的话，
数学的话是我他妈要支援他，干你娘！每件事情都是要我跟他慢慢讲，干你。
因为你这有点类似那种看起来就很模范生的那种感觉。
模范你妈啊！你跟我讲他妈
这个你讲的这个也不是雅斯伯格。
啊？
没有，我跟你讲，
他真的是雅斯伯格，他有认证的，他是被认证的雅斯伯格。
他应该是超级严重那种吧，就真的自闭到一个极点那种。
他们讲一件事情可以讲7、8次，他妈还是不会懂。操你妈！
他反而他那个有点社交恐怖分子，你知道吗？
你说谁？罗
啊？哇，废话呀！我觉得他是社交恐怖分子哎。
我觉得你在我们班上的时候，你就应该感觉到我们班上没一个正常人的。
不是，任何没有提到他的话，就是没跟他讲到的话，然后他就会自己抽过来。这个我觉得很棒。
我昨天想到之前那个皮卡丘战士。
啊，什么皮卡？
皮卡丘战士，就是我之前高环教第一次来面照的时候，绕全校。
靠北那个。
到处留照片，超好笑。那个什么 ，IG 上面随便翻一翻都是我们的照片，超好笑。哦，我还是觉得毕业前我跟校长握手真好笑。
啊？你说上台领奖吗？
对啊，上台领奖握手。
好呗。我没有上台领奖。
回来学校直接先跟校长握个手。
你知道我这辈子我只有那个都没有上台领奖过。
啊？真的没有？
真的。 而且我这辈子就领过一个奖，叫做进步奖。
怎么跳不出去？
而且这个进步奖啊，当天还因为下雨，所以没有办。然后那个进步奖就直接那个派人直接送到我那个教室。
你可以学我啊，我国小的时候啊，有那个写。
啊，我国小就觉得很烂，然后就那个改了，我再也不要为了什么小。
我国小写心得有得奖，好像什么4区奖吧。然后上台领奖的时候，因为刚学到脏话，然后直接在台上卖3音，然后我就写了10遍课文。
你知道我那一次哦，就是那个我不是说那个下雨，下雨，然后那个就没领到奖，然后那时候我就还在想，就我的奖状呢？
感觉差哦。我觉得人生就蛮多奖，
我小
还好，不差一个。
我小1、2年级，还3、4年级来的，
还是
我就
等下去，
我人生中就只有领过那一次奖。
你有领过奖吗？
什么奖？
就是什么奖都可以。
那肯定有啊。
对啊，这不是很正常吗？领奖不是很正常吗？
没有我从来没有上台过领奖。
我也没有上台过。
随便写个心得也可以得奖啊。
你知道我拿过最扯的奖是什么吗？
因为我在摆烂。
你知道我拿过最扯的奖是什么吗？
什么奖？
什么？
全国珠心算第2名。
全国心算。
你有珠心算？我也有我也有珠心算。
真的假的？
我不知道。
我想说只有喜欢人会去而已。
确实，我觉得去那个没什么意义。
对啊，我就觉得心算呢。
什么奖？什么奖？
有意义啊，可以吃东西啊。
没有，我也没有吃东西，我只是水那个奖杯而已。那奖杯超大
奖杯超大。
我知道我今天国文朗读第2名。
啊，半个人高。
国文朗读第2
名。快100公分吧。
国小2年级。还没有打。
要啊，
我们刚才就等你哦，全部人就等你。
没有打，我在画画，我画好了，走吧。
什么？你不是说你不打？
我在画音啊。
你不是说你要先睡个觉？
啊，我哪时候说我要睡觉？
什么人说的？
明天要上多国小。
天啊，好小。
你不是说你要睡觉？
大小。
对啊，我还没进去我就听到了。
哦，李亚勋
啊，
你会上头发颜色吗？
不会
啊。
头发色你会吗？
不会。
应该不会吧？我记得他不会。
啊？
对，我不会。
那我现在眼睛会了，然后有皮肤会，我头发不会。
眼睛会，所以眼睛跟皮肤有很难吗？
不难啊，重点是头发他妈怎么上啊？干！
哎，
他妈怎么画到好奇怪？
画去就是可以不用上色的。
怎么画到好奇怪啊？
你可以像我一样啊，上单色。
干他的要尾后涂不尾后涂啊，要平涂看起来怪怪的。
你可以跟我一样啊，上单色就好了，上单色也很像啊，很像。
那我就画完了，我上单色，那我就画完了。
没有，我说单色是指他妈阴影加原本的
颜色，
阴影加原本的颜色，至少3种。
至少3种。特你可以直接去参考那个买购啊。
有啊，我参考了，重点是。我不会上那个头发颜色啊！
你先上底色，然后再慢慢。
我上完底色，
那就慢慢去叠，你去拿其他颜色去慢慢叠，拿比较淡的颜色去叠。
没有，陈友友，我跟你讲，先上3种颜色。
我截图我传给你，你自己看。他妈的，
不要调100就好了。
上色会变超奇怪
啊！
透明度调太高。
你DC。有上色跟没上色差很多
那你别上色。
你
丢哪里？我没看到。
差很多
我要看，丢上来。
差很多。
这个阴影线好怪哦，干哥哥，你阴影线好怪。
我要看。
阴影就很怪，我就不会上头发怎么上啊？干。
耶！
你直接冲去他房间不就好了？
这2个。
我现在是穿条内裤啊。
大概剩这2个。
你那个东西叫阴影吗？你那个光在下面是不是？
我不会啊。
你光在哪里？你光在哪里？你光在哪里？
啊，光在左边啊。
光在左边，那上面就不会是黑的，上面不会是黑的。
还在正前方，忘记，反正我是靠感觉在上的。
他这应该是正前方啊。
我是靠感觉在上的。
正前方脸你会超亮哎，老哥，你脸会超级亮。
左边，然后你右边头发有个阴影，我操。
确实。
他说他的光在左边，我看他。
你还是别上意了。
那还是正中间啊。
对啊，这是下面光吧？你猜是谁画的？
我不会有上阴。
看起来超像正上方，但是也不像正上方。
你就想你的那个。那叫什么来着？你的公园在哪里？
不是你素描不可以吗？你不是会素描
啊？我素描不行啊。
啊，那还
素描不行。
我素描很烂呢。
我先分析一下，
我都是随便乱画的，你知道吗？
听我分析，
大概找个感觉，就发现干怎么越上越糟。
底部不应该会有这样。
啥呀？算了，我自己在
他脸就歪掉了，有什么好分析的？
哎，对耶，他脸是歪的。
对，你脸是他妈一边是方的，然后一边是斜切过去。
他头发是正的，
不用斜的。
等一下，他画的是对的，阿姨的确蛮烫的。
你说因为躺的吗？
阿姨是躺的，所以画这个是对的。
好，
这不是后发吗？怎么画的是前发？这不是后面，这边是后面。
确实。
前发画成后发。
没有啦，你要相信他，
你要相信我，
画的贼好。我觉得其实
我只是不会画而已，你不能讲。我
如果不上
初学者，
我
是初学者哎。
老哥，你没有分前发。
我是初学者。
你那个后面那上面那一撮真的是。
哎，你家那个车尾，
没那个，我觉得这个阴也比较好。看另一个好了，还是另一个比较好，没有阴影比较好。等一下，
谁有脸？
你把头顶那个黑色的全部擦掉，看看会不会比较好？
对吧？就这个，
不是这个脸，我跟其他阴影都没有的。
你确定你？
他连前发后发都没分，他前发都跟后发连在一起。
他会画手指哎，虽然他的食指看起来怪怪的。
他食指好长。
确实，没有，我还是不会画手，还是不会画手，有什么办法？我是 AI， 不会画。
你可以学我画眼身啊，小李。
哎，那边怎么粉红的？他小哈？干，他小，怎么会？哎，靠背，
这是什么？
哎，靠背，
这是什么？
来，我改一下，怪怪的，看到怪怪的东西。我看到怪怪的东西。
上面那个地方吗？
没有，我看到怪怪的东西。好。
这是什么？
看到怪怪的东西，别看那个地方，我画错了。
眉毛还断掉了。
有啊，那个超没
掉了，
对，要断掉了。
我用
这怎么奇怪一点？
现在你看，现在你们去看一下我那个，我把你画那个素描脱掉。
那你肯定是屌啊！
连老师都说
要来评我的吗？林嘉欣。
好了，别看头发啦，我头发不会上啦，我头发不会画。
来评我的吗？林嘉欣。
来，嘉欣。
哦。
嘉欣。你再看一下他的手指，是正常。
我不会画妹，酷的，
那肯定是不正常。那就是你没有努力啊！你为什么不努力呢？
好啦，你们要吵，你连画都不会画。
确实，
我现在用鼠绘把它补完。
你知道
我也是鼠绘啊，我也是鼠绘。
老大，我觉得你在这条路有一个要注意的地方，就是你的笔触要有粗细感。
对，你要有粗细感，你要有粗细感，你画线稿要有粗细感
啊！我要怎么样有粗细？要怎么样就
必须要粗细感。
我知道，我去调那个，
就是你笔压，
压的设定，
就是笔压，就是看笔压。
哎，太扯了！
有电绘板笔压吗？我去擦一下它。
不像我学校接着说那个，我们是以手绘为主。
我也喜欢你那个，我们也是以手绘为主。
他直接讲说电绘在我这边是不合格。
不合格啊！
劳动就是狗屎，电绘也是。
对，差不多这种概念。他直接讲是狗屎。
有挺掉的。
我们很多老师就是这样的，没道理。
老大，你还记得我昨天画这个吗？
回来了。
你还记得我昨天画这个吗？
你还要怎么调？
啊？你说笔？
好像瓦康。
那是瓦康的笔吧？那个是
瓦康。
你有开启笔压功能吗？ 你有驱动吗？你有下载过驱动吗？
一定有下载驱动，一定有下载，要不然没
驱动。那也就从驱动那边对啊，那代表一定会有比呀，你去驱动看啊。
哎，找一下
选项啊。
瓦康。
干我在问你驱动跟我不一样，为什么跟你的不一样？
因为这不是那个，
因为你们不一样，
这不是瓦康中心啊，这是别的。瓦康中心是另外一个，瓦康中心是这个。我现在在开这个。
对啦，这个啦，靠背。
应该是这个吧？画笔设定，
笔压设定。
再开。
坏掉，10块收。
哎，现在再看一下我验证。
我挑最用力好了。
还是觉得很屌。哇，验证真的太他妈帅了。
喂，
可以吧？你行吗？
哎，李嘉欣，你可以再看一眼那个我画的验证，太他妈帅了。
真的。
这双向间距是什么意思？
这是阿森群。
阿森群，哦，我想起来了。
上面。
哎呀，你用这种笔，那我这个笔就没有其他就没有这种困扰了。我的笔就没有这种困扰。
找你。
看到红体，
看一下。
啊。
看人家新直播啊。
看我干嘛？我不会画画。
我跟你讲，后面那些东西都是我半小时内感觉。
怎么会有99啊？靠背。
因为我不知道画什么，因为那时候已经要交了，那时候我还思考画。
怎么还有梳头？
他已经要交了是吧？
对，已经要交了。
我把线稿划掉，可能吗？
还有派大戏。
我把他头发拔掉。超怪。
干左上角打
小了，
左上角了。
好西吗？好西吗？干hold不住了，啊西妈了。
干，这太急了，太急了。那时候老师已经说最后一天了，赶快画。
牵手路线了，哈基妈啦。
反正我就觉得那时候画的蛮开心的。想说哦，感觉阿帅一定来。
根本完全我。
看一下老大画
爹，从来不觉得画爹会开心过。
老大，我觉得你以后会是个好画家。
不会，我以后一定是烂
到你妈的。
我会对，
以后去卖那个卖色图。
我要跟林嘉欣一起合摊，我要在林嘉欣隔壁卖。
他到时候卖那个男团，他到时候画成。
我看大佬画图。我是菜逼，我是烂咖。
他不是要打够？
有烂咖。
我是烂咖，我不会画画。
讲说哦，李嘉欣要不要帮我看？
烂咖。
对，爱莲我现在还没画完，你看爱莲都还没画完。
没事啊，我现在一笔都没动。
爱莲现在都没画完啊！我骑上赛，头发上。哇靠！
因为我们都不打瓦了，那件事情我就直接忘记
了。因为不打瓦。
不打瓦。
不画，累了。画不下去啦！画不下去了啦！
看到身份证。
画不下去了。画不下去了啦！
哇，为什么林嘉欣的写真啊？我操！
啊，林嘉欣的写真是怎样？
哦，那个是那个作业啦，靠腰啊！
哇，
你是傻
逼！不是，我有林嘉欣的自闭照
啊！
你去考古人员专区可以看到他的自闭照了。
哦，那确实。
你妈！你妈逼啦！
不可以这样子。
哇，
靠背啊！靠背啊！
哇，这很明显是你在霸凌他哦。
对啊，
不要再用了。
那提出在哪？
很靠呀。
有具体哦。
下去。
啊，巨好笑！
你干嘛这样霸凌他呢？
他先霸凌我的。
你什么意思？你什么意思？干嘛？有自闭照不好吗？
我觉得有人要笑死。
自闭照不好玩。
我觉得叶生再讲下去，你应该不对。
自闭知道不香吗？啊，没有了，没有了。
我觉得你不会讲话，
不改了，他不改了，他不改了，他不说了。
好好讲话，好好讲。
啊，别在意，别在意。
怎么我一下？宇宙一路。
我不懂了，关我屁事。
别在意了啦，要移就移验身啊，我移。
怎么在看 VTuber？ 我操，怎么6小时？
哎呦，
李亚轩没上线，李亚现在在看一些奇奇怪怪的东西。
李亚轩怎么在看 V 啊？
这辈子就是染上了 VTuber。
你怎么在看 VTuber 啊？
你这辈子就是染上 VTuber。
你就跟验生一样没救。
自己。
你说这样子吗？李亚轩，你说这样子吗？
傻小啊！
妈，不要抽插了，操你妈！
这也不是我移。
你要移多久呀？我操了！
自己看我画面也不是我移的。
不是你移的，会有谁移的？操！
就真不是我。
我他妈我都开够了，他妈在等，然后他妈你们在。
你们又不上线，你们不上线。
啊，上线！
不是说要玩？
干你脸！他妈你们在那边世界大战，他妈跟有病一样。
有世界大战。
干他上次讲说哦，我们不会乱玩权限的。
我不会乱玩权限啊，对不对？我不会玩，对不对？验生下去。
我没有乱玩，我觉得我没乱玩。
我没乱玩啊，我是合理运用权限。
手里
怎样？
妈廖一行嘲讽你，玩跑来嘲讽我啦。
他就在那边大佬高高在上没？
大佬高高在上。
啊？
来嘲笑我。
为什么我高高在上这个问题呢？我都自我介绍说我是个畜生的。
那你牛逼了。
哎，我真的，他找我说，哎，我的画风是什么啊？我只是想当个畜生。
我的这愿望就是当你的女。
啊？
这样子。
啊？你看讲话到一半不见了。
我是山里灵活的狗。
老大讲话一半。
山里。
哎，你知道我自我介绍是怎样吗？我直接自我介绍我跟那个，
你是傻逼。
我跟真金仔是仇人。
你是傻逼。
我操。
你是傻逼。你是一个会把队友 TK 掉的傻逼。
哦，对。
而且我自我介绍的照片是拿皮卡丘。
哎，你自我介绍还有用照片哦？
然后它是一个简报。
哎，都不上线，他不是要打。
他是简报。
不是要打，怎么都不上线？
然后我们那个自我介绍
是在吵去找梅亚玩特征。
在干嘛？看你是 gay 啊！玩我都 gay。玩我都 gay 炮。玩我都 gay 炮。
我去找2个没去打我，操！我先不管你。
干你要够学长
带得起来再说，要带得起来。
你以后玩那个，我以后玩那个谢氏开箱子就抽不到东西。
我本来就没抽到什么，妈，你现在敢讲？
我也没抽到什么啊，我10抽10个蓝呢。
哎，李亚轩，你帮我记好不好？我干不去。
我10抽10个蓝呢，干，我超级非洲的。
好吧，我给你多少钱？妈，4000块就赚了。
啊？你给我4000啊？
啊，我说累积超过4000的。
有吗？
有。
不是只有那是千瓦箱而已吗？
没有，我说我给过你的钱，就是累积抽的箱子。
然后还有赞助的箱，
就是转账记录，你知道吗？就打开来看一下，我操，4000多块。
确实。
然后而且其实不止老六了，其他人也有赞助他那个深蓝或者是那个紫色的枪。哎呀，紫色的枪有吗？
紫色的枪不贵。紫色枪不贵啊，
不贵啊，
给我200块啊，
不贵啊
，20多块啊，20多块就可以有一把。
现在的我觉醒了，我现在不会爆聘了。
现在的我，
他说到，那他今天没有理由，他今天炮枪没有理由。
确实。
那边是打小啦，
哇，有点牛逼耶！
那边打火车的、欸，
我靠！啊，火车好厉害哦！
火车都进了，
打小。
哇，这边也是一代4哎，我操，这边是1代4。
看，老大，你不是2500吗？怎么变2200？
我昨天输2把。
啊，昨天输2把。
嗯。
哦，就跟你说你不要单排吼。你要账号给我，我帮你打，对不对？
好啊，打给你。
你账号给我，保证明天或后天你会变成妈900多分。
那我一定干你啊！
明天有新任务，要操死，要把你操死。你就睡到一半的时候，发现有人在看你。
我也感觉到明天会出伽马箱了。
可能。
我要一个伽马2箱子或光谱，我感觉到了。
小涛啊！
哎，亚庆，6月我要10连抽。
我以为你要讲说那个，
我以为你要20抽以上。
没有6月10连抽，10连就好。
哎，
没那么多钱。
怎么上放暑假？
啊？不是18号吗？不是18号还是19？我生日结束就放暑假了。
干！我不是跟你讲说我们暑假就去老大家玩的。
不要捡我狙啊！你打不到啦，你狙给我啦。
我暑假会在我大舅家那边打工。
哦，所以
你狙给我啦，狙给我啦，是我的狙
欸。新庄找我之类的。
啊？
我大舅家在新庄啊。
新庄。
对啊。新北那边。
哎。
哇，新北哦。
你挡到我了。
我在跟他讲一下，说真的要去他打工。
怎样才有点打工，好像大概2个礼拜吧，我觉得说差不多。
哎，看那个脚头真的很靠北。
偷打他的头一下。
你知道曹林之前有一次跟我出去打工，然后他妈的他撑了大概2个礼拜吧，然后就说后面我不行了。
啊，这个不会啊，太嫩了。
你好话讲的。打工
不是啊，为什么我会扣那么多啦？哦哟，
多少？
你就是带分没？
我扣550。
550。
哎，
这里怎么那么低啊？发生什么事了
？B 项，往 B 走。
我都走了，我想看直播。
往 B 走。
哎，那你们一定要下呢。
下烟吗？好，我下烟。
下双门烟就好了。
看，
等一下，等烟，走。
不用等烟啦，他妈手枪局那边等烟。哎，
我被闪。
你娘嘞！
当我
被爆
门口，靠腰。
哎，双门烟没下哦，妈的！
我没下到吗？
没下到呀，
烂死了。
首先你没下到，然后我在打缆车在上面解决掉你。
哦，不是丢烟了吗？
有啊，
没有丢，但是人家头上呀，老哥。
靠呀，我那
擦地了啦！
我那颗烟丢到别人的头了啦，白痴哦！
一滴血，
一滴呀！
有啊，
你白痴！
那想说怎么会歪掉？他妈打到别人的头了！
幸好我没有要相信他，我就杀自己的。
哦，我靠！
大狙！
哎，对他们有个4杀，
这么屌！跟上！
哪里？下面吗？
插第一只，
在前
面，看
下面没了。
后面，大只在后面，看到了。
隔断烟。
我换点吧。
没有，你。
哎，后面没人看哦。哦，后面有。
包点后面那个蓝色那个。
哇哦！
太好了！知道刚才被打死了，打得真开心。
第2局起大狙。
第2局起大狙是什么意思啊？
他4杀。
哎呀！
我操！我死掉卡哎！我打71，操你妈！
哎，
哦没有，我打
慢打。我操！还烟呢！我操！
真的假的？ 真好啊！不行啊，我太卡了，我不知道为什么帧率好低哦，没办法跟昨天一样在那滑来滑去。
前期都这样。还是你把帧率调成100多？
我知道了，我先打那个中路，然后到沙地，然后再打。
我现在稳120啊，120才够。我觉得放不够。
我妈打不过头啊！
我觉得有点失恋，你知道吗？
干图没下眼。
不知道是谁。
Oh shit！ 胆小。
今天有人干你
走不了了，操你妈！我打到他的头，看看。头上。后面，门后面。
哎，你后面来了。
有人打一发，不错。
你被我的烟盖住了。
啊！对面是靠那个大哥在带吗？也不是啊。这边感觉是那个3700的，他妈看起来超怪的。
谁有你这第一把就要没了。
打 B 吗？
喂，不是老哥，我这把输了他妈就1900。
打 B 吗？打 B 吗？打 B， 烟给我，我们慢一点，等他们丢完道具，我们来下烟。
对，我们在后面，我在后面吃就好。
啊，
好了啦，我丢烟。
不要，好，你丢。他丢烟了，他那个他们烟散，准备了。
怎么还有一个人烟去哪里了？不是还有一个吗？
走。
哎干10点，干你讲
巧了，
该讲10点了。
干你点！
我没看到人啊，
我这没死。对，那个 B 通2个。
干你这什么烟呐？你他妈这什么烟呐？
翟佑林，你不是说你会下好烟吗？
那不是我下的，
我
可以验身。
那个看到他了。
啊！大狙！烦死了！
啊好。
但我给验身烟呢，啊乱下一通。
干另外一个会是要干。
垃圾烟。好了，我乱一小啊，操！
烟下好啊。
那个谁啊？人家信，算了，人家信你下中路烟，我要下 A 包点烟。
好，
阿龙，我怎么80ping啊，阿龙？
你啊，干！
大没弹过去，操！
我现在 ping 都比你们低我好快乐哦。这杀小啦！
跳到了。
然后没人去。
下烟了没？
下，打我死了。
快点了！
你不是说你要帮我下一小烟吗？
啊？
对，我说高了吧？
包点烟呐，靠背他小。
满雷了。
你不是说要帮我下一些小烟呐？
你先走，你帮我拉上线。
我在卡。
来，都在讲说很卡哦。哎。
也是我混打。
怎么啦？看你现在说什么？我刚不是说我要下 A 包点烟？
我听成 A 小烟。
我说 A 包点烟，他妈你听啥小？中路有烟啊 ！A 小你要过去，你要拉出去看呐！你要往那边塞道具啊！你要塞道具啊！你有塞道具吗？
塞了没？啊，我就死了。
看你继续，操他妈你继续用！
哎，我离开了。
离开？
没有离开那个购买区域。
哎，中路没下烟啊！你他妈的！
等烟啦！哎，
下
下那么久，我都下去，为什么你烟那么久？
哦，谢谢，太好了。
看，这种后面被打到。走，两个都在 CT，这个 CT。
验身同时拉下去，走，一起，啊！
接大狙。
哎，我打91哎。
呀，他们现在超有，基本上还。
我不知道他打狙啊，我不知道他打狙。
那你们下一怎么？
杨信，你们下那么久？
他就是他不小心离开了。
要刚才离开购买区域。
靠北。
然后要回去买一下。
是哦，我都下完包点烟 A 包点烟了，然后你还妈的中路烟都还没下。
我的烟有点慢。
早点买了。真的谢谢。
包。
最后你再包。
靠！
什么鬼？谁要你？哎，前压了一只。
前压吗？看一下，还是。
我真牛逼了。
然后你中路烟没下好，
跑步没看，我去看。
哎，那个过点烟。
好快！
干快点！
可惜。
干！这把那么多狙。哦呦，我操！上面！
哎呀！
其实我可以创造机会了。
哎，我打96哎，我操！我打那个前压96。
给你创造机会了啊！
啊！
没办法，我咖喱龙打大狙。
有头绪吗，各位？还是？
好，干！我下中路烟，我们打 A 小啊，操！那几个去 A 大，一个去 A 加蹲 ，A 大蹲。
我去 A 大蹲。
我下中路烟，操！
你们这样快点，你们40秒的时候上 A 小，40秒上 A 小。
等我一下，我要丢个伞。
A 大不要去 ，A 大有大狙。
啊，好闪啊！
靠腰啊！怎么这么进来了啊？
哪里啊？
在家里。
没有，
家里
不是前沿。
他妈的按到了，他妈有人。
哎，
按到有人。
按到一只。
哇
！A 小被我杀。
炸！你们怎么去中路去那么久啊？我都下烟了。
没有，我在 B 点没。
按到我不是讲的。
哎，那一大来了。
一只大狙，然后一只不知道。
要不要吃？打个地。
看你要不要保枪？
不用保了。
丢个雷吧。
干！
不用保了。啊！我们已经连输好几把，可以不用保了。好，不能进攻 A 小，那么 A 小那边会下烟，超好笑。
我们只有输，那好像战争输的，然后
我跟你讲，我们从 B 走到 B 头。
哦，可以。
这是哪个？
我感觉你还吓死我！
干嘛啊？你们在吵什么啊？
我被你吓到！
哎！
有 A 小掉了，
快点！
捡包走！他妈的！
等我！
A 小怎么还有一个啊？
快来逼啊！
他妈的就掉包，刚掉包吼，鸡掰！
喂！
哎！
操！
哎，回防就好，好打！哎 ，CT，这个 CT。假的，
干！
你怎么没下包？你没下包？
你没下包？
靠腰，我怎么下？
干嘛不下包？
我以为下完了。
有啊，非常专业。
哇，操你漏音！
他是换了，对，他换了。给
干嘛有一句看？
给别人
我需要3个烟，你要打哪里？重点？打 B。
我先丢着。
你要打 B 大是吧？
因为那个蓝色快攻。
你们要有人帮忙爆闪。
这我就不会了。B 点爆闪我不会，因为我都会。
B 点爆闪，要等，干我把烟他妈丢在那了，白痴哦！你丢在这啊，他小啦，乱丢一通。
哎，冲！我操！
干你娘！哦哎呀！太好了。
有啊吗？
哎，走开呀！
别上了！好，好像。
哎，还怎么还是吃白啊？
现在有土拨鼠哦，你们不要贴着那个小袋。
你他妈！
哎，
你闪什么小？
我闪后面的，妈的！这招就不对啊，这也不能怪我啊，后面有人呢。
不是啊，就是因为我要背闪你啊，干！我以为你要闪啊。
有，我要闪。
我刚
干乱丢闪，白痴哦，乱丢闪。
直接到20，我操！
我打99没死，这 MG 这么烂哦，4枪99没死。
我知道我应该完蛋，100%完蛋。
AK 有时候也会这样子啊。
要没了这把。
完了，我觉得我没了，他妈这网路。有，在这。OK。他妈，我现在会有时候。快攻不要丢道具，快攻不要丢道具。
啊，你刚刚有说快攻。
我说老大攻 A 大的话，不要丢道具。要不然就是快速。
冲！
走！
左边一个，另一个，大河那边一个。
啊，干呀！
干被闪了，干！啊，眼睛好亮，干！
单车啊，在烟里面。
他为什么没有墙壁啊？
还是，这个。啊，你看到了。
我马就回挥。
跳起来！完了！2发！
这是我。
干你娘！不是你们都死了。
我被闪了。
我们两个4全白了。
我被闪烂了。
那个申报闪太无解了，该一点他妈在脸上爆了。
不舒服了，玩这把。
我其实没有觉得玩 CS。
大狙。
我其实没有觉得 CS 玩快乐。
2个人，A 到2个。
哇！
如果打中路把 A 大2个人直接都 A 小大家进去啊！
干你啊，白痴哦！下面！
啊！
看着。
干，我被爆闪，妈好亮！
这个 A 大，一起啊！
你干嘛？有人想刀他？
啊，弹血啦！看，灌他啦！
不是啊，你在干嘛？你
在比什么啊？不能比老哥！
你干嘛？他拿着刀就冲过去，跟你讲。
我应该拿电击枪了，他现在离我很近，我没刀到。
弄呗，
打电击枪应该打得到。
我刚有背。
干这样背。
童工，你要不要来组合技？蓝车。
对啊，我觉得我们一样2A2 比1种好了。
啊，他妈的，这2个。有道具。
一个打 B，我觉得。
你们继续守
A 小
是吗？有 A 小。
你们继续打，你们继续守A。我看他弟。
先算了。这个。
哎小，打中路是吧？别人打 B 哦。
你退，换我。
看我被爆头了，我不行了。中路帮我一下，在 B 通。
B 通吗？已经到了吗？惨了没？
小你不要退，
没打到。
没打到，那我就不帮你啊。
要不要？
我要先检查啊。
这个。
哎呦，一样在 B 通，这个也在 B 通。
不要了啦，不要急啦，哎，他妈5弟你急啥啊？
掉包了，掉包了。
啊，大家这个超强定位，一次打2颗的，2把打2颗。
捡下枪，那枪不是比较好？那个那，飞奶。
有个最小的。
哦，不是奶奶。
我要前推。
你再去玩鸟居正角。
你要前推到哪里？
好，
我要前推，帮我丢暗道烟，
你要中路前推啊？那你要
算了，
你还4A1前推哦，真假的？
对，我要前推。他们有点eco啊。
不对，他们会起大狙吧？
干你，白痴！一大。
推一大。
一大多。
阿正挺住。前下，上来！
我已经打死3个了，剩下的交给你们。
我靠，反正现在人家
哦，干你点！
哇，刚才还有个84哎，超屌的。这样是差一点就可以刺杀，然后甚至也。
我今天是你要一直听下去啊。
因为不，
我觉得他们会起大局，你们自己注意一下，不要对狙，他们会起大局。
啊，
你们拿冲锋枪蹲他们就好。
白痴哦！我不是讲说那一顺位走还是？这样搞到还要再补。
那谁？苏尔，你看他弟，
哎，小飞下眼，中路有脚步声。
记得注意 A 小，看 A 小，你们记得躲箱子后。
A 小。
A 小多。
有一 K。
人家进来了。
啊？
这啤酒真难用。
阿正撑9样。
不行，不了。
好，他撑不久。哎，那其实被我偷背身有几个？
保底2个。
好。
哦，哎，那个忍者位，对 ，nice。
看你死掉的位置很好笑，梗他居然没注意到你吗？
哪里进打哪里。
哦。
拉一个点就回到。然后我们3个挑一个。
然后我去 B 大。
2楼到哪区哦？那就走到中路吗？
可以。
安道人。
啊 ，A 大。
安道。
靠背啊！
他们2把大狙他们2把大狙哎。
Come on， 我不是说了，安道人。
靠腰，老子们被人穿到的啦，厂商。
我干！哇，给我一发。
A 大在包，我操
！A 大在包，A 大大败我就。
我刚被穿到，我操！
哎，
我到2个，
中路2个。
哎呦，干！哎，往前推，2个在中路。去手包。啊，算了，不守一个。我靠！ 第二时间抓。啊，狙哦！
哦，大狙，哎呦，大狙。
别特别，等下去。哦。
哦，可以。
别在后面。
哎 ，OK， 算了。
你刚为什么不跟他一起直？
我以为他会到 A 小站。
没有，刚刚就已经漏那个。
对，我刚才很屌哎，中路直接一个叫来的穿烟然后爆头。
啊！我被穿门，然后被射到成10滴，好舒服。
啊！我的。
逼通一个 AK， 打半血这样。
前面有一个，更抽一下。
有一些没想到。
A 小看哦 ，A 小要看哦。
有人在看。
好想切道具哦，但是我好像知道切道具。
你不要拿道具啊，你丢个烟可以啊，丢个烟，把 A 小封住。
没烟。
A 小封住，干你没烟哦，干不买烟。
有，丢过了。
有大狙哦。他们是有大狙的，哦。我来看他的地。
微小。
手很痒，想按个4。
快啊，快丢！我帮你看，快点。
我感觉你那雷没打到。
确实，赚到了。
哎。一点。靠！
哇！我靠！
打你了！
哎呀，怎么都大狙？要打50，
好快，他的狙好快，
太快了！Oh my god！
好，那边先2家，大狙跟他对。
老哥，我就不会玩大狙。
有要跟我中路全推吗？还是没有？我干不对，他们有大狙，算了，没办法。但不会玩大狙的练啊！
你叫我现在练吗？
你玩啊！我没说你不能玩。不要对狙，先不要对，他大狙。先不要对。先不要对，你卡个角落看就行了。需要帮忙的时候我再帮你就好。你要帮忙，你再拉回 CT。
A 小进了。
A 小多。
A 小应该很多，A 小应该爆多。
哇！
我是卡。
哎，宝箱，回来，宝箱，回来，走你，回来。爆了，
真的假的？
没有经济。
对吧？你看，
没钱
，1000，然后DK 600，然后还有一个是3000。
我看 A 小。
打回王再这样子，
A 大技能讲一下，我可以丢隔断烟。
延伸。
哎，下去。
这人刚卡到我了。
啊？
干嘛？
怎么？
哎，今年放1个啦，我操！
屁啊，不是没打到头。
杀地掉。
手臂点放一个。
妈的。
不是啊，就说哪里近打哪里远，我靠。
我不是中间的吗？
中间就这个右边的，左边2个就A大跟 A 小，靠腰。
A 小近哦。
A 小近啊。
A 小近。
不跟你讲 A 小近吧。
我看杀地。
已经进了，已经进了。
还在。
导演都是慢慢拉过来。你在下面，你他妈要我怎么办？
大巨石。
有。
我靠，爆头8头干。
垃圾包。
酱包。然后人刚在 B。
包掉了。
他惨了。
哇，好惨！
追一个铲，没打到。
你
没打。
哦，找67
啊，22。我打74。
妈的，我刚才想哇，这好惨哦！
啥惨的？你妈的，你不要马，干你刚超马的。
妈的，我被吓到，我盖掉，然后前面有一点。好的。
他们固定那个会集体走啊，你自己小心哎。
给我们按到烟。
好，给我等下，我要前面一点。哎，他们把 B 栋淹住了。哎 ，B 大没了，你那个 B 点的那个就不要再看了。
A 小，注意一下哦。
那估计是 A 小。
帮忙！哎，
跳包！
等一下，
妈的，你没帮忙，干你啊！
等一下，我才刚过来就跟我讲说要帮忙，真是。
门后面一个。
我干你啊！吓到我，操！我看 A 大。
看一下包还在不在？包在那个箱子旁边。
还有杂局，我觉得。
包好像不见了，对，不见了。
你们去 B。
我在看。
哎，是为你那个没几盖。
哎，在 A 啊！
没有，
不在 A。哎，有可
没有看到。
B 点。
两边3、2、1起啊！哦。
有的烟，好的。
你妈给我爆闪！
我还没好啊，我在拿武器哦。
你怎么先丢伞的？我们会起他。
对啊，他都说。
然后我想说我那
个，你千万不要跟你干嘛？谁玩大局？我不想玩大局。妈的，我会爆枪！我不要玩大局，我们要玩大局。
枪救！好。
完了，
我要请下中路。
哎，都在中路这样。哎，不要哥们。
我人家家追。
A 小。
A 大有。
好，你先退。
哎 ，B 点没人 ，B 点直接退。
好。
A 小可以看到吗
？A 小有人，我刚爆这2次了 ，A 小有人。我刚看到他头在这边。
哎，你们慢慢推过来，你们推一小。
绝打一个绝打。
他有没有？
帮忙！
我可以看一下。
不是啊，他们没来帮A 小啊，靠腰。
没有，中路你就没看到人。
A 小他没人呐。
刚说2个。不是刚说2个，看你娘嘞！
啊，我是听到爆位的那个。我没有讲话。
下面就一堆人。
想 A 小2个，赶紧我在那架，靠背。
靠
A 小有人。
A 小你妈有人啊，那也来人。
刚刚就跑了。
全部到 A 大，全部到 A 大。
我没听到，其实我在 A 小那边，我其实一个东西都没听到。
不是啊，要是那个他们早点过来 A 小的话，我就真的不会这样。干一点，他们刚就有人讲说 A 小2个，我就
刚刚我 A 大扛2个，然后没人帮我啊，没办法，我死了。啊，没人帮我，直接死。
我就想说2个人在一小，我只能架，我没办法。啊，就他们要赶快推过来才对啊！啊，我也没办法。
其实我已经在推了，我已经推回来，然后死掉了。
上个厕所，也尿急了。
等一下，就。
操嘞！
干一点，我刚是不是有讲？操你妈！
啊，我知道啊，我说他妈快点来帮我，你他妈不用住 A 小了，他们不是我们已经走到 A 小了，不是吗？
不是啊，他们没人在 A 小，没有一个人在 A 小。
他们不是看得到 A 小吗？
不是啊，他们就是看到 A 小说 A 小进2个，我就他妈就再见啊，干你啊！
乱讲嘛 ，A 小根本没人乱讲。